Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome to the show. Oop, I think I goofed somewhere though. 1 second. Let me give the Spire a rebooting. With the correct mods enabled this time. How y'all doing, everybody? Good to see you, Thega, Brotato, Bailey. That's right, we're showing off the new Baylor shirt. Let me get properly positioned for the cam here. So, Exclam merch is here. I added a couple of mug designs so you can get the same design on a mug. This is one of the wonderful designs created by James over at S Tier, which I think looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm really happy to have. Yak87 says, what's the card in the background on the left there? If you look through the art files, the beta art of Metallicize looks an awful lot like that card, although I actually think that was added after the fact to match that starting art. You'll know that this card is a rare card as depicted on the art, and it's written in an inhuman language. There's no actual legible text on that translates to anything. But as far as in-game cards that look like that, Metallicize with the beta art enabled comes the closest. And I think we really kind of just retconned that more than anything. The rarest card. How's it going, Happy Axe? Hello and welcome. Hey there, Drac49. It's good to be live. Live? It's good to be live. Let me make myself a little shorter here. There we go. Excelente. So, let's play on the proper save file, too. Cat Girl says, how does Strike Dummy work with other languages? I imagine that was one of the great challenges in localizing Slay the Spire, and probably why they ended up... once they localized the game to a whole bunch of different languages, they found themselves kind of unable to develop the game any further, because adding any additional effects or cards got so complicated. Philly got themselves a legacy mug. Can't wait to drink out of it while watching me. Heck yeah. The OG chair on a mug. It's great. Strike the dummy. Beans Wrinkle going all in on the Spire board game tier. So yeah, exclamation point board game. We do have a link to that. The Kickstarter for the Slay the Spire board game went live today, the 1st of November. Really exciting news. So I think you've got 30 days to back that if you want. There's a whole bunch of different reward tiers, as usual for Kickstarter. I haven't actually given them a look yet. I'm pretty sure I'll support at some level, but I don't know how much I want to commit to it just yet. But either way, they've already hit their initial funding goal. So the Slay the Spire board game will indeed be coming to... Oh, it's only 17 days. Okay, you got 2 weeks then to get your backing in. But it will be going out, that's for sure. I'll be getting plenty of cash. Yes, I'm Brandon. Thanks for 25 months in the Prime sub. Goal hit in 6 minutes. Oh, it just launched, too. Well. Good luck to them all. Zizzy got the merch. Oh, yeah, and speaking of, if you want, for those who are Twitch subs, you can get 15% off the merch store with Twitch sub. I'll put that right in chat, too. Full cap Twitch sub when you're checking out on the merch store to get a bit of a discount as a thank you. That'll bring it pretty close to at cost for me, but means you get the merch that you want for a pretty reasonable, for these days anyway, price. Crew Chowder, thank you so much for 10 months of support. Yes, I'm Brandon. The quarter century. The Waffle House shirt is top tier. Shout out to Riley for creating that one. That was good, well inspired. Riley does our YouTube. And it's for YouTube that we'll be making a video today. I've been mulling for a while on how to do sort of an over-explained style or tutorial style run for the non-watcher characters. We did do a watcher explain a while ago. And I made an attempt at doing a silent over-explain, but I found myself up against the wall of Ascension 20. Trying to do a tutorial on Ascension 20, I think it's actually self-defeating in a couple of ways. Ascension 20 run usually requires really creative decision-making and really efficient resource use in a way that's really difficult to tutorialize, especially because Slay the Spire runs are so divergent and kind of luck-based. My tutorial can't be, just get Dead Branch on Ironclad, that's how you win, because I don't think that's a very good tutorial. I want to create a piece of content that can explain how to, with a proper mindset and approach, consistently hit the goal. And I think to do that, I need to showcase it on a different Ascension level than 20. I saw that Jorbs on his YouTube recently did a Ascension... He's doing like an Ascension Climb series as a sort of like new player hook. And something not quite like that, but a similar approach I think is going to work well here. So, the video that I want to make today is how to slay the heart as Ironclad. But I'm going to hang out with chat for a little bit first. Say hi to everybody. Thank you for all the support here. San Ross. Thank you for 2 months, I think I got. Yeah, San Ross, thank you for 2 months. Gorilla Power with 16 months. Gorilla says, you're the reason I beat Who Needs Relic, so I can't wait to see what today's video holds. So glad that one helped out. Let's give a shout out to that one. Who Needs Relics? That was fun to make. Doing the heart with one relic was pretty exciting. I didn't think the run was going to be able to do that initially, but it kind of just happened. And that was the same with the Common Sense achievement on the Silent. I didn't expect that I was going to end up with a Necronomicon Sneaky Strike deck for common cards only, but that's what happened. So I won't be able to cover like the entirety of everything that is Ironclad in one single video. It'll be a mixture of general advice for the class and specific card evaluations in specific situations. I think trying to do more than that would be overwhelming anyway. FBI's Most Unwanted, thanks for heckin' lots of months. Thank you, thank you. Ephemeral Ash says, I was starting to get bored of Spire and watching my videos reignited your enjoyment of the game. So glad to hear it, Ephemeral Ash. I like to think that I not only teach people to play Slay the Spire well, but teach them how to have fun in Slay the Spire, which is really the important part here. This is a video game that we play for our own enjoyment, first and foremost. So that is the end-all, be-all goal. How do we have fun while we're doing whatever we're doing? And if we're also defeating the game on its highest difficulty while we do that, all the better. Sai just says, having fun is simple. Just build a claw deck. I mean, it is a good time. It's a really good time, especially on the daily run. Forcing claw can be really, really fun. You ever play the daily mode? Log says, I pretty much only play an Ascension 1 because it's more fun for you. And more power to that. Some people don't find fun so much in overcoming the specific challenges that the game throws at you, so much as they find fun in creating a weird and wacky deck of cards that just does something cool, like stacking 4 Envenoms and then playing a bunch of Shivs. And you don't care if that takes 20 turns to get all the Envenoms in play. You want to see that build happen. And Ascension 1 can allow you for more of that feeling, although Slay the Spire is a little cruel in this regard, because even on Ascension 1, Slay the Spire is, at its core, a really, really challenging game, something I think bears repeating a lot. This game's hard. Very hard. And without a lot of knowledge about what it's going to throw at you and how you can achieve desirable outcomes in the format of a deck builder, you're going to run into some issues. Jackalow, welcome to the list of channel cuties. Cutie alert. Let me see some waffles in chat. Show me your waffles if you got them. All right, let me get you added right now, Jackalow. Welcome. Thank you so much for spending so much time on the channel as to accumulate the required 500,000 in channel points. Truly, truly absurd. All right, there's the panels. Jackalow 34. Welcome. The list. An Uncooked Gnome, thanks for 2 months. Says the streams become a daily habit. So glad to hear that. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. We've been here now 4 years full-time on Twitch, I suppose. Holy moly. It's been a while. Just kind of realizing that, I guess. I've been here for a while now, and we've been playing Spire almost the whole time. A game that I think will continue to be a big part of the channel. Maybe not in the same way that it was for last year, but we'll definitely be playing Spire in 2023. That's for sure. Thermal Lash says, watching me in the top streamers feels a bit bad sometimes since you lose so much. Don't feel too bad. One, bear in mind, I've been playing this game now for 6,500 hours, according to Steam. So, we've put in a lot of practice, let's say. And I move through the game with practiced ease, but it really has taken an exceedingly long time to get to that point. I really didn't feel like I knew what I was doing in Slay the Spire until about 2,000 hours, for reference. Vigilas asks, have I played Across the Obelisk at all? Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool in design. It's very interesting that it is a deck builder that supports multiplayer, and I think having a party of 4 doing each kind of building their own deck and cooperating it together is really cool conceptually. Played as a single player game seems a little chaotic. That's how I'll describe it. So many status effects getting stacked everywhere. You've got 4 different decks to manage, 4 different health bars to deal with. So it becomes a bit noisy, I tend to find. Compared to what I like from a deck builder, but I like the design. I like the artwork and the ridiculous pig bishop character. I like the inspirations they've taken from Spire. It's a pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. Heck yeah, Ephemeral Ash. I think there's not enough positive spaces, happy places on the internet, so I try to make my own one here, both for my own personal benefit and for anybody else who needs a space like this. Have I played Clank? I've not. No. Yeah, I also like that this is a place where we can come together, hang out, enjoy video games without ever getting angry at them. The video game is a computer program with deterministic outputs. I am one human being with self-awareness and self-control of my actions, so there's no situation I should be able to create here that results in me being angry, ever. Do I use a standing desk? Yes, currently we're in standing mode, but I have a standing desk. It's motorized, goes up and down, so that I can ergonomically adjust as needed. I've got a couple modifications that I've made to my setups over the years for ergonomic purposes. Another recent one is a Logitech ergonomic mouse. Kind of hold this sideways. I just can't really hold this in front of the camera because my mic boom is in the way here. You hold it like with this grip rather than like a normal mouse. And I was definitely feeling some strain in my mouse hand after we did Speed Timber, doing a lot of speedy runs in a row. And this has really helped with recovering from that. I used to do a lot more speed content in Slay the Spire, but what I found out is that doing too much of that absolutely will destroy your body. So, I like playing the game at a more moderate pace, even if I make the decisions quick sometimes. Can the deck go sideways or just up and down? Just up and down. I also don't tell anybody like which exact standing desk I have because I'm not 100% happy with it. Observe. There's a bit of wobble there, and I'm not happy about it. Pro recommendation, if you want a standing desk and wobble matters to you at all, then get one with crossbar supports. It's got to have like an X between the legs or it's going to wobble, guaranteed. Biggins, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 14 months. And Salta Gambas, thank you just now for the $5 tip. Salta Gambas says, just beat 820 for the first time. I'm going to cry. Thanks for the wisdom, Dad. Tears of happiness, I hope. Congrats on the win. I'm glad I was able to help you get there. Miss Curtin says, I get pain on the outside of my thumb. I do not know if that specific kind of mouse would help, but if you're consistently experiencing pain after using your computer setup, I would recommend making changes of some kind and seeing if it helps or gets worse. Captain Ramrod, what a name, what a player. Thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Yeah, and if it continues for prolonged periods of time, see a professional, one way or the other. Your body should not hurt from everyday activities. One dude you don't know says, which character do you feel that I can win most consistently with on A20? I feel like that is the Watcher for me. By a good margin. I feel like I know how to win a Watcher run, even if that Watcher run is short on relics or falls behind in some way. Because the Watcher has so many powerful mechanics and different really effective ways to win. And just generally starts out with a higher power level, thanks to her eruption and stance mechanics. Are we on Ironclad next? No. With all classes even, we'll be on Defect next. So we'll be doing an Ironclad tutorial here and then playing Defect after that. Does the Watcher need to be nerfed? I don't think so. I will say that I think the Watcher ended up where she is. We mentioned power creep in games recently, and I think it's almost an inevitable mechanic in games. Anytime you try to improve or balance a game over time, there tends to be an upward trend for player power. Quite simply, anytime you add new options to a game, the players want to have a reason to choose these options. If you're going to add an option and it's always like there's a new card in Slay the Spire that they add to the Ironclad, and if that card is worse than every other Ironclad card, then everyone will be like, well, why did you add this useless, crappy card to the game? There's never a reason to pick this card. And if that's not the case, if this card is ever better than the other cards in Slay the Spire in any situation, well, then you've added a new option for players that they can take advantage of, and the player power has overall gone up. So it'd be almost impossible to add, for example, any one card to any of the characters on Slay the Spire and have it not create power creep. What happened with the Watcher is that the Watcher spent the most time in development. The devs spent the most amount of effort into crafting her and her card base, and they also did the most rounds of revisions involving the community itself in creating her cards. There were many, many Watcher cards that were scrapped during the beta release of the character because the player base couldn't find a good enough use case for them. didn't like the way that they were implemented, or like the original version of fasting. I'm trying to remember what it even did. Anyway, for all her cards that didn't have enough of a niche, there was player feedback and complaints that, like, these cards suck, which they did. And to some extent, you want that in a roguelike, like Slay the Spire. But ultimately, with revisions and fixes, the devs continually moved the Watcher towards a place where she was more consistent and more powerful, had cards that answered more situations, and was able to get out of more difficult spots. And I think they overdid it in a couple of ways, because they kind of responded to the community feedback in every way possible. For example, when the Watcher very, very first launched, she was absolutely miserable to play. She had a base of 65 max health, not 72. Vigilance drew cards instead of blocking. And Eruption upgraded to do more damage rather than cost less energy. And this made for a really weird and difficult Act 1. She had a really hard time, and figuring out how to improve her starter deck was a real challenge. Compared to now, she's got a better Eruption card, a better Vigilance card, and more max health. And I don't think they needed to do all three of those things, just one or two of them. And as Bonda says, I've heard the devs change the heart fight after Jorbs beat it in one turn. Have I influenced any of Spire's mechanics? I am responsible for one particular bug being fixed that I can remember, which was a shuffle bug. It used to be that if you were drawing cards at the start of your turn, or drawing cards for any reason, but didn't have enough hand space to draw them, but you were still trying to draw more cards than were in the draw pile. So let's say, for example, you have Runic Pyramid and 7 cards in your hand at the start of the turn. There are 4 cards in the draw pile. And what would happen is the game sees you try to, at the start of your turn, you try to draw 5. There's only 4 cards in the draw pile, but you only have 3 spaces in hand. Currently, the way Spire works is you draw 3 of those cards, and then the one that remains stays on top of your deck, because you only have space in hand for 3, you draw 3. But how it used to work, the bug was, the game sees that you're trying to draw more cards than are in the draw pile, so it's time to shuffle the discard pile, is what the game says. So you would draw 3 cards from the draw pile, the top 3, then your hand is full, but then the deck is shuffled. The one card you didn't draw, and all of the cards in the discard pile all get shuffled together and put back into the draw pile. So, for example, if you bottom decked your Echo form, and then tried to overdraw to get to it, the Echo form could be reshuffled with every card in the deck and put on the bottom again. So you could draw all the way through your deck 2 times and never see one card. That was quite a bug. And it wasn't until I fought the champ on stream with Runic Pyramid and managed to, like, never draw an Echo form for that exact reason, that and the devs saw it happen. That's what got the bug fixed. But it was a bit of a plague for a while up to that. Oh, I don't know if anyone in particular was responsible for the changes to Knowing Skull, but there were several rounds of revision to the Knowing Skull event to prevent 2 major things from happening. One thing they had to prevent was Knowing Skull showing up and killing people in endless runs, and the other thing they had to prevent was making infinite amounts of money. Although then we got Nightmare Wish later, and I don't know why that's still here. And no, the Poison Integer Overflow is not fixed. You can also do that. Was that ever an advantageous bug? Yeah, it could be, for the same reason. If a card you don't want to draw gets bottom deck repeatedly, it could work out in your favor. Like there's a burn that you just never draw because it keeps getting reshuffled. It's all up to the draw order and the draw RNG of the Spire to make that favorable or unfavorable for you. Longku says, are they ever going to add more to Slay the Spire? The devs are done with Slay the Spire. They consider it a finished product, and I think by and large, it would be almost impossible for them to add more content to the Spire without actually making it a less balanced game. So I think it's almost in a perfect spot, gameplay-wise. Anyway. However, the modding community will continue to develop and create content for the Spire, and there's plenty of that out there already. So if you want more different stuff in Spire, I'd look to mods. Highly recommend Downfall. Give a shout out to the Downfall mod. And if you want Ascension up to 25, there's a whole bunch of different mods that add something like that. I like the one that made you fight triple bosses every act, all 3 bosses every act. Here's some Brown, thanks for 13 months. Ekans1337 says, is it possible to play earlier versions of Slay the Spire? Yes. Through Steam, you can load earlier patches of Slay the Spire. You'll have to select Slay the Spire in your Steam directory and open up the configuration settings to do this. But you should be able to go back to, for example, the 1.0 release version of Slay the Spire via Steam. And that would let you play with Lizard Tail and Eternal Feather as boss relics again if you wanted to, for example. I don't know how early you can go. Like, I don't think you can go back to the very first early access patch of Slay the Spire. But you can definitely go back to 1.0. I've seen Jorbs do it. Any thoughts on the board game Kickstarter beginning today? Heck yeah, we got a link to it, ! Board game. I'm pretty stoked. I've heard that there was a lot of rounds of playtesting, and the little bits and pieces that I've seen look absolutely fantastic. There's going to be little miniatures of each character, which I'm excited for, even if not for like actually using the board game. And I think the physical cards are pretty exciting too. I'm going to have after stream today, I'm going to have a look at the campaign and figure out how much I want to pledge. Eternal Feather boss relic, that's right, Matute7. In an earlier version of Slay the Spire, it was true. Heck, there was even a time when the Specimen was a boss relic, and that was a grim time indeed. How's it going, Rome? I'm excited today. I think it's going to be a good stream. So, anything I want to think about specifically as we go into our Ironclad? Actually, let's try something here. So I'm going to take a really quick break before we actually start recording our Ironclad tutorial video. If you stay tuned, Matute7, you'll be ironclad you did. While I'm away, I would like everybody to think of a question that they have about the Ironclad character and how to play the Ironclad. Type that in chat, and I'll kind of like mull over these, try to answer some of them within the video itself. Flannel Violin, thanks for 32 months. Hope you enjoy the board game when it arrives. Pretty stoked. So, hit me with your Ironclad specific questions. They can be as advanced or as simple as you'd like. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes here. BRB. All right, everybody, we are back. Thank you for that patience. So many good questions in chat. I'm going to answer some of these now, and then address some of the broader concepts as we get into the video here. So Jay Demlinson asks, "What are my top 3 favorite cards to first pick in an Ironclad run and why?" You like Anger, Pummel Strike, Blood for Blood. I would give very similar answers, quite frankly. Blood for Blood is one of my favorite early picks. Other things that I really like early on Ironclad, I'll first pick a Strength card very happily. Spot Weakness and Inflame are 2 of my favorites. Depending on the act, I may first pick a Feel No Pain. This really helps against Sentries in Act 1. It can help a lot against Slime Boss. Works with the Ascender's Bane along with many, many, many other cards. In a Slime Boss act, first pick Combust is really good. More generally, actually, one of my personal favorites, a card with a lot of broad utility on it in Ironclad that you can take on floor 1, Flame Barrier. I think 2 cost blocks in general are really good in Act 1. And Flame Barriers is one of the best because it's both block and damage. The numerical efficiency of this card is out of this world, especially as you go into the mid to late game. For the commenter looking for Act 2 block cards, this is also a really good one for Act 2. Do Not Put Me on Pizza says, "Why isn't Ironwave considered to be a very good common, given that it both attacks and blocks?" I think the answer is that the Ironclad has a lot of difficulty in scaling up the number on Ironwave. You can improve the damage with Strength, but that's true of every other card. The Ironclad has for attacks, and many do more damage than that. Pretty hard for Ironclad to get Dexterity. And even relics like the Kunai don't really work all that well. That said, there are situations where Ironwave does have utility, and I do think it's pretty good with an upgrade. Flintlock says, how much am I willing to gamble on Ironclad's 3-costers? Barricade, Corruption, Demon Form, Bludgeon, before seeing a Snecko. Some of them can be well worth it. I've really been appreciating Demon Form more lately. I think Corruption's almost always worth it. Bludgeon I love in the early game, this big bonk card. Very good for taking on early game foes. Cleanly kills like a sentry or a slaver almost. And even if it takes your whole turn to play, it's pretty efficient, generally speaking. If you can't get your hand on a Snecko Eye or energy relics rather, there are a couple cards you can pick up. The Bloodletting and the Seeing Red that can make getting these cards in play a bit more viable. But if you're already carrying some heavy weight in the deck, I really don't recommend it. They are pretty difficult to make work. Another thing to note, if you've got a card like Demon Form, it's probably worth just taking damage to get it into play. Like, when you draw it, just play it. Even if it means you don't get to block that turn. That's not always going to be true, but many, many times I think it is. Doomtrain says, how good are Evolve and Fire Breathing? I think Evolve is the better of the two cards. Evolve has a lot of broad use. It's bonus card draw in quite a few fights. Fire Breathing is damage per status or curse draw. If you've got a draw engine dependent on Evolve, like you've got Evolve and especially Power Through is my favorite status card, personally. Where's that Power Through card? There it is, Power Through. Because this puts the wounds directly into your hand. I think Power Through is a very, very, very good card, and synergizes really, really well with the Evolve and the Fire Breathing. Because you're always going to draw the powers before you draw the wounds. With cards that add the statuses to your draw pile, like Wild Strike or any enemy that puts the statuses in the draw pile, you run the risk of not drawing the cards in the correct order, and that can be a bit of a problem. Metallicize, I think, great Act 1 card. Surprisingly good upgrade, too. Don't underestimate that +1 from 3 to 4. 1 every turn is, in fact, a big deal. But I view Metallicize as an Act 1 card, and I also view it, at least on Ascension 20, as a maximum 1 copy. You never want more than 1 Metallicize, because you're just too slow in the later game. 4 block per turn doesn't do anything against Heart, realistically. It does actually help, but it's just not enough to be worth, like, investing more copies of. We won't be doing a boss swap for the video, no. I think a good time, somebody's asking about when do you boss swap as the Clad. And I think it's when you don't expect to need a lot of health in Act 1. So particularly Hexago stacks are good for boss swaps. And maybe ones without too early a first elite. Or an act where you can't get enough relics from elites is a good candidate for a boss swap as well. Mace Card says, is my worry that I'll run out of block with Corruption unfounded? The trick with Corruption, Mace Card, is that you have to make running out of block be a good thing. If you never have any block cards, then what are you drawing? Damage cards. So, what you want to have happen is, when you draw only damage cards, your foe dies. But yes, you can absolutely run yourself out of block cards with Corruption. The trick is to make it a good thing. Peanut Wrinkle says, without Chemex, what signals the time for Whirlwind? Lots of energy or lots of strength? Either or. I think 4 or 5 energy per turn is usually enough to make me strongly consider a Whirlwind. Generally speaking, I do prefer Immolate. Sinuns asks, how do I feel about Immolate? Excellent, excellent, excellent rare card for Clad. It's the ultimate answer to multi-enemy fights, especially in Act 2. I'll also note that the upgraded version, 28 damage, is guaranteed to kill Reptomancer's daggers in one hit, which is really, really helpful too. Tyler says, on the contrary, can I recommend 5+ Metallicizes? You can. Actually, my recommendation is Mummy Hand plus Dual Wield plus Metallicize. That's really good. Kid Charlemagne says, is Rampage ever pickable? Yes. Yes. Rampage, it is pickable. On Ascension 20, I think this card mostly serves as a way to kill Act 1 elites and the Act 1 boss. It's difficult, but not impossible, to kind of like build your deck around this card and have Rampage scale up to very large numbers. The big trick, just like pressure points though, you run into a fundamental problem of you cannot play... You're limited by how many times you can spend one energy on Rampage. You can't play the Rampage many times per turn because of the energy cost. One notable cheat for this, though, is the card Madness. If you use Madness on Rampage, you can make some very funny things happen. However, the funny things that you can do with Madness Rampage are kind of irrelevant. Because the real problem with Rampage is, even though you can break it and exploit the deck around it, it's easier to do the same thing with other Ironclad cards, notably Pommel Strike. Dual wield a 0-cost Pommel Strike, and you can create an infinite combo. And that is better than what Rampage can do, really. I think Whirlwind can be good in Act 1. In Act 1, you'll need to upgrade it, usually, very quickly for it to do anything. Otherwise, it's less damage than Strike is per energy. Unless, again, you've got Strength somewhere. In what situations do you take one or more copies of Dropkick? If you've got Burning Pact or True Grit already, it's worth thinking about as a way to create an infinite combo as a scaling solution. I like it as long as you've got multiple vulnerable sources, too. So if you picked up a Thunderclap or a Shockwave, Dropkick's pretty good. If I get killed, will I redo it today? My hope is that I won't get killed. We'll be playing this run on Ascension 5 for tutorial purposes. All right, and there were a couple other questions. Let me just look back through one more time here. Oh, somebody asked, when do you take the big exhaust cards on Clad? Second Wind, which exhausts all non-attack cards in your hand. Fiendfire, which exhausts all cards in your hand. And also, ultimately, Sever's Soul exhausts all non-attack cards in your hand. Although, realistically, Second Wind and Fiendfire are the big ones. Usually, my metric for these is cards in hand. How many cards can be in your hand at one time? If you're just getting 5 from your base draw, then these cards they're okay, but they're not amazing to start. But with every additional card you can have in your hand, they get much, much better. So if you can achieve 6 cards because you've got like a Pommel Strike plus, then the Fiendfire gets a lot better. If you can go to 7 or 8 because you've got Snekawai or a Battle Trance, even better. If you've got able to go to 10 because you have Runic Pyramid, then they're amazing. Very, very good. So just consider what is your maximum number of cards in hand. And that is kind of the way that these cards scale. Flintlock says, how much does having one or more perfected strikes change the value of removing basic strikes during your run? It's a card I don't often take. We did actually have a recent A20 perfected strike success, but we kind of transitioned away from the perfected strikes. I do think this is an excellent card for the early to mid game. It can hit even harder than Carnage does, which is quite saying something. Although this card gets more damage from the strikes you have, it's really not that much more damage. And the dead draw of having 5 strikes in your deck can really be a problem for Clad in the mid game. So I do advise considering Strike as a valid removal, even alongside Perfected Strike. The other thing to consider is that if you find, of course, the card Corruption, then your defense can get exhausted for free. So I'm often a little hesitant to remove defense on Ironclad for this reason, because of the Corruption card, by and large. That said, you may see merit in making sure your Perfected Strikes do some minimum of damage. Like maybe you want Thunderclap plus Perfected Strike to kill the Red Slaver, in which case you want to make sure you're hitting for like a base of 30 or something, 33. So that can be something to strive towards. Look for some breakpoint and make sure you stay there with the number of cards. Generally speaking, I'll say that adding more strike-type cards, if they're not inherently useful, to like just flooding the deck with Twin Strikes and Wild Strikes that you don't really intend to play just to make a Perfected Strike stronger, is usually not worth it. But more copies of Perfected Strike are pretty much always good. Garhawk says, what do you need for a successful barricade deck? Having block. Of course, barricade is 3 energy to play. So the first thing is that you need to be able to put the barricade into play without falling too far behind in the fight. Usually energy, Snecko Eye can help. But a card like Offering or Seeing Red or Bloodletting can also help you get there. But once you've got Barricade down, though, what you want is the ability to generate a large amount of block, usually all at once, so that you can keep it. A lot of times, Entrench is seen as kind of like the Barricade card. And Entrench, which doubles your block, really is probably one of the best cards with Barricade to find. However, Entrench alone doesn't make a Barricade deck successful, because you can't double block that you don't have. So the most important thing for making a Barricade deck work is getting the block in the first place. The primo card for this is Impervious, gain 30 block for 0 cost. But Ghostly Armor and Power Through are also really big block numbers that will help you get the retain going. Another less commonly seen option, Panic Button, gives you 30 block up front, prevents you from gaining block for the next turn, but with the Barricade in play, you're allowed to keep the 30 block that you got. Of course, any powers that give you more block are also pretty helpful. However, alongside that, you're going to want to have a couple of things. You'll need some area damage cards in order to deal with multi-enemy fights. You can't just outblock, for example, the Gremlin Leader or the Reptomancer. You're going to need to deal some area damage. So a card like Whirlwind or Immolate, or even just a Cleave with some strength can really go a long way. Heck, even Combust can do well. Although I don't recommend playing Combust if you're going to be stuck in a fight for a long time with Barricade. And you may want to have some Exhaust or card draw, Burning Pact or a True Grit to help get rid of unwanted cards. But yeah, by and large, the most important thing for a Barricade deck to have is immediate upfront block options, so that you can create some block that you can then retain. From there, you can add support like the Entrench, like card draw. And like I said, you need to be able to deal with enemies too, so it's not just block that goes into a deck. Usually I think of a deck as 2 separate halves, the damage half and the block half. And they can interact with and support one another, but they don't have to. Renton Lad says, how much do I value attack spam strategy with the Ironclad? Anger is pretty good for allowing that. Usually it's pretty hard to play more than a couple of attacks per turn as Clad. Like the Shuriken, for example, surprisingly difficult to activate on the Ironclad. But with 0 cost attacks, it becomes a lot more enabler. Not a lot easier to get going, excuse me. Alright, and the last one I think I'll answer before we actually start our video today. We're almost at the hour mark, and I've barely gotten started. Vigilax asks, when should you add cards that deal damage to your own health? The self-harm cards, like Bloodletting, like Blood Chemokinesis, and like Combust or Brutality. With Chemokinesis and Combust especially, I encourage you to see them as saving you health rather than costing you health. The damage provided by both Combust and Chemokinesis is very, very powerful for the energy cost of those cards. And so they allow you to end fights decisively and quickly in your favor. So both of these are really good in the early game, especially when their large base damage is going to help you end a fight a turn or 2 quicker, and therefore save more health than you pay for them. Another time to consider self-damage cards is if you have access to more healing than usual. The Ironclad's base 6 per turn from the Burning Blood is nice, but if you've also got, let's say, an Eternal Feather or a Meat on the Bone, then adding self-damage suddenly becomes a lot more appealing, because you can just heal tons and tons per fight. No matter what, if your deck is doing damage to yourself, you definitely want to be able to end the fights as quickly as possible. Your goal has to be to win the fight before you do too much damage to yourself. Am I going to pick Clash playing on A5? Well, we'll see. We're going to be offered a bunch of cards. I don't know what we're going to see necessarily. Milk Jug, thanks for 15 months of support. Robsor says, woe is me the time I picked Combust against Guardian. Yeah, oof. The Guardian fight usually goes about 20 turns. So Combust is pretty pricey in that fight. That's right, Steve Allen. We're going to do a 1 Ascension 5 run to teach, and we're going to get started here. I think I've yammered on with Twitch chat long enough. Said hello. Thank to the many, many, many supporters that have given me money, even though I haven't actually played any video games yet. Speaking of Garhawk, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. So, as we get into our Ironclad tutorial run here, I am going to be focusing mostly on the run and kind of explaining how to Ironclad, fundamentally. So I won't be interacting with chat as much. I'm going to anyone who subscribes or donates during the video here, I'll wait until the end to thank everybody. CSNC asks, why Ascension 5? I'll actually address that at the start of the YouTube vid. Great question, though. Pinball Doctor, thanks for 6 months of support. Let me just set to A5. Okay. And LoveTap 69, 69, 69. Thanks for the 9 months of support. Baby boy. We've already got a Watcher Explain, which I think serves pretty well, but I do want to do... Wait, did I spell that wrong, or is the bot down? What happens? Was it Watcher Guide? That's the one. Watcher Guide. I've already got a guide-style video for Watcher. I do want to do one for Silent and Defect, though. Okay. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here, and today I want to talk about the Ironclad. Specifically, today I'm going to be teaching you how to defeat the Corrupt Heart, the final boss of Slay the Spire, with the Ironclad here. I'll be doing this by playing a run through here on Ascension 5. This is an early stage in the Ascension climb. Devs have stated a couple times that the game's balanced around Ascension 4 specifically. This is when all the enemies in the Spire do their full damage. With one added penalty that we heal a little bit less after boss battles. This video is intended to show you tips, tricks, and strategies that you can use to take your Ironclad runs all the way to a successful heart win on the early Ascension levels of the game. If you're looking for tips on how to defeat the Corrupt Heart on Ascension 20, I highly recommend the live stream. You can see a link below the video here, where we attempt to defeat the Heart on Ascension 20 almost every day. But here we're playing some Ironclad on Ascension 5, and here's how you can win with the Clad. I'll be doing this as a run with no starting boon. Normally on a run of Slay the Spire, if you reach the Act 1 boss of your previous run, you'll get 4 blessings here. But if you fail to get that far, then you'll get only these 2 starting bonuses. And I'll just probably take a max health bonus for this run. That'll give us a huge amount of health to work with. As the Ironclad, you are the kind of beefiest character in Slay the Spire. A base max health of 80, as well as a Burning Blood that heals you 6 at the end of combats, means that this character is built to take a hit or 2 from most enemies while dishing out the damage himself. And the Ironclad's starting deck supports that. The Ironclad has 6 attack cards and 4 blocks in the starting deck, meaning the Ironclad leans attack heavy. And the characters that you can find on this character, the cards that you can find on this character only kind of push you in that direction even more so. Lots and lots of attacks in the Ironclad's card pool. If you're looking to defeat the heart at the end of Act 4, then you must do two things. You must, one, first and foremost, win a regular run of Slay the Spire. You have to get to the end of Act 3 and win. And that alone is quite a challenge. But in addition to that, we need to pick up 3 keys that go into the slots in the top left here. A green key is obtained from fighting an elite with a burning flame symbol on the map. A blue key is obtained from skipping a relic in a chest. And a red key is obtained from skipping an action at a rest site. We'll have to do one of each of these during this run in order to get to Act 4. Knowing when to do each of these can be a bit challenging. The extra difficult elite can prove quite nasty. Missing out on an upgrade or a heal from a rest site can be a problem. And skipping a relic can also put you behind on a run. Generally speaking, in a run of Slay the Spire, especially a run that's trying to go to the heart, your goal in each act is to improve your character, improve your deck of cards, improve the relics that you have in order to achieve something that's more powerful than what you have. If you can gain more strength than the enemies will, you'll stay ahead of the power curve of the game and be able to reap the rewards. So, here in Act 1, we have no relics, and just a starting deck of strikes and defends. This won't get us very far. Looking ahead, the first thing you should do at the start of your Ironclad run is take a look at your Act 1 boss. There's 3 possibilities for this. The Slime boss is a big blob. That's an enemy that's going to split multiple times and will require area damage. There's the Guardian, an angular-looking fellow that isn't this. He's going to test our ability to block consistently. But the one that we're facing right here, this gem with 6 flames around it, is Hexaghost. Hexaghost is a damage race of sorts. We'll have to do about 250 damage in 9 turns to get past the Act 1 boss. So one of the big things that we need to keep in mind as we go through our Act 1 here is how do the cards before us allow us to do more damage than what we have initially. And there's a couple ways to improve the damage of our deck. So one of the first and most important decisions you make in your run of Slay the Spire is which node do I start on? I'm using a mod called Map Marks here, which will allow me to mark the map. I'm going to mark our intended path in green to show us where we're going. If your run is looking to defeat the heart, then you really want to try to accumulate many relics in particular. Each elite that we can defeat will drop not only a relic, but also higher rarity cards and 30 gold, compared to regular enemies, which drop about 15 and give lower rarity cards. Ironclad's high starting health means he can easily tank a couple of elites early on, so I recommend a path like this that hits these 3 elites. And we can get there a couple of different ways. Going to a shop with low starting money is usually not recommended, so I think we'll avoid going to a store with 99 gold. But it would be not unreasonable to hit one of these stores before you head along this path. If you were looking to feel more dangerous, you could go for the Burning Elite early. Fighting a first elite with no upgrades at a rest site is doable with this character, but not recommended, as you could lose a lot of health to that first elite. So I don't recommend going along this red path. I think this green path is going to serve us much, much better overall. Right at the start of Act 1, another thing that I want to note is the distinction between the types of enemy combats. In Act 1, your first 3 combats, your first 3 enemy nodes, will contain easy to defeat non-threatening enemies that are pretty easy to trounce with the starting deck. Your 4th and subsequent enemy encounter, whether that be from a node on the map that's marked as an enemy or from an unknown space that turns out to contain an enemy. This comes from then the hard pool of encounters, which are more difficult, more numerous enemies that are a bit more of a challenge. You'll want to pick up some cards in your first 3 combats to help you prepare for the so-called hard pool. I do not recommend visiting too many unknown nodes at the start. In order to get your run started, you really need to improve on the starter deck, and that means getting card rewards. You do not get card rewards from unknown rooms. and nor do you get potions. And so I think, generally speaking, my rule of thumb is that if you still benefit largely from card rewards, or if you have empty potion slots, then it's better to go for a combat than for an event, usually. So, I'm just going to take 8 max health to start here. We'll show what the chonky Ironclad can do in the starting combats. We get our classic opponent here, the Jawworm. My usual rule of thumb for playing the starting combats is that it's worth using your defends to block incoming damage, so long as you block for the full 5. If I had a third defend here, for example, I wouldn't play 3 defends. I would play 2 defends and 1 strike, which is what I'm still going to do with this hand. Every combat in Slay the Spire ultimately has to end with your opponent being dead, reduced to 0 health. So the way to progress every combat is to deal damage. Most enemies in Slay the Spire will get stronger over time. So this damage-first approach, where you force an end to the confrontations, is really going to help out a lot. And also note that as Ironclad, we do heal 6 at the end of each combat. So as long as we take less than 6 damage during the fights, we'll be okay here. And here's a good moment to point out a broad general tip in Slay the Spire. At each turn, consider the deck of cards that you have. We draw 5 cards every turn, and we're allowed to look at the contents of the draw pile and the discard pile. We know that this is our hand next turn. We draw exactly these 5 cards. And we'd like to, if possible... Let's see, this enemy has 29 health. We're not going to be able to kill no matter what next turn, huh? That's unfortunate. We're going to have to hope we're not being attacked. But yeah, we can do a maximum of 18 damage. I can't bring this enemy below 18 health no matter what I do. But I think I will play this 1 strike and defend twice. As long as we can win without taking any further damage, and it looks like we're okay here. We can bash strike this turn, and we should be able to kill with 2 strikes next turn. Yeah, not too bad. And then most of your starting fights as Ironclad should look like that. You block for some of, but not all of the incoming damage, while playing your attack cards, especially alongside your bash if you can, and then use the Burning Blood to heal back what you missed. Love this early card reward. 2 pretty functional Ironclad common attacks, and then 1 more esoteric card. A card like Burning Pact is one of the cards I would advise staying away from in your first few card rewards. What you're looking for in your very first couple of cards are cards that have bigger numbers on them than the strikes and defense. You want to be able to block for more than 5 or attack for more than 6. A card like Burning Pact lets us delete a specific card and then draw more cards. The purpose of the exhaust mechanic on Ironclad is to allow you to essentially get rid of the worst cards in the deck so that you can draw your best cards over and over again. This works really well if you've got a couple good upgraded cards to draw and play. Perfected Strike is a pretty functional early game card, gets better with more copies of it. And Cleave is a way to hit all enemies. I really do advise picking up an early damage card, generally speaking. I think that can be quite useful. An early area damage card, one that can hit multiple enemies. And Cleave is one of the fundamentals on the Ironclad. Cleave, especially with an upgrade, can hit reasonably well. And there's plenty of ways to make this work a lot better. So I like this as an answer to those hard pool encounters we talked about. The more difficult enemies later in Act 1. And this will also probably help us out in the elite fights. Slay the Spire is by and large a game of answering the problem immediately in front of you. So as you look at the cards in your first couple of combat rewards, the big questions to keep in your mind are, how do these cards help me answer the immediate problems in front of me? And how do these answer the boss of the acts? So Cleave is slightly better than a Strike in terms of dealing with Hexaghost, but will help immensely against any multi-enemy encounter we meet up to then. I think you could get away with either Perfected Strike or Cleave. My recommendation is not take Burning Pact here. We also got our first potion, a Thorns Potion, which can return damage to enemies. Usually when I get a potion, there's kind of two ways that you can use potions in Slay the Spire. You have two main options. Option one is as a panic option. If something bad is happening to you in a turn of combat, and the effect of the potion can negate that for you, then a potion can be a great answer to that situation. But the other use for potions, the more important use in my mind, is as a specific aid to certain combats. Thorns does a lot of damage to any enemy that attacks multiple times. And that includes, at least as far as enemies that we can see, that includes our Act Boss here, Hexaghost. So we can set sort of an intention in our mind right now here on floor 2. I want to use this liquid bronze to help me get through our Act 1 boss. And I think that, and if we then keep that intention in mind, we can get a lot done here. Already we're seeing some usefulness of Cleave. We've got 2 enemies, so this deals 8 to both of them. Total of 16. Very efficient. Might as well finish off this Spike Slime and then weaken the Acid Slime, so we take no damage there. We've been weakened, so our hand is not enough to kill this thing. We do want to block some of the damage. Again, as long as we take less than 6 damage, we'll leave the fight at full health. So I think I'm going to bash and defend here, although you could reasonably strike twice as well. Probably a pretty similar outcome there. Get through another fight at full health. Another Cleave, a Pommel Strike, and a Rupture. I really like Pommel Strike as an early game common for Clad. Does great damage, and the effect of draw 1 card is very, very valuable in general in a deck builder. Especially as you get fewer starter cards and more upgraded cards. Pommel Strike is really excellent. Rupture can be an interesting way to gain strength. Strength is one of the main ways to scale for the later game on the Ironclad. For the first act and a half, through Act 1 to the middle to end of Act 2, most enemies don't have more than 100 to 150 health, so you can get through those combats by simply playing attack cards repeatedly or using a few damaging effects. But as we get into the later game, we'll face enemies with 300 or more health, with not as many turns to do that damage as would be necessary. So the further you get into a run of Slay the Spire, the more you need what we tend to call in the community scaling, a way to improve the numeric effects of your cards on later turns of the fight, or just improve the numeric effects of your cards in general so that you can output the huge amounts of block and damage required for the late game. Here at the start, we can deal 18 damage or we can block for 15. By the end of this run, we're going to need to be able to deal 100 damage and block for 50. So we've got a long way to go. Very happy with the Pommel Strike here. I'm going to pick this Pommel Strike. Currently we have nothing that damages ourselves for Rupture, but there are some interesting cards that go with Rupture. And we get our first event, which is a pretty good one, the Living Wall. You'll see this one a lot. A very common event in Act 1. Gives you a remove, a transform, or an upgrade. My usual advice for this event is remove a card if you're confident that you're going to beat your Act Boss or the immediate challenges. Upgrade a card if you've got an immediate elite that you want to slay, or other challenges you need to get through. And transform a card if neither of those things are true. So I think you could very reasonably transform a strike. That can turn into pretty much anything from the Ironclad character. So this could work out really well or really bad. I think I'm going to go with the more guaranteed outcome here. Let's just actually take an upgrade. If we upgrade our Cleave to do more damage to all enemies, and then also upgrade our Bash, a very reasonable early upgrade for this character for one more turn of Vulnerable, then we should be able to trounce the first few elite fights and get our relic count going. So I'm just going to improve our damage. Actually, one of the best ways to improve your damage in the early game, let's do the Cleave first, is with card upgrades. Simply improving the base value of the cards that you have is some of the best early scaling that Ironclad or any character can get access to. Somewhat of a lousy turn 1. We're being attacked by 2 high-rolled lice here, 16 damage. I can bash and cleave to kill 1, or we can cleave and defend twice. Block 10, take 6. Burning Blood would heal the rest, so I think that's what we do. Just cleave, defend, defend. Seems fine to me. Strike him, strike him. And we're offered our first power of the run. Powers can be very, very... powers are a special type of card in Slay the Spire. When you play a power, it doesn't go to your discard like a normal card, instead attaching to your character and providing effects, usually every turn for the whole rest of the combat. Ironclad has a whole bunch of different powers, and powers in general are one of the ways to achieve what I call scaling in Slay the Spire. You want a few powers in your deck. Powers actually are one of the best ways to answer Slay the Spire's late game, is by putting many, many powers in play. The heart in particular can be addressed quite well with lots and lots of power cards. But taking too many powers too early in a run of Slay the Spire can backfire. You don't want to be drawing a hand full of power cards, because usually power cards have either no or very little immediate effect. Metallicize does have an immediate effect. You do get 3 block the turn you play it, and actually makes it pretty good here. I would strongly consider a Metallicize in this position. I also like Thunderclap quite a lot, because it deals damage to all, applies vulnerable to all enemies, and that can make this cleave do more damage. Vulnerable is on a lot of Ironclad cards, makes enemies take 50% more attack damage, and a combination of Vulnerable and something like Strength can be a way to make your Ironclad deck do tons and tons of damage. I think I'm actually going to pick up this early Metallicize, get the first of our sort of long-term block plan going. And we'll stride into one more event, the Golden Idol. Here you will come across a Golden Idol. This Golden Idol will give you bonus money for the rest of the run if you take it, but you must accept a downside. You trigger a trap. Your choice of a curse, damage to your face, or losing max health. Currently, we have tons and tons of health to spare. I think we're going to be able to get away with taking the 22 damage here and not losing any maximum health. But if we wanted to lose less current health, we could lose the 7 max HP. Usually on higher ascensions, this is what you'll see me choose, is lose 7 max health. Here, I think we should take 22, keep our 88 max health, go down to 66, which still should be plenty of health to get through the first few elites. There are many, many events in Act 1 that will damage you, the player, in order to get some rewards. I do recommend avoiding them early in the act, partially for that reason. You don't want to be trading all of your health away right away before you actually become strong. All right, the next upgrade here will be Bash. We'll upgrade that to be 2 more immediate damage, which matters only a little, but it's the extra turn of Vulnerable that is very important. Consider that as a 2-cost attack, when you play Bash, you can really only play 1 more attack on the turn you played it. So it's mostly the turn after you play Bash where you can do the bonus damage. Upgrading the Bash means you have 2 turns of useful Vulnerable rather than 1. And that could be a really nice starter upgrade for the Clad. Other upgrades that are pretty good here, the Pommel Strike deals 1 more damage and draws 1 more card. That extra card draw, very, very good for later on. And I think upgrading Metallicize for 1 more block per turn is pretty good. Usually, I don't recommend improving your defense or strikes. As my rule of thumb, usually when I'm looking at upgrades and considering what card to upgrade, I consider the raw total numerical value of the upgrade. Don't look at percentage, for example. Strike going from 6 to 9 is a 50% increase, but that's not as relevant as the fact that it's just plus 3. Our first enemy ends up being the Sentries. There are 3 different elites that you can fight each act. You won't be fighting the same elite ever twice in a row, but you can fight the same elite multiple times in 1 act. This is a fight where we're very happy to have upgraded Cleave, hitting each of these for 11. We're also pretty happy to have Metallicize, giving us block every turn. I think I want to Metallicize, Cleave, and then maybe Pommel Strike does the most damage. In this fight in particular, you want to kill 1 of the 3 sentries as quick as possible. I usually recommend going for the one with the lowest health, which is this guy in the back here. So that's the one I'm going to target here. We're going to Pommel Strike that one, bring it to 18, so that we can kill it with 3 strikes potentially next turn, and put our Metallicize in play to get 3 block. It's pretty expected that you take some damage. Hey, we do get the kill here quite cleanly. Strike this nerd 3 times. Very expected that you take some damage in your first elite fight, especially as Ironclad. Again, that's what the Burning Blood is for. Let's see, 11 plus 10. Cannot kill this sentry. But we're definitely hitting them both. I think what we want to do in this position is strike the front one. We have 12 cards in the draw pile. Any 2 damage cards would kill it. So, picking 5 from 12. Decent chance of a kill there. You could do some math to determine the exact odds that you kill this one on this turn. But we've managed to get there. Okay, so this fight went pretty cleanly. We managed to kill the sentries dead. We're rewarded with lots of money from the Golden Idol, as well as a Gremlin Horn. Remembering that elites drop more money than regular enemies, and with a 25% more from Golden Idol, we're getting a double bonus there. This Gremlin Horn relic will make any fight with multiple enemies easier to handle from here on out. I really like the Gremlin Horn in Act 2, especially. We're offered our first rare card of the run, Exhume, which gets us back an exhausted card. We're also offered a Pommel Strike, number 2, or a Dual Wield, which can allow us to make copies of an attack or power card. It's kind of interesting. Dual Wielding Cleave or Dual Wielding Metallicize can be rather interesting. Pretty happy with the second Pommel Strike. Dual Wield is a fairly energy-hungry card. You want to be able to play the copies that you create. And with here only 3 base energy per turn at the start of the run, it's kind of difficult to afford Dual Wield. But it could be a card that becomes useful later on, especially if we upgrade the Dual Wield. I think I'm just going to pick more attacks here. We still need to be able to do more damage to Hexaghost, even with the Liquid Bronze. We're not there yet. So I'll take another Pommel Strike for more direct damage and to draw. And I think I am going to upgrade our Metallicize for a little bit more block per turn before we start upgrading these Pommel Strikes. Our first mid-act chest. These chests are the ones that contain the Sapphire Key. We'll need to take this in lieu of one of the relics that were offered this run. The Bottled Flame is a pretty good candidate for taking the Sapphire Key over. Bottled Flame lets us choose one of our attacks to always be in our opening hand. Bottling Bash Plus is actually not bad, admittedly. Getting vulnerable down on turn 1 of every fight is reasonable, but could come to bite us later in the run. Usually, in this situation, I would take the Sapphire Key so that I can get better relics later, but there is some consideration for what helps right now, and having guaranteed turn 1 bash is good against our remaining elites and against the boss. So, this is worth thinking about to bottle bash. You know what, let's do it. Let's see how it goes. Guaranteed turn 1 vulnerable is pretty decent here. So our second elite is the Lagavulin. This egg enemy sleeps for up to 3 turns. We're just going to wake them up by bashing them in the face, though. With that upgraded bash, we put it into our opening hand for a reason. Unfortunately, the Pommel Strike draws the Metallicize, which I would have hoped to play for this first set of attacks from this enemy, but oh well. So, huge attacks from this enemy. We're not going to be able to block for all of this, no matter what. And ultimately, this fight is a damage race. The Lagavulin will debuff our strength and dexterity, our stats, on our character every few turns. So we want to make sure that we can put a decisive end to this fight pretty quickly here. I think that means I probably want a Pommel Strike over Cleaving. Over Defending, rather. Play Pommel Strike, Cleave, 1 defend this turn, rather than 2 defends. Oh, there's Metallicize. Okay, we'll play the Metallicize over Defend. Still Cleave here. And then on this turn, we can bash Pommel Strike. And I think we can deal enough damage to kill next turn. Gonna be close here. Just barely with 3 strikes. Spicy. So we get 26 gold and the Matryoshka relic. This says our next 2 non-boss chests contain 2 relics each. Kind of exciting news. More relics is going to be more better later on. We're offered a 3rd Pommel Strike. There's also an Anger, a zero-cost self-duplicating card. I really like Anger on the Ironclad, especially if you've got lots of card draw. Anger can be a really good early common attack. Its self-duplicating nature also makes it really helpful in fights where the enemy adds unwanted status cards to your deck, like our upcoming Act boss, the Hexaghost. So I think for those two reasons, I'm going to pick Anger here. Notably, this Perfected Strike is also quite good, because we now have 7 cards labeled Strike in the deck, which means this does quite a lot of damage. It's also worth considering here. Usually speaking, I prefer Anger over Perfected Strike for a Heart run, or for any longer run. I'm going to let that instinct guide me here. But I think you could reasonably take either of those cards. The Twin Mushrooms. Here's a fight for Gremlin Horn. Let's show them what for Gremlin Horn. Hiya. And then we can go Pummel Strike, Anger. Look at that. Turn 1 kill. And that's kind of the place you want your deck to be going. Now that we have a couple of added cards, now that we have a couple of upgraded cards, the deck is performing much better than Strikes and Defends. My rule of thumb is about 5 added cards in an act. Once you've hit 5 added cards in Act 1, it's pretty difficult to benefit from additional cards. However, we're offered some premium ones here. Option A, Shockwave. Applies weak and vulnerable to all enemies. This can be some nice lengthy debuffs to your opponent. True Grit could be part of a longer-term block plan, allowing us to exhaust cards strategically. But against any run that's going to the heart specifically, I do highly recommend the first copy of Disarm. Disarm is permanent strength reduction, which will not only help against our Hexaghost, but this is thinking in the much, much longer term. Disarm will help us against the heart. I'd say when you're doing a heart run, you probably want to keep your decision-making about 80% or 90% for what's right in front of you, and then 10 or 20%, like, is this going to be useful much, much, much later on against Act 4? And Disarm is definitely a card that has both immediate and long-term utility, which makes me really like it in this position. Strongly recommend the first Disarm you see on any Ironclad run that's going to the heart. So we'll pick this one up. One-time strength reduction, good stuff. Let's see, we do have an empty potion slot, which makes combats still pretty decent here. But now that we've got enough added cards to the deck, it's a bit less desirable to take fights now. So I think we should take an event over a combat here and see what this is. This could be a shop, it could be a chest. In this case, it's a serpent offering us money in exchange for a curse. You're offered curses a few times in a run of Slay the Spire. I usually do not recommend taking curses unless you can either block the curse immediately with the Omamori Relic. Quick little tip here. Every time you're offered a curse, take a quick look at your relic bar and see if there's a red tag that blocks curses, the Omamori. We don't have that, nor do we have a shop where we could spend this money. So this would mean taking a curse, which will make us worse in combat. So that's something to think about. Anytime you have a curse in your deck, you're going to be taking more damage during fights. So view this as a constant negative resource that's being applied to your run. In that case, I think we should disagree with the Serpent. Don't take his stinky deal. And we'll proceed into the next fight here. Red Slaver. Pretty low health. Won't take long for us to kill this man, but at the same time, does a lot of damage up front. I think this is a bash defend turn. Could do bash cleave, all-out offense here, and sometimes that is the right play with the Ironclad. Let's see, 36 health. We can reasonably do 27. I guess if I drew 3 strikes and Anger, we could kill. But if I bring him down to 20, we're almost guaranteed to kill next turn. So the question is, how much damage would I take next turn? I think the answer is not very much. So we'll block here. Actually, what I should have done was disarm this turn, rather than playing all 3 attacks. Either way, we blocked 5 last turn. We take 5 this turn. I think it came out the same either way, whether we played Cleave or not turn 1 in this fight. Headbutt's an early favorite of mine. Headbutt lets just put a particular card back on top of the deck. I really like Headbutt for allowing us to set up useful combos later in the run. It's kind of I consider this a glue card on Ironclad. Twin Strike and Clash deal appreciable damage. I mean, these are all damage cards, and realistically, we don't need any more once we've added about 4. As long as you can draw 3 damage cards to spend your energy on, there's not much use to having more of it. But I do think I like Headbutt here. Putting a card back on top, especially when I can immediately redraw that card with the 2 Pommel Strikes, becomes quite useful. Alright, one more Elite this act. We're getting kind of low on health. But bear in mind that this blood potion can heal us for 20%. We end up fighting the sentries a second time, and I'd say that's probably a good thing here. Now that we got the Gremlin Horn from beating them the first time, we'll gain card draws and energy as they die this time. Let's use Anger to make a new copy of itself, again targeting the back one here with the least health. They've just randomly rolled that way both times. And rather than playing the Bash for a mere 10 damage, this artifact effect on the enemies will block the vulnerable, so the Bash won't do much there. Let's play 2 blocks instead. And our goal this turn is to kill this sentry, which we can do with the cards in our hand. That way we'll draw a card and gain an energy back with the Gremlin Horn. Then I can play either Metallicize or Defend, or if I draw it, Cleave. Okay, let's do Metallicize. So we take 6 on this turn. This turn we can Cleave, Strike, Defend, take 1 more. Definitely want to play the Cleave here, for surezies. Again, Disarm gets blocked by the Artifact charge, just like the Vulnerable did. And I think we should focus on the one with lower health here. We can play all of this. This deals 21 plus 6, 27 damage. So I can kill this one, but not this one. Nothing to Headbutt. Let's try to draw a block card then. Could also put Anger on the top of the deck and draw into it, but I want the chance that that's a block card. It's not. Go relatively low on health here. Taking damage is a part of playing Slay the Spire, especially playing Ironclad. If you get low on health, try not to get discouraged, because there's always a way out of the current situation. Very intriguing set of card rewards here. These are all amongst the more esoteric of Ironclad's cards. Not usually ones I recommend early, although I do think Reckless Charge as a zero-cost attack has some utility. But Havoc randomly playing the top card of your deck is a bit weird for 1 energy. Combust would cost us health. I don't think we have any of that to give. Mostly I think this would play Havoc with our deck. We did get a Fruit Juice for 5 max health. We're not going to drink that quite yet. We'll want to get through the Hexaghost fight first, as we could get a boss relic that doubles the effectiveness of this, but I wouldn't blame you for drinking that Fruit Juice for the 5 max HP right away. Instead, we're going to go into the Hexaghost fight with this deck of cards. We never saw any strength that would improve our damage. One of the major ways to scale Ironclad is with the strength stat, and against Hexaghost I do highly recommend it, but sometimes you'll just never get offered strength early as Clad, and that's okay. In this case, what's going to carry us through the fight is our upgraded Bash for more vulnerable turns, the upgraded base damage of the Cleave, and this Liquid Bronze, which we deliberately said when we picked it on floor 2 would help us against our boss. That's actually going to be quite crucial here. I think we'll skip all the rest. If we felt like we needed even more damage, I could arguably take and then upgrade the Combust, but that's going to require a lot of health to make work. This particular boss has an attack that is based on your current health at the start of the fight, so Hexaghost as a boss is often recommended to be fought at a lower health here. We've got health potions that we can use if we get into a pickle. So in this situation, I strongly recommend that we upgrade a card over resting. If we're fighting either of the other Act 1 bosses, we'd probably want to rest here for more health to defeat our boss. But in this case, we get to upgrade, and I think upgrading Disarm to further reduce Hexaghost's damage is a good idea. Between the upgraded Disarm and the upgraded Metallicize, we should have a lot of passive block against this enemy. Let's So that's going to be my choice there. We are, like I said, going to Liquid Bronze turn 1. And I'm also going to play the Disarm on turn 1. That should cause us to actually take 0 damage next turn. A little bit of a shame that we drew all of the damage cards turn 1 here. I'd like to be able to play these with the Vulnerable of the Bash, but we have to play the Disarm. So we'll just go Bash and Anger. We definitely want to play Anger every time we draw it to get more attacks into the deck. Against this pathetic multi-hit, all we get to do is damage. Just Pommel Strike twice, draw closer to that Metallicize. Next turn, we Metallicize and 2 strikes. And we're kind of off to the races here. Again, the goal is to kill this boss before all of their flames ignite again. After that ×6 attack on turn 2, each of these flames will light up one by one with each turn that passes. And when all flames are relit, that's when things get troublesome for the player. So you want to do as much damage as you can, as quickly as you can, or else. So here, for example, we can either defend, take 2 damage, or rather, we can strike, deal 6, take 2, or we can defend to full block. I think we should take the 2 damage to deal the 6, because this fight is really all about making sure we deal as much damage as we can. Shame to draw the Angers before the Bash, but this looks fine. We'll go Anger, Anger, Cleave. Next turn, we're not being attacked, so we can draw a Bash next turn. Let's put an Anger back on top. Just keep playing these free attack cards. Play all the damage there. Perfect. Bash. Anger. And Pommel Strike. Pommel Strike draws a burn, but our Metallicize blocks it, no problem. Alright, we're running out of time. Do want the Vulnerable to keep going, so I think we play Bash this turn and defend once. Take 1 damage. Strikes won't deal any damage, because Hexaghost has block. So let's do this. Take 1 more. Again, we can use the health potion if we need to. And we should be able to kill here with our attacks. Perfect. Kind of cleanly killing Hexaghost just in time. And that's, again, the upgraded Bash plus an upgraded attack, and again, the Bronze Scales all kind of combining to be just enough damage there. Now we're offered some rare cards. From Ironclad, you always get offered 3 rares after beating a boss, and the rares that you pick can really shape your run. Got some very interesting ones here. Barricade. This can be a card around which you build a deck. Barricade means our block won't be removed at the start of each turn. We can accumulate it from turn to turn. That works best with decks that can get a lot of block up front. Currently, this deck is a bit short on block, although we can get a small amount of block many times. If you wanted immediate block, Impervious goes a long way. 30 block for 2 energy. What I like about Impervious is that this card is numerically valued just high enough to almost perfectly block everything in Act 2. So this card is very good in Act 2 specifically. Lastly, but not leastly, Juggernaut here. Every time we gain block, deal damage to a random enemy. Juggernaut's a bit expensive as far as damaging powers go, but it can be quite powerful. Juggernaut is best in decks that can deal a small amount of, can generate a small amount of block multiple times, and a Metallicize in this deck does help make Juggernaut a lot better. So I think this is actually a somewhat takeable Juggernaut, although I'd probably rate the Impervious as the best, Juggernaut is the second best, and then Barricade is kind of a distant third here. Barricade not doing a whole lot for this deck right now, although this could be a part of our heart plan later. I'm cool with either Impervious or Juggernaut. Currently, this deck is struggling to figure out how to do more damage in the long term. And Juggernaut would help a lot with the more damage part of this. But Impervious would be a very good block source. Would Skip be better than Barricade currently? Probably, at least in terms of getting through the fights of Act 2. I think by the time we reach the Act 2 boss, the Barricade would be pretty good. I think we should take a Juggernaut from here, honestly. This deck already wants to put more block into it. And if we can turn that block into damage, I think this will be pretty good. So let's take a Juggernaut. I actually think Juggernaut can be a very useful power against Heart, too. Well, this is an interesting set of choices. Going into Act 2, you'll have a choice of 3 boss relics. Some of these boss relics give you energy per turn in exchange for a downside. In this case, Ectoplasm is the energy relic that we're offered. We can no longer gain gold, which is a pretty hefty downside. Not something that I particularly strongly recommend here. Especially because we're getting bonus gold from the Golden Idol. If we were to take Ectoplasm, 4 energy per turn is definitely going to help the deck slap pretty hard in terms of Act 2, but we'll fall behind in the long term. Tiny House gives us just kind of a bunch of stuff. A potion, 50 gold, 5 max health, 1 card pick, and 1 upgrade. That's fine. All of these help a little bit, but none of them individually do a whole lot. For the last option, Black Blood turns our Burning Blood into a heal 12 every fight, which is pretty juicy. That'll help us continue to take hits while dishing them out and continue to stay healthy throughout the act. The idea with Black Blood is that you just heal your way through whatever act that you're in and then arrive at the boss with a lot of health to face them. I think Black Blood's pretty good here, actually. I think I would take Black Blood over Ectoplasm, although I wouldn't blame anybody who wanted that 4th energy. I think, especially in a Heart run, you can get more use out of the money. Tiny House is not bad, though. I think this could be quite useful, but let's make it a true Ironclad run and take the heal 12 each fight. All right, here in Act 2, we have to again think about the path that we want to take. First thing to look at, as before, is the Act boss. This is the Collector, a boss that summons multiple minions. This is where the Gremlin Horn is going to come in quite handy, as well as applies major debuffs to us. So if we can find any way to avoid or mitigate debuffs, weak, vulnerable, and frail, that could help quite a bit, as well as more sources of area damage. We'd also like to continue to accumulate money and relics by beating elites. Maybe consider going for the Burning Elite this act. And another thing that we should probably do is hit a store and spend some money. Once you have about 300 gold, shops become pretty good in Slay the Spire because you can buy anything in a shop with about 300 bucks. So I think we should start by taking a couple fights and then visiting this store. From there, we can consider fighting many more elites, and I do think we're pretty well equipped against the elites of the act. So I'd like to head over and kill these elites or something like that. We could even maybe consider going again for the Burning Elite. We'll talk about that when we finish beating this one, how strong we are. So I'm going to mark the Burning Elite in red. If we can seize the opportunity to kill it, we probably should. But otherwise, it might be better safely left for next act. So, the Act 2 boss, generally speaking, in any run of Slay the Spire, is your first major test of scaling. Against the Act 2 boss, we're going to have to prove that we can not just do, 100 damage, but rather do 300 damage. That's about the health the Collector has, plus more to the minions. We're going to need to find either ways to get more energy or cards that are a lot more effective in order to try to make that happen. So let's start into our first fight here in Act 2. Act 2 encounters are a lot tougher than what you've faced previously. Generally speaking, a good rule of thumb for these fights is 100 damage across 3 turns. If you can, with your deck, deal 100 damage in 3 turns, then you can easily beat most of the enemies in Act 2. Currently, this deck cannot do that. We just don't have enough energy. I'll play my attacks here. Skip the disarm. What is this? Cleave, defend, defend. This enemy is about to make us frail, and then we'll take a pretty nasty hit next turn, unless we can deal another 63 damage, which seems pretty impossible, right? We can do Cleave, Strike, Strike for 23, bringing it to 40. There's no way for me to do 40 damage next turn, so we always have to take a hit. And maybe that involves using our Speed Potion. We'll see. But ultimately, that's what the Black Blood is for. We have to take some hits from our opponents in order to come ahead in the fight. I think what we should do is try to kill this thing by the end of next turn. 52 damage over 2 turns. We're guaranteed 18 Let's assume I can do 24 next turn. Well, that won't be enough. Well, let's headbutt an anger and see where we end up. Think we'll be able to kill. Definitely want to play the Metallicize. And then, do we block or strike? I think we strike. Oh, we should probably drink this fruit juice sometime soon as well. Okay, there's no way that this kills, right? Unfortunately not. We're just a bit shy here. Do I strike again or defend? This enemy's about to gain 15 block. We'd like to kill it next turn. I think that means we strike. Note that we've lost a lot of health here. 11 plus 10, 21. This enemy has 22 health. Of course it does. Uh-oh. Are we one short of a kill here? I think we are. That's a bit of a bummer. I guess we play Juggernaut and defend then. Probably should have played Juggernaut earlier in this fight. Take another big hit here. Go down to 31 health. It hurts, but we're finally through the fight intact. That Black Blood healing us 12 is going to help. We're offered another upgraded Cleave. Now that we're in Act 2, it's possible for us to find upgraded cards. This is part of the reason I don't advocate adding too many cards in Act 1. Is because upgraded cards can start appearing later on. I think Cleave Plus is actually excellent here. There's a lot of multi-enemy fights in the Act, including our Act boss. And with the Gremlin Horn, we're going to appreciate the ability to kill more enemies. Flex Plus to give us temporary strength can also be helpful here. Flex is a bit of an unusual Ironclad card. Temporary strength is not quite the same thing as permanent strength, but there are ways to make it quite useful. I'm taking that Cleave because I think it's quite good. And we're going to end up in another difficult fight here. This is the Shelled Parasite, who will attack quite relentlessly. They have a large amount of block each turn with their plated armor. And this will turn into a difficult, prolonged situation. Fortunately, Disarm and Metallicize do a lot of work here. I think we'll hold on to this fruit juice a little bit longer. There might be a relic in the store that changes things for us. For now, we just want to block. Unfortunately, we can't... I don't think we should play Bash there on turn 1. We just want to focus on getting our powers and such in play here. The Disarm and the Metallicize especially. That should stop our health hemorrhaging. There's the Disarm. I could headbutt a defend here. Although I won't be able to play it, so there's no point. Just Pummel Strike. Anger. Headbutt. B. Defend, so that I can block next turn. Metallicize Juggernaut. Metallicize Defend will do. Fortunately, we just don't have the energy to easily get Juggernaut in play, which is definitely a challenge here. But you can see that with the reduced strength from the Disarm and the auto block from the Metallicize, we're doing okay, if not particularly good here. Alright, defend, cleave twice. Every time we hit this thing, the plated armor drops, so it'll get less and less block each turn, kind of allowing us to gradually wear it down, if not in dramatic fashion. You can definitely feel that this deck is struggling a little bit. We're not quite where we want to be, but we are doing okay for the time being. I'll drink this blood potion to pick up the dupe pot. No, we'll drink up the fruit juice to pick up the duplication potion. We're offered a True Grit, an Evolve, and a Carnage. I like adding a block card. Now that we've got Juggernaut, it's not an upgraded True Grit, but it is a block card. True Grit gives us block and exhausts a card at random, and I think this is going to be an essential part of how this deck progresses from here. One of the best ways that we can improve the Juggernaut power is with an Ironclad power called Feel No Pain, giving us block per card exhaust. We're always offered a power in a store, so there could have been a Feel No Pain here. Instead, there's a Metallicize. Oh, but there is something I really, really like here in this shop. Actually, there's quite a few things I really, really like here in this shop. So, shop layout is always the same. There are 2 attack cards from your character, 2 skill cards from your character, 1 power from your character, an uncommon colorless card, a rare colorless card, 3 relics, and 3 potions. Relics here are pretty useful. Centennial Puzzle gives us card draw the first time we lose health each fight. Thread and Needle, giving us 4 plated armor. That's 4 block each turn. And Frozen Eye lets us view the cards in the draw pile. I actually really like this Thread Needle. 4 plated armor is another source of block, which will make the Juggernaut deal more damage per turn. It's one of many, many relics that kind of interact with block effects. The actual block itself won't be that important, but it's pretty good. Second copy of Metallicize here won't actually help with the Juggernaut. Multiple copies of Metallicize will combine into one stack. So if we play the Metallicize Plus and the regular Metallicize, that'll be gain 7 block in one instance at the end of the turn. And then the Juggernaut will only do damage 1 time. Something else here that's very, very valuable, card removal. At shops, you can remove cards, and I strongly recommend getting rid of the starter cards, Strikes or Defends. Usually Strikes, especially with the Juggernaut here. We want to remove Strikes over Defends. But regardless, getting rid of some of your starter cards is absolutely essential, especially if you want your run to go the distance here. I am going to pick up this Thread Needle. Do we drink the Blood Potion, take a Fire Potion into these early elite fights? I think the answer is yes. Let's drink this Blood Potion now. We can drink a Blood Potion at any time, and we'll spend our last money on a Fire Potion here. If we want to be able to survive elite combats in the near future, a little bit of extra damage goes a long way, especially when that Fire Potion can activate Gremlin Horn and give us some energy. Our next opponent here is the Snecko. Snecko will confuse us, making our cards cost random amounts. That could be good or bad. There's no way to know for sure. But either way, we're going to have to put an end to this fight swiftly. Alright, we definitely want to lower this enemy's strength. And I'd like to keep my health intact here, if possible. Alright, Metallicize, show them what for. Now, getting 8 block per turn. And with Juggernaut, that'll deal damage at the end of the turn twice. You'd love to see it. No block other than that, unfortunately, so we do take some life loss here. Look at that, we dish it out in equal measure, too. So here's now the Juggernaut really starting to show its utility here. Hitting for damage twice per turn, plus once per block card that we play. Means we can kill enemies pretty quickly here. We're offered a 3rd Cleave. This one's not upgraded. I think, generally speaking, unupgraded attacks are not that helpful anymore, especially with no strength gain. Alright, so I'm not going to take any of those cards. I think it's time to go to this elite fight. We should be able to win pretty well here, but we have one more event first. Ooh, the Ancient Writing allows us to either remove 1 card from the deck, or upgrade all of our strikes and all of our defends, making them +3 each. My usual recommendation for this event, if you're getting maybe 5 or more upgrades, then upgrading is better than removing. In this case, we're getting 8 upgrades, which is very, very good. These 8 upgrades will help us get through the Act intact. We'll be able to beat the Elites easier. We'll be able to beat the Act boss easier. So this is a clear upgrade all to me. Let's take it. Alright, I think we can handle this first elite fight. We've got lots of health. We've got 3 good potions. We have a good set of relics. We're facing down the Book of Stabbing, a foe that increases in power every turn. Fortunately, we have Disarm to reduce their stabbing strength. And I think Juggernaut is going to be most of our damage in this fight. Any effect in Slay the Spire that deals damage to a random target is effectively a good single target damage source, because the randomness of the target is irrelevant here. Really wish we had that Thorns potion still. Might end up using our Duplication potion on the Juggernaut here, especially since we've bottom decked it so hard. This is a bit tough. Let's see, I'm going to headbutt a block card. Next turn I'm going to play Juggernaut and a block card. Let's go Cleave, headbutt the Defend Plus, and Trigger It will destroy one of these strikes, in addition to blocking for a bunch. We do take some damage here. Alright, still lots and lots of health left on this book. We need this thing to die. And I think that's where Duplication Potion comes in. This turn, our next card is played twice. We're going to duplication potion our Juggernaut power. And this should give us the damage we need to win this fight. 10 damage per instance of block. So 10 from that, 20 at the end of the turn. We'll headbutt that as much as we can as well. And of course, we're also healing 12 after this fight ends too. Alright, the book dies. We get an Omamori, which will negate the next 2 curses we would pick up. That's not too bad. Could consider Iron Wave here. It's an attack that blocks, which would activate Juggernaut, but unupgraded, I'm pretty unenthused. Sword Boomerang and Heavy Blade are cards for strength, which is not the direction we're going. We're kind of going more down the blocking interactions of Ironclad, just because we haven't seen the strength, really. No Demon Forms, no Inflames this run. Did we get strong enough to go for that Burning Elite? We know this is either Gremlin Leader or the 3 Slavers. With a buff of some kind. Won't be a plus strength Book of Stabbing. I do feel more comfortable going into the Burning Elite knowing that this can't be the Book of Stabbing. Don't really want to go to that second shop. Yeah, actually, I think fighting another Elite is reasonable here. We get to upgrade a card first. The True Grit upgrade is quite nice, so I can choose the card we lose. I could also upgrade the Pummel Strike for more card draw. Actually, no, we should upgrade Juggernaut, probably. Yeah, let's upgrade the Juggernaut. And I'm going to go for the Burning Elite. We're going to grab the green key here. We're doing this hopefully with the power of the Gremlin Horn helping us out. Yeah, so for example, we're fighting these 3 nerds. The 3 Slavers, they're called. The buff they got is regeneration, so they'll each heal each turn, which is pretty nasty. But as long as we can kill one of them quickly, this will go pretty well. Let's see, Bash plus Cleave deals 26, 46. Cannot quite kill one of them turn 1. That is a bit spooky. They do a total of 34 damage to us on turn 1. This middle one... So in this fight, you've got 3 separate threats. The front guy will weaken you, the middle one will add wounds to the deck, and the back one will either make you vulnerable or entangle you, preventing you from attacking. Almost always, the back guy is the real threat here, and the one you want to kill immediately. I think what we want to do is headbutt our Cleave, so we can strike them all again next turn. I'll do 20 to you. And then play 1 defend. Block 12? Take a bunch? Could use the speed potion to block for 5 more. Heck, I could speed potion, double defend, and take almost nothing here. But really, this fight needs to end in the red slaver dying quickly. So let's headbutt Cleave to make that happen. We'll plan on using the fire potion to kill next turn, hopefully. And I'm just going to eat this damage. It's okay if we end up needing to rest soon. We've got lots and lots of health. That's kind of the Ironclad way. Take damage to deal damage. Double Cleave. The Recleavening. 11, huh? Yeah, you die now, sir. Okay. Let's try to avoid losing too much more health. Disarming the middle one's probably a good idea. I think we'll be fighting the middle slaver for a while here. We want to kill the front guy very shortly. I'm going to disarm you and True Grit. We should be able to kill next turn with 3 attacks on the blue slaver, if we draw them anyway. 996, not quite. Whoops. All right, let's go blocking then. This middle guy literally can't hurt us once the front one is dead, because his strength doesn't increase on this ascension level, and we automatically block for 4, so we're now invulnerable to the remaining slaver. We can kill him at our leisure here. Bit of a tricky fight, but we get through it just fine. We still have one of our potions left. Let's headbutt the Juggernaut, and that can automatically kill him. You can really see we've struggled to put the Juggernaut in play. We're going to have to change that if we want to win. Get a Vajra here. +1 strength means all our attacks will do 1 more damage. That's not too bad. Could take a Fiendfire, another rare card being offered. Fiendfire lets us exhaust everything in our hand in order to deal damage based on the number of cards. Fiendfire can also be a useful way to get rid of unwanted cards, like statuses or starter cards. And if we find other exhaust synergies later on in the run, I think that the Fiendfire will help us a lot. So I think this is something we should pick up. This will give us more ability to exhaust cards, kind of building towards, again, an Ironclad's exhaust synergy that'll let us pick up powers like Feel No Pain or Dark Embrace that are a bit better. So again, this is more of a long-term pick than a short-term pick, but it does have some short-term utility. Black Blood helpfully keeping us alive here. Definitely the bonus healing is coming in clutch. Definitely love a Strawberry. Now we're up to 100 max HP, so chonky. And again, offered a Relic versus the Blue Key. The Smooth Stone makes our blocks block for 1 more, which is pretty good. We already want to block because of the Juggernaut. So a little bit more block will help us stay alive a bit better. Could be that the random relic we're going to get in Act 3 is better than this, but I think I'm going to take the Smooth Stone for now. Just another useful common relic. Definitely so starting to get a critical mass of relics here, and this is why I advocate fighting so many elites, especially on a run that's trying to beat the heart, because once you get enough relics, you can do just about anything. Good old Snake Plant. We'll draw one, sure. Snake Plant has a nasty 8x3 multi-attack that they'll do regularly. Hopefully we'll find a disarm so we can shut them down. Another easy way to end this fight is just kill them quickly, but that can be tough to do. Dang it, disarm. Where you at? Right, defend, cleave, lose a strike. Block for 19, take 5. Alright, let's go Juggernaut and actually cleave. That should kill this thing before it can attack us again. Disarm showed up a bit too late here. Alright, we actually gained health from that fight. Shrug It Off feels pretty good in this deck. We get bonus block with the Smooth Stone, and it'll do damage with the Juggernaut. Really starting to lead towards our late game scaling plan here. Give me that shrug. Alright, 50 health seems like it's probably enough, but we could reasonably get 30 more here. Resting is not a bad idea. We don't have that many good upgrades. I guess True Grit's a pretty decent one. Fiendfire is a pretty good upgrade. Actually, yeah, let's upgrade Fiendfire to be 10 damage per card in hand. That's a very substantial power upgrade. We also have this Blessing of the Forge potion, which allows me to upgrade anything in my hand. Classic Knight Centurion fight. Or, Centurion Mystic fight, excuse me. These two RPG rejects you'll often encounter in Act 2. Highly recommend going for the Armored Knight first, believe it or not, although gaming instincts might tell you to go for the Mystic first. The mechanics of this fight mean that it is usually easier to kill the Centurion first than to kill the Mystic first. So I'm going to focus all of my damage on the Knight here and try to KO them before they do a whole lot, which looks like we managed to deal here. Headbutts the Juggernaut now. Put that in play with the Gremlin Horn. Easy. Good job, Gremlin Horn. Then once the Mystic is on her own, she's pretty easy pickings for really anything. Not bad. So we actually healed quite a bit off that fight. Clothesline Plus. I actually quite like that. Currently, this deck has no access to weakness, which makes enemies do 25% less damage. Clothesline is a perfectly fine Ironclad common for delivering weak. I think it's exceptionally useful in the late game, starting around your Act 2 boss. Think of the weak status as scaling block. The more damage your enemy does, the more block weakness provides. And going into Act 4 and the Heart, we're really going to want a card like this. Usually I advocate for the Ironclad card Shockwave, but with the free upgrade offered here, I don't think we should refuse this Clothesline. Alright, Book of Stabbing rematch. Hopefully we'll draw Juggernaut a little earlier this time. We'll see. This early bash has been more and more of a problem. There's Juggernaut. So I can go Juggernaut Shrug, or We do other stuff that isn't that. No, let's just go Juggernaut Shrug. Try to get that disarm soon. There it is. Disarm, defend, trigger it. Should be most of the block we need. We do lose our plated armor. It's a bit sad, but not too sad. And I wish I could Fiend Fire. Probably more like Clothesline, Defend, Metallicize feels important too. Could do Defend, Metallicize, Pommel Strike. But I think we should get the weaken down. So let's go Defend, Clothesline. Or even maybe Metallicize, Clothesline. I take a lot more. But having the Metallicize in play is pretty important. Let's just put the power in play. Get some more wounds and such, but you know how it is. Bash, Anger. Really need that damage per turn from the Juggernaut Metallicized interaction. Not having a duplication for potion for this fight has made it a bit more difficult. If I headbutt here, then the Juggernaut from the Metallicized will kill, so we're through. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We get a Lantern for 1 more energy on turn 1. That can really help with getting the Juggernaut in play, potentially, or even just playing our Bottled Bash. Limit Break's a great card for strength decks, but again, this run has just not seen any strength. And again, that happens on Ironclad runs sometimes. We're trying to figure out a different way to victory. You could still pick this up and then try to find strength later. There's lots of good cards with strength that we could pick up, and even ones that we have, like the Fiendfire and the Anger. And it does double our 1 strength from Vajra. That's right, we have 1 strength already, so this would go to 2. This is borderline takeable, but definitely not necessary here. I'll skip. Don't want to take too many cards in a run of Slay the Spire. Every card that you add has a cost of 1 draw, in addition to whatever the energy cost is. The more cards there are, the longer it takes you to draw through the deck the first time. So, for example, adding Limit Break makes it harder for us to find the Juggernaut or the Disarm. That can be a problem. We're offered Apparitions. This is an event you'll sometimes see in Act 2. Trade away half of your maximum health to gain Apparitions, which make you intangible and basically immune to damage for 1 turn. This is a run that could take these. They can help with setting up the Juggernaut and such, but I don't think this is a very typical... an Apparitions run is not exactly what I would call typical, so for tutorial purposes, I think I'd prefer to win in a different way than this. But this is absolutely an option. If we took Apparitions from here, I'd expect to add cards like Offering, Feel No Pain, Barricade, big expensive powers, and card draw would all be really, really good. But losing out 50 max health, that's a pretty tough sell. That's a lot of maximum HP to lose, especially when we have such good healing. So I don't think I want to do that. What I do want to do is rest going into the Collector fight. 53 health is a lot, but maybe not enough to survive the Collector's relentless assault here. We don't exactly have a whole lot of energy output, so I expect to have to fight Collector for a while. In that case, we're just going to shore up here. Ooh, we can go Bash Fiendfire, although I don't really like getting rid of one of the upgraded Cleaves all that much. This is really all going to be about using the Juggernaut to win. Ultimately, we have to do 282 damage to Collector while mitigating the threat that the Torchhead minions provide. I think I am just going to do this. This does 16 times 3 in addition to removing 3 cards from the deck, so we're just smaller overall, although they are upgraded cards. We've got a spare Cleave after all. Alright, these Torchheads deal plenty of damage. They always attack every turn, which makes them a bit of an obstacle. I think it's inadvisable to skip our Juggernaut. This is one of those situations where we just have to, as Ironclad, take a hit to play the power. I think it would also be unwise to skip the Cleave. So my preferred turn here is Juggernaut Cleave. Just eat 35 damage to the face. That's partly why we rested. I figured we'd have to have a turn like this once or twice in this fight. I could consider using the Essence of Steel for a bit more plated armor here. We're going to lose 3, go down to 1. I'd like to keep the plated armor to activate Juggernaut. So let's drink this potion. It's true that True Grit would do 7 damage to 1 target, but I'd really like to get all of their healths lowered. Actually, we saved 2 plated armor with that. Yeah, that was a good potion. Alright, we definitely want to put Metallicize in play. I'm gonna shrug one more card. And we should probably disarm the boss here. Alright, Juggernaut. Take us home. On turn 4 of this fight, the Collector always does this mega debuff move, which is going to add weak, vulnerable, and frail to us. That's a pretty big problem. Fortunately, we can get rid of these minions here. Which also draws us 2 cards with 2 energy thanks to Gremlin Horn. Each block card is 7 damage. Pummel Strike is more than that. Let's just do as much damage as we can here. Alright, and the boss is at about half health here. We have to survive as best we can during these nasty, nasty turns from the Collector. 33 damage incoming, because we're vulnerable now, taking 50% more, and our blocks are worse, which is a real trouble. But, thankfully, we have weakness to reduce that incoming damage by quite a bit. And I think I am going to True Grit here, rather than defend. Lose 1 more card. So we take only 8. Health we could afford to lose. Meanwhile, we're still putting out a steady stream of damage. Collector's summoning 2 new Torch Heads. I might want to cleave and then headbutt it for that reason, but I think I'm just going to bash the Collector to apply Vulnerable. I don't know if we're going to kill the Torch Heads again. I guess that's kind of up to Juggernaut, huh? This is tough. That might have been a turn to use the Speed Potion, actually. This is our last turn of debuffs, though, so next turn will be free. Let's just finish off the Torch Heads again, because we'll get energy and card draw back when we kill them. But now these numbers are much more reasonable. You can see that if we hadn't rested, we'd already be in a critical situation here. So I'm glad that we rested. And now we seem to be through on the other side of things. Juggernaut is putting out just enough damage to secure the win. Kill the Collector. Get him, Juggernaut. Good work. Alright, pretty tough act overall. We really leveraged our huge health pool to kind of continue to gain resources. Got a whole heck load of money there, a Heart of Iron Potion, 6 Metallicize, 6 block per turn. Something that could serve us very, very well in the late game. And a Bludgeon, a Demon Form, or a Barricade. I think it might be time. This deck now has plenty of different block sources. It'd really be nice to be able to keep that block from turn to turn with a Barricade here. Problem is, Barricade is a 3-cost card, is going to be difficult to get into play. If we take Barricade, we're going to want to find a way to get more energy. Ideally, a boss energy relic from our boss here, but we'll see what the options are. Demon Form, if there was not a Barricade here, Demon Form could be a nice way to do more damage, kind of scaling in strength alongside the block with the Juggernaut. But this seems more self-synergistic to me, the Barricade. Never would pick a Bludgeon here. Spend all our energy to do a whole bunch of damage, but there's better ways to do that. Okay, and we are indeed offered energy in spades here. Some really good choices for energy. Option A, Velvet Choker, limits us to 6 cards per turn, but gives energy every turn. The Cursed Key gives us a curse whenever we open a non-boss chest, but gives energy every turn. Or the Coffee Dripper prevents us from sleeping for health at rest sites, but gives energy every turn. Because we block the next 2 courses with the Omamori Relic, I think the Cursed Key is the clear victor here. The easiest of the choices for sure. And I think we're in a really good position to limp forward here. Well, maybe not limp. We're actually going to be quite strong in the late game. We've sort of set ourselves up well. We've got many pieces to the deck that didn't perform all that well in Act 2, but did perform, are going to perform, really well in the future. And those cards are the Clothesline and all the powers, the Metallicize, the Juggernaut, the Barricade, the Disarm. These are the key pieces of the deck moving forward. and what's going to kind of work together to get us the win here. We're going to be able to accumulate large amounts of block while lowering enemy strength and dishing out free damage for every time that we create block. It's going to be great. Here in this act, what's our priority here? We've got a few more upgrades. I'd like to upgrade this barricade to be easier to play. It does upgrade to be 1 energy cheaper. Lots of cards in Slay the Spire upgrade to reduce their energy price, and I think this is one of the best ways to get more value out of your deck. Just play more cards in one turn by having more energy. Pretty difficult to fight lots of elites this act. The elites of Act 3 are quite threatening, generally speaking, but don't let this dissuade you from fighting them in Act 3 on a heart run. If you're trying to go to Act 4 and win the whole dang thing, you're gonna need to get some more relics in the final act here. I think we also want to hit a lot of these rest sites, get a few key upgrades. So let's do something like this. We'll upgrade 5 times. Well, we have to recall once, so 4 times. That'll allow us to upgrade the True Grit, the Barricade. We can maybe even invest in like a Shrug It Off upgrade here. And then perhaps one more card that we add this act could also get upgraded. A Feel No Pain, a Dark Embrace, something like that. We get to look at an early shop. Maybe has a power in it. Yeah. As far as events versus card rewards, generally speaking, events in Act 3 are pretty good, actually. There's a lot of very, very useful ones. We could even see the legendary Mind Bloom offering us a lot of money for curses here. It could be interesting. With Blue Candle, I would do that deal. Our first opponent is Double Spikers. These enemies hit you for damage whenever you hit them. Thankfully here, we've got lots of passive block to counteract them. And the Juggernaut will help a lot too. As will, of course, Barricade. So now we get to keep the block. Perfection. And I don't want to play our attacks here, as we're only going to take damage if I do that. Clothesline you. And this should turn into a pretty reasonable heal for 12. Remember, we still got that Black Blood healing us for 12 each fight, which is going to really help us this act. Another upgraded Clothesline. I think we only need one of those. Don't really want a Rupture or a Clash. Let's keep going. Rupture with Blue Candle has some interesting options, but not really. You begin to fall. You have to choose a card to lose here. Defend, Barricade, or Strike. I do not mind losing my strikes. We're probably going to remove a strike at the shop, too, so 2 strike removals will definitely help us draw our blocks more and more and more. Orbuaka. We'll block this hit, do the damage. These guys are pretty threatening. They gain strength every turn, as well as adding burns to your draw pile, so you really need to be able to do a lot of damage very quickly to deal with the Orb Walker. We still get to benefit from our Bottled Bash that we made in Act 1. It's still putting in good work here, as well as some of the upgraded attacks that we've added so far. Okay, this Iron Wave is upgraded. We have an Oddly Smooth Stone and a Vajra, and it says plus, so this is 8 block, 8 damage for 1 energy, and we have Barricade Juggernaut. I actually think this is pretty decent. Pick up the Iron Wave. Oh ho, okay, what a shop. Lots and lots and lots of good things in this store. I'll point to some of my favorites here. Another Shrug It Off gives us more card draw and block. We can upgrade 2 attacks with Whetstone. That would hit probably both Pommel Strikes, actually. That's pretty decent. Potion Belt for more potion slots. I think one of the best ways to defeat Act 4 is to go into it with 5 potions. So Potion Belt is quite nice. Dolly's Mirror to duplicate a card in the deck could be quite powerful. I think I would probably duplicate the Juggernaut so that we can do even more damage with our block. Double Juggernaut should be the end game damage this deck needs. I think removing a strike is very good, and I think Panic Button, 30 block for 0 energy, is also very good. So let's do that. I'm going to duplicate Juggernaut here. We're going to remove one more strike, and then we have 126 gold. Not enough to buy a relic, but enough to buy Panic Button. 30 block. Says we cannot gain block from cards for 2 turns, but we'll see what that exactly means. It's not quite an accurate description of the effect of the card. Event versus combat with full potion slots and full health. I think we take an event here over a fight. And we do get offered Mind Bloom. While walking, traversing through the chaos of the Spire, your thoughts suddenly begin to feel very real. One of the most powerful events you can encounter here. There's 3 very strong options. Fight a boss to get a rare relic, that's always good. Upgrade all of your cards, but be unable to heal. And that means unable to heal by any means. No Black Blood, no end of act healing, no nothing. Or get 999 gold, but cursed with 2 normality curses. Our Omamori would block that, so this is a free 999 gold. Can it really be this easy? I mean, that's pretty good. We don't have any shops coming up in the immediate future. There is one more guaranteed shop in Act 4, where we could spend some of this money. Probably not all of it, honestly. Realistically, we might actually be better off with a boss fight. That is pretty good money, too, in addition to the rare relic. And if we take these 2 normalities, we'll have to get a curse from the chest here. Because we do need to open it to get the blue key, don't forget. But I think either of these are pretty good. I wouldn't recommend the upgrade all. Most of the deck is already upgraded anyway. But heck, can it really be this easy? I'll take $1,000. And we're going to upgrade that barricade to make it a little easier to play. 2 of our 4 energy is not too bad. Alright, our first elite of Act 3 is the Reptomancer. Reptomancer's a dagger summoning nightmare. However, the Gremlin Horn is really going to pull its weight here by giving us a card draw and an energy every time one of these daggers is killed for any reason. Oh, cool. Let's go Barricade, Shrug, Panic Button. Cannot gain block for 2 turns, but I get to keep all of this block to next turn. Get him, Cleave. Kill that one. Draw me cards. Card I headbutt gets put back on top immediately. So let's headbutt Clothesline. Clothesline the Reptomancer here to weaken her, so that I can keep more of this block. So, note. Panic Button says we can't gain block from cards, but we can gain block from non-card sources, like the Plated Armor. Still provides armor every turn. And then the turn after that, we can now once again gain block normally. So let's put all these powers in play. Double Juggernaut, Metallicize. Now we do 14 damage per block instance, and we'll find that that slices this Reptomancer to shreds actually pretty dang quick. Some money. We get a Stone Calendar doing damage on turn 7. I think Stone Calendar can help a lot against the heart, if nothing else. With Barricade, we definitely want to pick up more big blocks. This Impervious is glorious, and we're starting to work towards a really good late-game Ironclad for heart killing here. I think we're going to be in spectacular shape. Let's actually upgrade that Impervious. 10 more block, since we're retaining that block with Barricade. These plus 10 upgrades are a pretty big deal. Even though we get a curse for opening this chest, bear in mind there's 2 relics inside, and I need to skip one of those relics to get the Sapphire Key. To get the Mummified Hands. Playing a power makes a random card in our hand free. Very good with so many powers in the deck. The curse we got was a Parasite, which will cost us max health if it's removed, but I don't think we'll be removing it. We've got a blue candle. We're also going to upgrade this Panic Button for plus 10 block as well, again with the Barricade. Alright, Transient could be tricky. Transient attacks us for damage every turn, but reduces their damage whenever they take damage. So Transient's usually a combined block and damage output check. And I think the Juggernauts are going to help a lot with that. As is the Mummified Hand. Thanks for making cards free. Heck yeah. So if you can deal 40 damage, or in this case now 50 damage, to this enemy, then you can reduce its damage output to 0. Panic button for 41 block, which will retain, again, both the Metallicize and the plated armor can still give us block while the panic button effect is in play. Kind of funny how that works. Allowing us to continue to accumulate block. It's great stuff. So, in situations where we don't want to draw the Parasite again, now that we have this blue candle relic, we can just play the Curse. We take 1 damage, but the Curse is exhausted, and we don't draw it again for this fight. That's what we'll do in most of the late game fights. Since we're healing for 12 each turn, each combat, it shouldn't be a particularly big deal. Look at that damage output. 14 Juggernauts actually real spicy, like. So many upgraded clotheslines. Again, I think we only need the 1. Don't want to add too many cards to your deck. So skipping is a virtue. Let's lose this Blessing the Forge, pick up Fruit Juice. Now we're at 105 maximum health. So chonky. And my usual pro tip, highly recommend this if you're on your own heart runs. Recall before you get to the final fire of the run. Because it's very easy to get to that last fire right before the final boss and think, oh, it's time to rest. Or upgrade one last card before we go. And then you forget to recall and you're sad. So don't forget to recall. If you're going for a heart win, do take a moment here. Recall at the second to last fire. Don't get too excited. Very easy mistake to make. Alright, Nemesis. This enemy's intangible every other turn. Bit of a challenge here. Don't think we want to play the panic button, because defend already blocks, right? These defends are 9. Just so nice with the smooth stone. Alright, Juggernaut, defend, turret. Fires free. Nemesis being intangible means it can't take any... Well, it can only take 1 damage from any card here. So we're not really allowed to do big damage to it on that turn. And now it's another block turn. Clothesline, defend, disarm still takes a ton. Do I Pommel Strike and look for the Impervious? Or do we just accept that we're going to lose some health to this huge attack here? 45, one of the most dangerous attacks in the game. Let's just play the Juggernaut. Hopefully this hits Clothesline. It does not. Go Pommel Strike, and either defend, disarm, or Clothesline. Clothesline's going to save more health and do more damage. So we'll lose a bunch, but that's what Black Blood's for, you know? That is what Black Blood is for. Impervious next turn. I think we get through this fight without playing the Parasite. Also note, against the Nemesis, Stone Calendar actually helps quite a bit, as it kicks in on a turn where the Nemesis is not invulnerable. Looks like we're going to kill them just before the calendar goes off anyway. Be weakened, Fiend. Get him, Stone Calendar. Good work. Alright, Nunchaku's a little bit more energy for us. Deck. Oh, there it is, Entrench. Entrench says double your block, and that is the card with Barricade. Especially with a Headbutt. Part of the reason we picked up Headbutt in the early game is to allow us to put a card like Entrench back on top of the deck after playing it. Entrench can absolutely be a way to outscale the late game of Slay the Spire with Barricade. So I really do like this pickup here. Also very reasonable, this upgraded Intimidate for free, more weaken to all enemies. Currently just the Clothesline for weaken's not all that good, but Entrench is definitely better here. And we'll want to upgrade that Entrench to cost 1 with our final upgrade of the run. Or penultimate or whatever. Free bash, oh boy. Kill the one in the back here. I think this is also a fight where I don't have to take the 1 damage to play the Parasite. We should be able to win this pretty easily. These Darklings need to all die at the same turn, but are otherwise pretty straightforward in how to kill them. Oh my. Cool. Mummified Hand helps us play all of this. I'd love to see it. Just go cleave. Strike. Could have set up the Nunchaku there, but that won't matter. Here's another key power for the late game. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card, says Dark Embrace. Excellent with our Mummified Hand. Excellent with the free upgrade it has. Exhaust being card draw is a very, very, very good thing. Works with Fiend Fire, Impervious, Panic Button, True Grit, and so much more. Powers really do make up a big part of any late game run. Now, we'll have to get past the Awakened one, who does gain power for each, gains strength, for each power that we play. But I think if we find that we simply play all of our powers in this fight, that we'll be able to overwhelm this boss. This boss is also very weak to Disarm, which causes them to lose 3 strength right away, so you can really get ahead of the curve. So we'll disarm that boss. Probably going to headbutt Cleave here. The other threatening part of this fight is the 2 bird cultists. You have to put out a reasonable amount of damage early in this fight to kill these 2 before they get out of control. It's really not that big a deal. But it's easy to overlook. So let's play Cleave twice there. Really chunk their health a lot. Alright, remember, we draw a card whenever a card is exhausted. So if I play this Parasite Curse with the blue candle, we can draw a new card, in this case a Defend, which will help a little bit on this turn. Might have to Panic Button this turn, might have to. Let's start with getting Juggernaut in play and seeing what the Defend hits. Nothing important here. So we'll lose a whole bunch of life if I don't play this Panic Button. Now, if I do play the Panic Button, we'll have to take damage next turn. That's almost inevitable, but I think better next turn than this turn. Let's do it. Play the Panic Button. We even draw a card because it exhausts. That card is Fiend Fire. All right, let's do it. Draw me many more cards. And you need to be weak. Again, we took that Clothesline specifically to weaken the late game bosses to make this deck a little bit more effective. And I think it's going to do just fine. Ah, indeed. All right, now we can play the... Oh, whoops, that's right. We're not blocking this turn. So we'll have to take this hit. But we do get to play the Barricade at least. And do a little bit of damage. Panic Button prevents me from using the Impervious there. But like I said, we've got lots of health to spare. I don't know if we want to play both Juggernauts. We do want to block with Entrench here. Playing the other Juggernaut would give the Awakened one more power, more strength. Let's just block. Since we get to retain our block, as long as we can block for more block each turn than the Awakened one can deal damage, then this will turn into a pretty good thing over time. Yeah, there we go. Specifically with Barricade and Trench, you kind of need to reach a critical mass of block. And once you can block for enough, you're kind of in the business. Good work. $100 block. This particular combination of cards is also how you can get the 999 block achievements. You just play Entrench a couple more times and we're there. I'll show you. It's definitely the easiest way to get there. Double your block. Just play that one more time and we're there. And the Headbutt to allow us to draw the Entrench more often is also really essential for a deck like this to be wildly successful. There we go, 999. And we're going to deliberately avoid playing any more attacks. Leaving our Nunchaku on 9 means the next time we play an attack in Act 4, we'll gain 1 energy, and that can help us a little bit with getting started there. In general, setting up relics like this Nunchaku, anything with a counter, if you can spend a little bit of time at the end of a combat to make sure it's set to as high a number as possible, you'll perform a little bit better. So, we're on to the final challenge here, Act 4. Hopefully this run has showed you a pretty reliable way to get to Act 4. We've removed our basic starting attacks, we upgraded key cards early on, we accumulated lots of relics from fighting elites, and we amassed many powers that combine to help us tackle the late game. So only a little bit left. You get one final shop, one final rest site, then you must get through a difficult elite fight before you can finally do battle with the heart. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade our True Grit here. We're missing 3 health, but I think that's fine. Upgrading the True Grit allows us to target the card we're exhausting, which could be important against the Corrupt Heart to get rid of status cards, except if I want to get rid of status cards, here's a better way to do it. The medical kit says unplayable status cards can now be played. Anytime we play a status card, exhaust it. There are quite a few status cards added to our deck in the coming fights, so I think this is actually quite good. In fact, we're rich as heck, so we can buy all the relics. 1 vulnerable on turn 1, immunity to the frail status. We're going to remove another strike. I'm thinking about buying Purity to allow us to exhaust more cards in hand. Specifically for the Corrupt Heart, I think a Liquid Bronze to deal Thorns damage could be really nice. Otherwise, the Swift Potion and Heart of Iron are pretty good potions. I don't really think 20 damage or 10 damage to all enemies is all that helpful. Yeah, so let's buy the Liquid Bronze, and you know what? Yeah, I'll buy Purity. Purity allows me to exhaust specific cards in my hand one time, and I think that's pretty good with Dark Embrace. This will help us get back to the Entrench once we play it, too. Do we keep the curse on purpose? Yes, actually, better to remove a strike than to remove the curse in this case, because we have this blue candle relic that we can use to play the curse and get rid of it. It also costs us 3 max health to get rid of that curse. I don't think I would want to take Sadistic Nature here, although the deck does do a few debuffs, and it is a free power. It's ultimately costing us a card draw, which is something we don't want to spend. So I don't think I would take Sadistic Nature here. I don't think we need the area damage of this Immolate. The Juggernauts will do just fine against the coming fights, although we might have some difficulty against the elites here, Spire Spear and Spire Shield. Speaking of, those are our next challenge. These two are pretty dang difficult, I have to say. And they can absolutely stop a run cold in its tracks if you're not prepared for them. For the final act here, I've got a mod called Bestiary that I'm going to use to pull up... Let's see if this works right. There it is. We use to pull up the attack pattern of each of these late-game enemies. So, Spire Spear has 3 different moves. Burn Strike hits twice and puts 2 burns into the discard pile. On the highest ascensions, these go right into your draw pile, making this particular maneuver one of the nastiest tricks in Spire that'll be thrown at you. But we don't have to deal with that on this ascension level, thankfully. So the Spire Spear always starts with Burn Strike. On turn 2, always skewers, 10 times 4, 40 damage headed our way next turn. And then after that, they alternate between Burn Strike or Piercer, and then the other one with Skewer every 3rd turn. So that's kind of a big attack every 3 turns enemy. And the same is true with the Spire Shield here. Spire Shield also has 3 moves. One very big, very damaging attack, the Smash, which is on turn 3 and every 3 turns thereafter. Whereas they're a bit more random on the first turn. They either block or attack and debuff on turn 1, and they'll do whatever they didn't do on turn 2. So, what that means is that next turn, the shield will always attack us, and the spear will, for 14, and the Spire Spear will attack us for 10 times 4. That's going to be a lot of damage headed our way, and we need to figure out how to solve that quick. I wouldn't call this opening hand particularly good, so I would strongly consider using the Swift Potion here to draw 3. Your potions are going to be a major resource for getting through the final couple fights of the run, so trying to get through the Act 3 boss without using your potions is pretty essential if you want to have a really good chance in Act 4. Although if you've got money, you can also use your potions against the boss and then buy new ones at the shop. Something to keep in mind. So yeah, let's use the Swift Potion, draw 3 more, see what we get here. Okay, that looks a little better. What I don't want to do is play Panic Button on turn 1, that's for sure. Let's get down Dark Embrace for our card draw. That made Cleave free. Let's play Juggernaut 2. That made Impervious free. Okay, we might as well play the Impervious then. This also draws 1 card from the Dark Embrace, which is Fiendfire. Okay, here we go. Fiendfire will draw many cards. 1 per exhausted card, even. So we can look at a whole bunch of new stuff. If we do that, I won't be able to play the Barricade if I draw it, but we can do a whole bunch of damage. I'm thinking we might want to try to kill the shield first. Targeting shield or spear first, always a difficult question. Ultimately, the answer is, can you do 160 damage by turn 2 or 110 damage by turn 3? It's easier to kill shield first because the lower health total. But it doesn't always work. Okay, we got Metallicize, which is pretty good. We also got Purity. Metallicize will make another card free, which was not, unfortunately, the Juggernaut. Also, something to note in this fight, your character has a facing. You're surrounded. The enemy that you're not facing does bonus damage to you. So we want to end this turn facing the Spire Spear to take less damage this turn. Not going to use the Liquid Bronze here. Get him, Juggernaut. Alright. Unfortunately, this is not really it. Not the turn we wanted here. We were staring at 60 damage with not a lot of block in my hand. Oh, I did get rid of the... Panic Button, unfortunately, so I can't headbutt the Panic Button, which is what I would like to do here. But it's gone. What we could do is headbutt Purity. Draw that with Pommel Strike, and then exhaust a couple of cards to draw a couple more cards. But ultimately, it's going to be pretty hard to do better than Defend Entrench for block this turn. Disarm would be a nice card to draw this turn. But don't forget, we healed 12 at the end of this combat. It's okay if we take some damage here. Actually, I'm just going to headbutt the True Grit. This is slightly more block. So we definitely take some big damage here. Do some plated armor. Ouch. Etc. Looks like we didn't quite kill the shield in time. Not quite. I was really hoping that we could finish this opponent by this turn, but didn't quite work out. And Medical Kit lets us play the burns. That's not too bad. Don't know that I can play this Juggernaut. Don't think I can. Let's just get the more cards drawn towards our Entrench here. Rather play Iron Wave than defend because it increments Nunchaku. Yeah, we really never quite got what we needed to get here. Only struggling. Come on, one more Juggernaut hit. Come on, one time. Dang it! Alright, headbutt the... True Grit, I guess. So close. Please no. But it's working, though. It's working. We're slowly building up block here. Slowly marking... Actually, Stone Calendar is going to finish the fight for us here. Get him, Stone Calendar. Whew. Never have I been so grateful to have this thing. Yeah, just not quite enough upfront damage in this deck to get through the fight. Would have been maybe a little bit better if we'd drawn more Juggernauts turn 1. But ultimately, we do survive with a bunch of health. We do get offered a Shockwave to help weaken the heart, and I think overall we're going to be pretty good here. Sometimes this is what your Act 4 first fight is going to have to look like. You'll have to tank a whole bunch of damage against Shield and Spear to prepare for hearts. But I think we're good here. We've got 2 good potions. The Heart of Iron is going to be 6 block per turn. Got a really mediocre turn 1, unfortunately. This looks like Iron Wave, Bash, Fiendfire. Could also skip the turn entirely, but I don't think I want to do that. So, the Heart. Let's take a look at the Heart's pattern real quick here. This is the most difficult enemy in Slay the Spire, and merits a bit of an explanation. This thing has an enormous health total, 750 is more than any other enemy in the game. And on top of that, the Heart has a limited amount of health it can lose each turn via the Invincible buff. The Heart can only lose 300 health in 1 turn. So no matter how much damage you do, you can't kill this thing in 1 turn. You must have both a block plan and a damage plan to beat the Heart. Actually, that's true. The Transient does have more health than the Heart. More health than any other boss, let's say. So the Heart's attack pattern, it's kind of got a 2 attacks and then 1 off-turn cycle. The Heart always opens up with a super nasty Debilitate buff. You're hit with every status effect in the game, vulnerable, weak, and frail, and 1 of every status card goes into your draw pile. This is really, really debilitating. And the Heart then follows that up with a 2x15 and a 45 attack, which are boosted by the vulnerable to be 3x15 and 67, respectively. That's nasty. That's really nasty. And we're going to need some premium blocks to help with that. Thankfully, we're immune to the Frail. We have some really good upgraded blocks. We also have access to Weaken and Strength Down, and all of these are going to be helpful. So after the Heart does its 2 attacks, which do occur in random order, it then buffs, gaining 2 strength and a special buff depending on how far into the fight you are, as well as removing any strength down that's accumulated so far. So every 3rd turn in this fight is a buff turn. And where the Heart won't attack, these will be our opportunities to accumulate block with Barricade, assuming we survive the next couple of turns. With our reduced health here, we are at risk of dying next turn. Well, actually not. We'll never die next turn, but we could die by turn 3 if we don't draw enough of our block here. And that could be a real problem for us. Alright, so we got rid of some stuff, but we're really hoping to see the block cards. I'd like Dark Embrace Disarm next turn, but that's really up to the Heart what I get. Multi-attack is first, and we did draw our Disarm. Okay, the good news is we're not dying anytime soon, Twitch chat. We got lucky here. This turn is ultimately why I told us back in Act 1 to take that first Disarm. This multi-attack on turn 2 with the status effects, very difficult to deal with. Unless, of course, you have a Disarm, in which case you can bring it all the way down to 0. We'll also put the Shockwave in play for additional weakness and vulnerable. And that should allow us to survive long enough to get all the powers in play. Once this deck has every power in play, we should be okay. Bonus points, we get to deal a whole bunch of damage back because we have Bronze Scales and that potion. So we deal 6 times 15 equals 90 return damage, which is going to help a lot here. Alright, Dark Embrace, you're just in time. Please draw me 1 card per card I exhaust here, which is going to be everything. Get rid of all this. We don't really need basic cards in this fight. The Juggernauts and our Thorns are going to be the primary damage here. There we go. So, Mummy Hand shenanigans. If I play Defend first to get 9 block, then when I play Barricade, the only other expensive card in my hand is the Clothesline. Mummified Hand can't target a zero-cost card, so if I play Barricade, Clothesline always becomes free. Keep that weekend going. And gain 41 block, which I get to keep with the Barricade. Great time to draw the Void. Alright, we managed to avoid this damage entirely. We've actually done pretty well here, then. This fight could have gone in a much worse direction for us, but it doesn't seem to have. So let's go Metallicize, makes Defend free. Juggernaut makes Headbutt free. Remember, we can't gain block from cards this turn, so there's no point in really playing the block cards. But I could... Let's just Headbutt that True Grit. And I don't want to draw yet. We'll let that Defend go for now. Look at that, 10 Metallicize. We're getting a lot of block each turn. And here is Entrench finally to double our block. And this is going to start to take us ahead of the heart defensively. We're doing just fine now. Defend. Double our block. And then put the doubling of the block back on top of the deck so we can double block again on subsequent turns. And this poor heart is getting out of here, Twitch chat. Excuse me, YouTube chat. Let's not mention the Forbidden Child. Stone Calendar even comes in assisting there. And yeah, GG. This has been a very good run. Hope this has served as an effective Ironclad tutorial. Seeing really a lot of the pieces that we put in place really shine in this heart fight here. We actually really decisively stomped the heart with the deck we built. Although we were a bit weak to the elites beforehand, the deck worked exactly as designed. GG. When life gives you barracks, make Barricade. GG. GG. So hopefully this serves as a pretty good sort of Ironclad how-to. With your starting deck, lean, damage heavy, trade some blows and rely on your starter relic to heal you up in Act 1 while you accumulate relics and money. Try to use that as a way to keep gaining strength through Act 2 while you gradually pick up either synergistic powers or synergistic cards or a lot of powers. And then put that all together in the end game to tackle that very, very difficult boss. GG. GG. If you liked that video, don't forget to drop me a like below the show here. Also consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. Again, if you're looking for help with higher Ascension Ironclad, then the live stream is the place to go. But either way, I hope you were able to learn something from this Ironclad tutorial run. GG's and farewell. Thanks for watching. All right, Twitch chat. Yes, indeed, there's a live stream. That concludes our Ironclad how-to video. That was really great. Really liked making that. Let's just mark it Ironclad how-to. What I liked about this run is that we kind of turned down a few powerful options that I think would have taken the run off of the sort of traditional beaten path. You know, like we turned down apparitions because they'd be too weird for a tutorial run. And we just kind of like incrementally valued. Our huge max health ended up mattering quite a bit from that starting boon and just being Ironclad in general. And I don't feel like we saw anything too ridiculous in terms of relics. So I'm actually really, really happy with this run. Pika says, would this deck work on A20? I think against Ascension 20, we probably die here. Or maybe to Collector, actually. Collector might have killed us as well on Ascension 20 with the additional debuff turns. I don't think this would have been quite enough. For this to work on Ascension 20, we would have needed to see some level of Corruption, Feel No Pain, maybe. A second copy of Dark Embrace could have helped. Some different or better relics. Maybe a better Act 1 boss relic could have made the difference. But I think this would have been a failing A20 run. Probably. I probably would have also gone Impervious over that first Juggernaut. I took the Juggernaut in part because we didn't have any scaling damage yet. We never saw Strength. And I'm actually kind of glad this run went the way that it does, because it's sort of like an Ironclad how to if you don't get offered Strength run. Because we didn't get offered any Strength. Why'd I do A5 instead of A0? I wanted the enemies to be doing their full traditional damage. Like, I wanted the heart to do 3x15, not 3x12. So that people are a little bit more familiar with those numeric values. And so that it shows that these strategies will work for at least the first few Ascensions quite well. Yeah, we never saw a body slam that run, which definitely could have transformed the run as well. So the next character that we're playing, we're going to be switching over to our A20 save file, doing our Ascension 20 runs towards our year-long challenge now for the second part of stream. Our last win was with Silence, so we're going to be starting with the Defect Ascension 20. Let me update the title now that we've done that. Perfection. Perfection. Yeah, exactly, Pitor. Enemies on Ascension 4 and enemies on Ascension 20 largely do the same amount of damage. The Ascension 4 is where everything gets their full damage. I've heard a couple times the devs state that Ascension 4, actually, is the intended balance point of the game. I was originally intending to do the tutorial run on Ascension 4 exactly for that reason, but decided that Ascension 5 was a more rounded number. I think I also owe Chad a couple dad jokes. I know there were a couple of redemptions during that video recording, so let me get a couple for you. Strider Squared, thanks for the Prime sub. Oh, Fairly refunded them. Perfect. Thank you. All right, let's go with something crude but effective. What do you call it when you teach somebody how to fart? A tutorial. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Twitch chat. When I return, we're playing A20 Defect. BRB, folks. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody. We have returned. I'm back. Really happy with how our Ironclad video turned out. Let's see how this defect run turns out. I am a big fan of the remove too. I've seen some good stuff about Dome Keeper, Chart 2. Dome Keeper looks pretty good. 700k on the Spire board game now. That's a bit ridiculous. People clearly want it to happen. Zelt CM, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Actually, let me go back real quick. I've got some thank yous to give. See if I can find them. Everybody who subbed during the video. Here's my dashboard. So, JHTM, if I didn't thank you for the 5 gifted subs, thank you. Am Yo-Yo, thank you so much for the Prime sub in the 15 months. Tang Ang during the tutorial, thanks so much for 2 months of support. Let's kill that evil heart. Hateful Nate, thanks for 25 months of support. Visitin, thanks for 8 months. Roland, thanks for 9 months in the Prime sub. UltiNG, thank you for 3 months. UltiNG says, thanks for the videos and streams. The content has reinvigorated my enjoyment and increased my skill in the Spire. Good stuff. What 2 did I remove? We're going to remove 2 strikes. I haven't yet actually removed anything. Death Raw says, did I actually deliberately set it up so that the Ironclad wouldn't have the Nia bonus? No, that was completely accidental and I rolled with it. Actually. Totally by accident. Yuri Z says, I've been trying boss swap on Clad a lot recently. I'm losing a lot, yet I find that my cage swaps tend to win. I think remove 2 cards is very, very good effect. Often a little underrated. Oddity says, what's the difference between Prime subs and Standard from my viewpoint? Not a huge difference, truthfully, in terms of my bottom line. Prime subs don't auto-renew every month like regular subs. So I appreciate those who sub and then just let it continue each month. One of the best ways to support the channel long term. But both are great for me. I don't really have a lot of reason to prefer one or the other. All right, let's lose 2 strikes here. I think Defect with -2 strikes is one of the most powerful starts you can get. Got Slime Boss at the end of the act, which can be a bit of an obstacle. And a bit of a strange layout in this act, too. Not sure what to do with that. This could even turn into a remove 3. Something like this. Maybe this way. A small, heavily upgraded deck can serve Defect in particular exceedingly well. Speaking of which, I'm So Cody, thanks for the Prime sub, and 15 1.5 metric years. And Trendy Kendi, 2 Imperial years plus 1 metric year. Or... Wait, math? Yeah, let's go with that. Is it a claw run? Probably not, but it could be. Gilizard, thanks for the Prime sub as well. Alright, let's take our first fight. It's Lice. Lysomatic. Kazak, thanks for 3 months. Jens PM, thanks for the Prime sub. And Glint, thanks for 100 bits. It is indeed a hype train time. Apparently. I blocked twice here. Try to take no damage during this fight. I think we can do that pretty reliably, actually. Yeah. With 2 strikes removed, it's hard not to draw 2 defends on Defect, which is really nice. And as soon as you get any half-decent damage card, Ball Lightning is one of the best early game. You don't miss the strikes one bit, really. I'll take a Ball Lightning, quite happily. White Noise is actually takeable here, too, but Ball Lightning for sure. Hello? Block cards? Hello? Ouch. Take 12 to Jawworm it is, even with 2 removed strikes. It happens sometimes, apparently. Rainbow Encoder, thanks for 6 months. Farron Ferret, thank you so much for 31. And Lamguin, thanks for 4. The Bezos bucks are everywhere. Extov Geese, thanks you for 10 months. Extov says, I finally trained the T key on your laptop to bring up my channel first when you enter it into the search bar. After several months of trying. You got it. Chill, one of my favorite early game orb fillers. It's 0 cost orbs. How can you say no to that? Pro tip. You can't. Do I drink coffee before stream? Most days, yes. Most days, yes. 2 upgrades for some of our health. Yeah. Almost anything that gets upgraded, even the strike, is pretty good here. We get Strike and Ball Lightning. 2 attacks with +3 damage. That's excellent. That means we can, yes, afford another removal here. Early reprogram can be interesting on Defect. Appreciate the energy. You got it, man. I'm happy to be here. Funny Man, thanks for 8 months in the Prime sub. So, what I want to do here is just remove the last strike. Last unupgraded strike, anyway. Now we have a very compact, very efficient deck of cards that we can rely on. Do I want to rebound, reprogram, or turbo? Don't think so. Upgrading Zap? How do I beat Slime Boss? Yeah, we'll upgrade Zap. Let's keep this money. Godot, thanks for 2 months. The tier 1 sub. If Claw is law, does that mean you can become a cloyer in the Spire? I do believe that is a licensed profession, yes. Yes. Well, we've got orbs. How about some focus with an early defragment? Actually, a pretty good beam cell, too. Although I'd rarely advocate taking Tempest here. Malarkey, thanks for 5 hundo bits. 1 for every claw we're going to take this run. Alright, upgrade that defrag. Peanut Wrinkle, keeping the top spot. Thanks for the 1,000 bits. While Dragon House shows off all the waffles. Dang. Bit of a rough turn 1 here, but that's fine. Go defrag. Strike defend? Yeah. Could smoke bomb out of here, not take any damage, but we want the card reward from killing this fool. And if you use the smoke bomb, you get no rewards. Just is the way of things. Hiya! Claw. Go for the eye's pretty good too. I'm in a mood. Let's do it. Claw is law. Become an attorney at Claw. And I think we're gonna rest and go for the Burning Elite? Is that what we're doing? It feels like what we're doing. Sentries are easy. Gremlin Knob is... Gremlin Knob will be fun. Lagavulin should be easy here. And we're rich. Don't know how that helps me. Get zippy zapped, son. Do we play the power potion here? Should have done it before I used that defrag, though. I think I will still use it. Learning, discharge, or biased. All are pretty good. Biased. Take some damage, sir. Caw. We do 7+7 next turn. We should be getting a kill here. Not too bad. Calipers could be good here. Calipers on defect could be good here. And you gotta like Hologram Claw. That's a thing, for sure. Hologram could also be useful later with Calipers. Hologram belongs to a broad category of cards on the defect that I refer to as card manipulation. Seek and Rebound also belong to this category. Card manipulation stuff allows you to play your best cards more frequently. Over and over sometimes. And that can absolutely be key to winning some fights. Gaspacho Summer, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. What a name, what a player. Don't like going down to 2 Frost Orbs here, but I do like killing one of these fools quickly. All right, Lightning Orbs, get them. Dang it. Then get them. Make them die. Looks like I'll be Distilled Chaosing next turn, since they're all 4 days here. 5 days here. That didn't help. Ow. Mr. DNA, thanks for the gifted sub as well. You're all way too kind. Dang. Freaking Lightning Orbs, man. GG. Alright, we lived the Burning Elite. That's the good news. And we get a buffer before Slime Boss. That's also really good news. Okay, we're fine. Bombilicus, hello and welcome. Glad you were able to beat some bosses thanks to the YouTube. Here's to many more successes in your Slay the Spire journey. I'm out of here, by the way. M. Saney, thank you so much for the incredibly gifted 10. Incredibly generous, 10 gifted subs. That's M. Sane. Insane. Yeah, sentries never seem scary until they take away all your health, 5 at a time. Let's take an event here. Transform a defend into a claw. Into a fission. Fission's pretty cool. A little worried about Slime Boss here, actually. We're not that good at this fight with this deck. We might just die here. But I am going to upgrade buffers so that we can do pretty much whatever we want. The goal is to get to Act 2. I don't know if we're going to do that successfully. Just let 3 lightning orbs put in the work. I'll actually keep the chill for later. Boot value. So we're currently doing 15. I'd like to split next turn before we get 5 more slimed added. So let's split next turn. 110 minus 15 is 95. 85. Exactly 76. Perfect. If I did this math correctly. Yeah, we do 24 damage, leaving them at 76. This turn I can play just 3 slimed. We split, and then we're back into the phase 2 of the fight with only 2 slimed in the deck. That's actually pretty good. Again, I'm going to keep the chill. And then we can fission on this turn if you want to. Let's do it. Okay, this is getting buffered no matter what. Let's focus all on offense here. Let's see where the orbs go. Both here. It's down to 31. We can split this outright, which keeps the buffer and prevents the slimed. Sure. And now we'll actually get 3 frost orbs for the chill, which is pretty good as well. So, hologram, what? Ball lightning here? Yeah, it's gotta be. Just want to finish off the weakened ones. Get them out of here. 18, we're blocking 17. Okay, buffer. Okay, so far this is actually going pretty well. We can go zap, slime, slime here. Get rid of the last slimes. These lightning orbs are going to carry us, hopefully. You need to die. We need to block. Alright, again, you need to die. We need to block. Alright, sketchy fight, but we get there. GG. We're live. Twitch chat. And we're rich, too. And we're rich. Really didn't like having no potions for that fight, but I'm glad we're here now. Playing the slimed when we did was actually really essential. That was a big showcase in slime management with only like 12 cards for real in the deck. We really had to make sure we didn't draw too many of those. Actually kind of liking going without the overlay for right now. I'm going to leave it as we are. I know we don't have the alerts or overlay on, but let's just make it a chill day. We'll be back tomorrow to the regular. Actually, by the way, if you haven't seen it, check out the merch store. Look at this sweet shirt. Merch shop is open till the end of the week. Subs can get 15% off with the code TwitchSub, too. Fluffy Mittens, thank you for a gifted sub. You're all too kind, Twitch chat. Do we take any of these cards? Meteor Strike, Creative AI, Multicast. All a bit weird. Theoretically, we can play Meteor Strike with this deck. That'd be interesting. Meteor Strike, Claw. I do like Meteor Strike with Hologram. But I'm kind of reliant on the orbs to actually put out numbers here. If we replace our orbs with Plasma, we could run into a problem that way. I'm going to skip all these cards. Don't think I like them very much. I'm okay with a Slaver's Collar. I'm also actually okay with a Calling Bell. 1 unremovable curse, 3 additional relics. We've removed so many cards. I don't mind adding a curse to get some more stuff. Zengman! Thanks for 2 months. We'll be doing a similar video for the Silent and the Defect. Root Reducer asks, do random gifted subs go to random people who are watching and aren't subbed? Mostly, yeah. There's a more complicated algorithm that determines who exactly gets targeted, but that's mostly how it works. I would never go Philostone here, either Collar or Bell. And honestly, with this deck, I think it's Bell over Collar here. Data Disc, Eternal Feather, Captain's Wheel. 3 exceedingly good relics. Really good find there. Particularly the block on turn 3 I like a lot. I mean, 1 focus is, of course, really good too. We need to go to an early merchant. That, I think, has to be this one. Otherwise, this is not going to go well. If I can't spend some money here, let's spend some money here. Healing off the rest site seems like a good idea too. So probably like this way, but you never know. All right, first up, Chosen. Chosen's great for Captain's Wheel, actually. Just these 6 damage now lightning orbs are so strong. Would actually add another ball lightning to this deck. Potentially. Buffet? To buffet or not to buffet? That is the question. Bonk. Didn't even need the buffer. Easy. Self-repair is here. Auto shields is not bad either. Self-repair. Self-repair with Eternal Feather. Maybe a little redundant, actually. We're doing well in fights already. I don't think we're going to need this. So, auto shields with calipers, no way. Skip it all. Boofer. Give him the zip-zoop. Ow. Uh-oh. Buffering that first hit no matter what? Bummer. I could Dex Potion to not no matter what. Let's do that. Block. Fen Claw. We get 3 block here to cover this. And then we're set. Did I bother fissioning here? I don't think so. Let's just claw a little harder. Probably want to upgrade this fission soon. Another fight we took no damage in, although that did take a potion. Capacitor, or a second hologram. Plating Bronze Automaton. I do like Capacitor for more orb slots. I don't think we're particularly good at using it yet. But we might be able to afford it for now. I'm going to take this early Capacitor. Very, very early Capacitor by defect standards. Motion Chip is really good. Dark Shackles is really good. Compound Reverse is pretty good. Block Potion's pretty good. Prismatic Shard is here if we want that. I think with the way the deck is going, I'm going to remove Dual Cast here. I do agree, Shard's probably pretty bad for the defect. This defect in particular. I want my orb slots filled, please. Filled with good stuff. Wow, we spent like all the money. Pretty good. Bird nerd, no! Well, I can keep one buffer. Guess I'll do that. Oh. Guess I just buffer that. Feels bad. Or I just zap. Good hologram compiler. Might as well do that at least. Right, you. Okay, that gets played. Alright, lose the buffer, get 18 block though. And here we can chill. Remember, we do have calipers. But we also get dazed for playing non-attack cards, so I don't really want to play the defend. Let's use boot power. Thank you. Seven. Okay, oddly enough, not a bad play. Although 9 strength chosen is kind of terrifying. By fission, can I kill you in any way, shape, or form? No. I'll just block potion then. Definitely need to upgrade that fission. I wanted to take calculated damage earlier in the fight. Oh well, I'm happy with how that went. Force Field gets cheaper for every power we've played. This is the block card the deck wants. Definitely. Definitely, that's the card the deck wants for block. With so many powers in it already. Alright, what's the play here? Do Ball Lightning, Hologram, Ball Lightning. That's pretty underwhelming. Look, it's our damage out, though. We're gonna have to kill these fools pretty quick. Guess there is a chill in the draw pile. Alright, let's do this, then. Yeah, I was worried about that. So that worked out okay. We have one buffer left. Here's chill. Kill the middle one. Accumulate block. Even keep some with the calipers here. Finally, the calipers do something. And now we go for the one with the second lowest health. You. Caw. Is it capacitor time? Yeah. Alright, if I block for 21, I take 0. This is bad. Looks like I've got an Essence of Steel, defend to not die here. Terrifying. Definitely falling behind on damage, as you can see. And yet, we actually smoothly get through the fight with that potion. Not too bad. Upgraded Compiler looks even better than regular, although I think Cool-Headed really serves this deck. We don't have a renewable Frost Source yet. We'd really like one. Let's take Cool-Headed, let's finally upgrade the Fission. And I think life will be a little bit better from here. DJ Banor, thanks for 5 months. Isn't that a sweet calling bell? I love it. Yikes. Oh man, I deeply regret that. Thankfully we have Hologram. Heck. Deeply regret drawing that one card. No Hologram, that's fine. That's fine. Freaking stinking, man. Claw. Hyper Beam. Does an awful lot of damage to all enemies. Cost focus, though. Or we can take an upgraded Sweeping Beam to do damage to all enemies for cheaper without costing ourselves focus. Let's take the upgraded Beam here. I do think we want some AoE going into one or maybe more elite fights. That'll be big trouble for us. I don't know that the Beam Plus is going to be enough, but one has to hope. I do think we're a bit outmatched by a Book of Stabbing here. I'm definitely going to use the Power Potion for a free Echo form. Heck yeah. Take 1 or 0? Taking 1 could actually help, because we'll get 3 block, 4 damage next turn. But we also get a wound, so let's not. Double cool-headed. The cool-heading. Alright, we need lightning orbs plus focus here. That's the goal. Don't lose sight of that goal. One bit. Double your buffer, double your fun. Also zap. Keep the Dark Shackles, might as well. Could use it to keep one more buffer. Actually, yeah, let's do that. This fight should be pretty short from here. This saves 1 buffer. Sure. Great fight. We get a Gambling Chip, another very, very good relic, allowing us to discard our opening hand. We get a second cool-headed, so now we have plenty of renewable Frost Orbs and lots of card draw. And I think we're doing pretty well here. We even get some max health. Thing is, I do think we have a weakness to this elite, whatever this might be, even with Gambling Chip. There's a risk it goes kind of badly for us. We're not that good at killing one of the slavers immediately. We're not that good at killing gremlins either. So I don't really want to do another elite fight. Let's just go this way instead. With no potions? Like, I don't think so. Now we want to get our card draw and our powers upgraded. Upgrade Capacitor, upgrade the 2 cool-headeds. Do Capacitor first. Claw. I think we go for the Cultist first here. And we've got the turn 3 block for the Chosen, which is so good. Caw. The blocketing. Decided not to play that defend. Don't know if that would have been correct. And here we buffer. Again, no value to the defend. We take this hit from Chosen onto the buffer either way. As long as we block this hit, all is well. Claw is well. Full block it. Easy. How dare you assault me? You crazy bird person, you. Alright, health is trending upward. That's a good sign. With huge card draw means huge energy generation becomes good. And Turbo Plus is definitely huge energy generation. I was hoping this would happen too. We were knocked unconscious, groggy, and with a throbbing head. We go ahead and grab 2 additional relics for ourselves by defeating these nerds. Excellent. You gotta die first though, kid. Or do you, actually? Or indeed do you? This buffer. Okay, hologram the turbo. Seems fine. Still allowed to play orb cards, fools. Alright, once the first part of the fight is over, you can either choose to escape or try again for a more challenging fight. A Gremlin Knob plus a Taskmaster. And you'll get huge rewards if you can win this one. Simply huge. Okay. Plays out, just plays out. Gremlin Knob's also blocked somewhat by the boot thingy. So this feels like a pretty good turn to me. Pretty good fight to me, overall. Sure, I'm vulnerable, but who heckin' cares, you know? This knob fellow sure is angry, huh? Buffer that. $20. Alright, buddy, you gotta die. Like yesterday. Okay, that'll kill you next turn, so we're mostly in the clear. We take 6 and we win. Good fight. Get him a motion chip. Mango gives us 14 more health. Sundial can give us more energy. You want to stack, beam cell, or streamline? I'm going to go with no, we don't. Look at that man go. Look at that card draw. Alright, you nerds again. This should be easier this time. Should be. Doesn't mean it is, but it should be. I can turbo force field to retain some block. Let's do it. Sweeping beam's so good in this fight. Let's just hollow that. Get him, boot. This is what happened last time, too. No! Just get so strong. Somehow. Such a mystery. Alright, we're fine. Chaos with an upgrade is pretty good. We're lacking a little bit more orb gen. That would go really well with Compile Driver for crazy card draw, too. Yeah, let's take Chaos and give it an upgrade here to be 2 random orbs. As a way to fill the 6 orb slots with the capacitor. I think that's a big deal. I'm going to discard buffer here. We want to draw buffer for the Hyper Beam turn. Let's hologram the Void. Let's strike. And I'm playing Fission Chill here for a huge turn. Let's do it. Get to keep all the block with the calipers, after all. Here goes. Alright, 2 Dark Orbs. Intriguing. Claw you. Get rid of this. Ball Lightning, Zap, Strike. Might as well. Hit. The front one is stealing buffer, so they always steal the rarest card in the draw pile. So the front one takes buffer, the back one takes force field. I want my buffer back soon-ish. 2 turns from now. You also get bonus energy next turn, courtesy of Sundial. Good job, Sundial. Actually, yeah, I'll kill you now. The blocketing. Oh, because Force Field was stolen. I was like, why is Force Field 2 costs? Right, because it wasn't in my deck for one of those power plays. That's always weird. Very strange. Look at that. Just enough block. Thanks, Gallopers. Also could have buffered that, of course, but we didn't. Gotta say, we've gotten actually very little use out of the emotion chip, despite how much money I spent on that. It's okay. I think it'll still get quite a lot of use late game. GG. Really good Bronze Automaton fight. The deck is performing extremely well. And I could see either Core Surge or Rainbow being good here. Rainbow is 3 orbs for the price of 1, which is really nice with Fission, really nice with Capacitor, with Compile Driver, with Focus in general. Or Core Surge can block a debuff, and there's lots of uses for that, of course. I think in this deck, with the Fission especially, we want more Orb Gen, so let's grab a Rainbow. Dark Orbs are like damage anyway. And I could transform here with Pandora's Box, although there's not that many transforms. We could remove 2 with Empty Cage, or I can take bonus energy from the Coffee Dripper. No resting, which is pretty fine with Eternal Feather. And we gain 1 energy per turn. Feels like a pretty good Coffee Dripper to me. The deck definitely would appreciate a little bit more base energy. Zombo Steel, thanks for 22 months. How would I make Thunder Strike more playable? It being cheaper would probably help quite a bit. Like, what it does is already a little awkward, just because if you've channeled enough Lightning Orbs for Thunderstrike to do good damage, then the Lightning Orbs have already done good damage. So I think a cost reduction would probably be one of the best ways to go about it, but it's not the only thing that would work. 3 elites? 3 elites sounds good. We can finally remove that last basic strike. We no longer need it. I want to do 2 removals. I don't think so. I'd like to look at 2 shops, though. No, we'll go 2 stores here. Don't think I'll remove 2, but I will look at the contents of 2 stores. Not getting a lot of events this act, but I think that's actually fine. Less events means more card rewards. All right, Capacitor, you can heck out of here, please. Would like to draw the block now. Perfect. Wow, that turned into a heck of a turn. Not enough calipers, though. Not quite. Nice. Plasma. Get that void out of there. Turns like this are so bad, though. We're definitely regretting the claw. I might even remove that claw, because we never found another one. Classic claw conundrum, right? Take the first claw, never see the second one. Oh well. Is how it is sometimes. It's just the way of life. Ouch. I'd prefer if you all died now. Stinky slimed. just gotta believe. Believe harder in the claw. Ye shall be rewarded? How about with a skim? Barrage plus chill and skim. All amazing here, actually. Wow. That barrage hits hard. I think I need this barrage. 6 damage per channel orb, pretty amazing. Orange pellets, pretty amazing. Heat sinks with this many powers, also pretty good. Definitely thinking orange pellets, heat sinks. Let's do it. That allows us to remove any debuffs from ourselves. If we can find a biased cognition, we'll really be in the business. But even if we can't, life will be quite good now, because we can remove vulnerable during the hard fight, for example. Yikes. Let's do this. And draw. Good work. It's for 18, okay. Don't play the barrage. Noted. Repeat, do not play the barrage. Sunder plus? Do I want a Sunder? I have barrage. I don't need a Sunder plus. Could maybe take a second sweeping beam. Like Repto insurance. But again, I think the barrage is going to work just fine. These fools again. Interesting. Big incoming damage. Ouch. At least we get all the orbs activated again with the emotion chip here. And we can heal with the Eternal Feathers, so it's not like the health loss is too bad. But still. Definitely taking another source of focus. This deck desperately wants it. Desperately, I tell you. Desperately. Different from that. That's better. Yes, hit me. I like it when you do that. It feels good. Not like that, though. Don't do that. Claw, save me. Thanks. Ah. And thus we were saved by Claw. Again. Thank you, Claw. You are a true hero to the people. That could have worked out badly. Rainbow. Okay, you gotta stop though, hey? Thank you. Alright, Writhing Mass dispatched. Algorithm is a little bit late. With Calipers, it's a very, very good card, but I just don't think we have enough time for it to actually be worthwhile. Second copy of Compile Driver, however, very good card draw. Glacier, very good Frost Orbs. Or we can remove one. Or I can buy another Heatsinks. Tough call, actually. Let's grab a Glacier. That's right, we have no Echo Form with which to duplicate the... algorithm, unfortunately. All right, come on. More random orbs then. Double lightning. Sure. And then Zap and Barrage, Zap and Barrage. 16 per orb is pretty good. With all those slow stacks. Meat on Bone heals us for at or below half. There's the Echo Form that we were asking for. I'll take it. And I'll go Dupe Pot over Thorn's Pot. Goodbye. Have to upgrade Heatsinks in the final act. Virus is a pretty good relic, but we have to not take it here. Yeah, I guess we just do this, right? Could have done that differently. Oh boy. Gambler's Brew looking good here. This is not the hand I wanted. That's a bit better. But still not that much better. Or is it? There we go. Perfect. Give me more energy. Kill that stupid dagger. Never got Heatsinks in play, never got Heatsinks in play. Easy. And negate you, whatever. Alright, not a bad turn. We get to keep some block, get even more, get more energy. Life's good. More block. No such thing as too much block when you've got the calipers. Looks like we kind of run out of damage, though. Except for the barrage. The boot power. You're gonna resummon, lady? No? Your loss. GG. Alright, great Reptomancer fight. Get another defrag or another buffer or another Compile Driver. I'll take one more buffer. We're not fighting Awaken one, right? Really want to upgrade Heatsinks now. We have other priorities. Good. I guess we should do this. Power attack and skill can remove this constricted debuff. Unfortunately, I haven't drawn a power attack and a skill. That's okay. GG, nerd. Strength potion, mediocre. Go for the eyes, excellent. It's a free attack to help us with the orange pellets. Can inflict weaken on the late game foes, which will be pretty big deal, particularly the awakened one. It's very important that we have that. Or else, you know? The Blocketer. Poor thing never stood a chance. Supposed to be ball lightning. 10 extra damage. Keep feeling like I have Art of War, although I know I don't. Upgraded hologram. Perfect. Do the do, thanks for 30 months of support. And Bashar, thanks for 8. Made it in time to buy a good old for a Orby Boy run. You sure did. We're having a really good Orby Boy time, too. If I had to guess right now, what would I say my chances of beating Heart are? 90+% would be my guess with this current deck and relics and position. Now, there's still ways to lose. We could have a really bad draw order against Time Eater or Awakened One and have a hard time against our Act Boss. Or something similarly disastrous could happen in the Heart fight. Maybe you wanted to keep the Frost Orb there. That's okay. Hoofer, huh? Alright, hologram... Turbo, actually. Keep drawing. That'll have to do. Echo form not in play. Got it. Vision apparently next turn. Alongside double chill, perhaps. Double cool-headed instead. You're intangible. Not a good turn to fission then, actually. But it is a good turn to boot value. Look at that. Boot times 6. Get booted from this world, sir. Wait, I've done my math wrong. This will still work though, yeah? Rebuild the orbs, we must. The boot. Yes! The power of the boot. Double duplication potion. Very, very powerful, letting us duplicate powers in the late game. I'm specifically thinking Echo form against Hearts. I'm also cool duplicating something against these two nerds. who I kind of just recklessly charged into. They're pretty tricky, but I think we'll figure it out. Strike that one. Oh dear. May have to dupe pot if our draw order continues to be awkward as heck. Okay, that helps. Go buffer. Ball lightning beam. Probably. Beam burst. Okay, that helps a lot. Down to 19. Okay, we're full blocking, so let's keep both buffer charges then. Bonus energy coming up soon. Definitely struggling in this fight, but that's okay. I think I'm going to dupe pot this Echo Form right now, is what I'm going to do. Lest this get really badly next turn. I need to be able to dupe 2 cards next turn. Okay, dupe this. This kind of draw against Shield and Spear might be death. Yeah, it might be. Oof. Definitely, yes. I mean, it might be death anyway, right? Terrifying. Terrifying. Well, that didn't go well. I've been a fool, Twitch chat. Looks like I got us killed, huh? Or are we alive? This is 18, these are 16. Looks like we're dead. Shit, really? Man, I really thought we were gonna win this. I guess I had to use the... I mean, we bottom decked Echo Form. That was pretty bad. Let's see. We do 6. Wait, are we alive? Hold on. We dupe the barrage. We do 22 plus 18 plus 18. 58. Oh yeah, we live. Okay, we live. We live. Oh wait, I have an Echo Form too. I don't think I needed to dupe pot that, did I? Shit. Well, excuse me. Alright, we have a dead branch, and we have some health. This has gone a bit weirdly, but I kind of like it. Force field or chaos? Just gonna force field here. Ouch. Got meat on the bone, though. Okay, I think we'll be fine. I think we've got this sorted out. Here we go. Yes, the power. Amplify. What are we amplifying? I want that defrag. Oops. Come on. Bottom card, but I still get it. Duck it. Beautiful. Okay. Look Looks good. I'll go for Donu first. Might as well fill the orb slots? Might as well fill the orb slots. Looks like we're pretty secure here. Let's recycle this. Two-headed barrage. The more days we exhaust, the more powers we get. Our attack and skill in one turn creates permanent focus here. Let's go double barrage. Then I can amplify the bias cog. No debuffs for me. Somehow I've only created 4 lightning orbs this whole fight. Not sure how that happened, but here we are. Give me barrage? Actually, no, give me more lightning orb generation. Which may or may not be what we get there. Doesn't matter. Double Thunder Strike. Let's freaking go. Exhaust one of them. Continue to make stuff happen. Cannot be stopped. Kerpow! Good job, Thunderstrike. Now we are all Kerpowerful. Seems pretty strong, yeah? Gallopers are good here. Get him, Thunderstrike. GG. Okay, we have one more boss to get through. It is the Time Eater, which means there's no Awakened One to deal with. And I think that means we'll be just fine. Draw Storm. If I defrag, I can also Force Field for free. Might as well. Alright, Power Attack Skill is the name of the game here. Skill, attack, can't play the power. Bummer. No Echo Form this fight, that's fine. We don't need to play a lot of cards every turn. Just zap, I guess. We're gonna lose the buffer here. Yeah. White Noise can make an Echo Form or maybe a creative AI. Yeah. Thanks, Echo, White Noise. That'll be a free power every turn. That should be more than enough to do some hot nonsense here. Come. Play this. So now we can sort of scale out of control. If we just keep playing more powers, eventually the Time Eater will get pretty overwhelmed. Oops, that was supposed to be the Force Field, but we're done. That branch is helping out too. Didn't quite fully block that. More card draw. I demand it. Can't kill the Time Eater here, but we can accumulate more block. Might as well do that. Double your Echo Form, double your fun. Where'd that second claw come from? Of Hello World? No, Dead Branch, that's right. Very confused for a second. GG, Time Eater. Alright, we're on to Act 4. It worked out after all. We'll even go to full health with the Eternal Feather here. Dealing 23-27. My only regret is that we had to use our dupe pot to survive the double orb walkers, both of our dupe pots. However, the Dead Branch that we got from them has been so helpful that maybe it wasn't even a bad thing. Can't believe we almost died in that fight. Now we're back here in full condition. Entropic Brew Toy Ornithopter looking pretty good. Chill very good with Dead Branch. It's a lot of healing, actually. Frozen Eye could be something. I like Ornithopter and Tropic Brew. That's a fun combination. Let's just do that. That'll give me 5 health per potion we use. And I've got a lot of potions I can use. Ah. Oops, that was supposed to be defrag first. Do I reboot now? Let's do that before. Let's play Echo Form if I draw it. I don't. So, Rainbow? What's Rainbow? And then we take just a little bit, which will activate our orbs again at the start of the next turn. Double buffer here is kind of not what I wanted, but not bad, actually. Kind of what I wanted. And again, I actually want to take a little bit of damage on purpose here, so that I can have my orbs activate with the emotion ship on this turn. Okay, most of the good stuff still in the draw pile. Let's try to get to it. Cool-headed. It's just chaos. This turn looks pretty gnarly. Thankfully, we've got both Hologram and Fission here. Echo Form still not in play. Let's just start with Fission. Draw 6. Draw 6. And then Compel Reverse the bottom card. Right, some playing powers will draw more cards. So we want a Hologram... Glacier. Zap. Then Echo Form, then Compel River, then Turbo. Let's get that, that's good. I'm going to try to kill the shield this turn. Best we can. I think we can get there with the Barrage. Barrage, Hologram Barrage is a lot of damage. For 48 currently, that's not quite enough. Okay, give me the Compel River instead then. Another random card. And a Doom and Gloom. That looks pretty good. There we go. Doom. Barrage. Hollow. Barrage. Shield gone. Down to 1. In a 1v1, we should be okay. Anything we need to set up for the heart? Sundial would be decent. There's nothing else to set up here. Rice for Goku, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Care about getting Sundial to 3? I don't think I do. Or to 2. Not gonna bother. Let's get upgrade 2 attacks. We're offered Amplify to let us duplicate a power. I actually think Amplify could be really good here. Equilibrium's not bad either, but let's take the Amplify. Upgrade the Claw. All powerful. Twitch chat. All powerful. What do we got in the potion here? Liquid Memories and Potion of Capacity. I'll definitely take those extra orb slots right away. This could be used later. Let's see what we draw first. Perfect. Amp that defrag. So good. So what is this? Defend, Amplify, defrag. We're even going to get emotion chip value momentarily. Or I could go Chaos, Amplify, Defrag. That sounds even better. Just take the damage, have more orbs next turn. Perfect. And we get all of this again at the start of the next turn. So 21 block to start out the fight. We draw Echo Form this turn. Incredible. We need to power attack and skill if we want to remove our debuffs. So that's probably where the Liquid Memories comes in. Liquid Memories and attack, and we can remove Vulnerable here. Or I can Liquid Memories Amplify and double Echo Form. Also an option. That's actually a pretty good option. What is the Echo Form Amplify interaction? If you Echo Form Amplify, you'll dupe the next 2 powers. They're actually kind of weird together. So if I'm going to amp Echo Form, I want to Heat Sinks first. So we'll go Heat Sinks, Liquid Memories, amp Echo Form. Draw 4 cards, one of which is freaking Fission Man. Let's go. Play an attack, all the debuffs are removed. Draw 6. Here's Buffer. Weaken you. Make a Frost. I guess I'll just play this normal-like. Draw 2. Draw 2 more. More Frost. Oh, Reboot. That seems pretty good. Yeah, lose all this garbage. Vision's back again, although I don't think I want to use this one. Just let's call it here. It's a pretty good turn. Yeah, I'll say. Double turbo? No, double claw. Three new cards. A Hello World. Should we amplify Hello Worlds or Echo Form Hello World? We should definitely Echo Form Rainbow. That's a lot of free orbs. I think Rainbow and Echo Form go really, really well together. Yeah, we'll double this. And I'll play Barrage. 48 damage. Commence the blippity blappity. $29 block stack? Let's freaking do it, Twitch chat. Double turbo. heart never stood a chance. GG, Twitch chat. GG. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Cross another one off the list. GG, everybody. The defect was exceptional. GG, Gingerbread. Thanks for dropping by. Gingerbread says, after all the YouTubing, today is my first time live, and already got to see a win. Welcome. Welcome. GG. G is the 7th letter of the alphabet, not the 8th. By the way. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 7. Better not leave the win streak till the end? Well, who knows. And Peanut, thanks so much for the 150 bits. YouTube Baylor actually wins less often than Twitch Baylor. It's true. Twitch Baylor has more wins than YouTube Baylor does. Rice for Goko also here for the first time on Twitch. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming, I'll keep slaying. We are going to keep slaying today. I've got at least one more run in me. Maybe some Brotato to end the stream, but I want to do a watcher run at minimum here. So, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. When I return, we'll do another 820 heart run. Really enjoyed this defect, by the way. I think again, starting with Remove 2 was very, very good. As we got towards the later parts of the run, we really appreciated not having so many starter cards so that we could consistently draw, just card draw, energy gen, and powers. Put it all in play. Yeah, I saw the Brotato keeps getting some cool beta patches. New enemies to check out, new characters to try, and new weapons to use. So that's pretty exciting for Brotato. All right, back in a few. And then the Watcher. Don't go nowhere, folks. I'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We are back. Thank you so much for the patience. Flintlock says, having doubts about my pledge for the Slay the Spire board game. Exclam, board game. Pretty cool that launched today. I'd say if you're having doubts, I think that's reasonable. Board game Kickstarters in particular can have a really long time between funding and actually delivering products to people. And are have a little bit of notoriety to them for that reason. I think this is going to be one of the better board game Kickstarters. They've already play tested and designed the game. Now they're just going to kind of scale up production for people. But if you're having doubts, I mean, then I'd say clearly there's no lack of interest in the campaign overall, so they don't need everybody's money. And if you end up wanting it later, you can always buy it later after it's created. But yeah, current estimated shipping December 2023. I'm going to go ahead and spoiler alert, it will be delayed one or more times. It's just how board game Kickstarters go. So it'll probably be at least a 2-year wait until you actually get like your board game in your hands. And also, unfortunately, notoriously for certain kinds of Kickstarters, it may be that it goes for sale to the public before everybody who backed actually gets a copy. This happens sometimes for stupid reasons, really. But you could end up like waiting really, really long. More long than usual because you backed early. That's always a bit weird. So if you're on the fence, you might as well just wait, I think. Especially if the price is high. I haven't actually looked at the details of the campaign. Have I tried 20 minutes before dawn, asks Vortex Curse. No. No, I think I've heard of that one mentioned alongside Vampire Survivors. And Brotato. $100 is the minimum. Wow. That's quite the ask. It makes sense. I mean, especially if it's a larger box board game where there's a huge amount of pieces. The per unit manufacturing price is pretty big. And $100 is actually kind of standard in the board game sphere for like the bigger boxes. But that is a lot by board game standards. Quite a lot. More than I expected, for certainly. It's so big. Well, it better be an impossibly tall tower then. Slouty says, my general rule for Kickstarters is to put up the money if I want to support the idea, and I'm willing to spend the money now, but then forget about it until it shows up. And you have to be willing to truly either wait a very long period of time or even be potentially okay with never receiving what you paid money for. I'm sure this campaign will deliver to everybody, but there have been many Kickstarters where not everybody even gets the thing at all. Such is the way of Kickstarter. Are they doing minis for every enemy? I don't know. I know there are minis for the players. Can I touch my toes? I can. It's a bit of a stretch, but I can do it. Wouldn't consider myself exceptionally flexible, but it's something I work on nearly daily. Armando says, you get refunded if a Kickstarter fails, right? If it fails to meet the funding requirement. For Kickstarters that fail to deliver the product they claimed they wanted to make, not necessarily. In some cases, yes, but for a lot of people, no. There's more than one Kickstarter that has taken a large amount of money from backers and then tried but failed to produce a pleasant or working or functioning design at manufacturing scale and left a lot of people either overpaying for something they hated or unable to secure a refund for an item that was less than expected. And there's many, many examples of that. Coolest Cooler off the top of my head is a major example of a Kickstarter gone wrong. But there's, like, literally hundreds of examples. Pestnecht, thanks for 5 months in the Prime sub. But again, that's all like Kickstarter in general, and not this specific campaign from Contention Games, which I think will be quite excellent. I think the Slay the Spire board game Kickstarter will produce a great board game, and that everybody who backs will get a copy of it, even if it does take more time than they expect. Blank Epilogue Page, thanks for 38 months. Just got your Baylor shirt in the mail, and boy is it snazzy. Heck yeah. Really loving the merch. Thanks to Riley from the YouTube and James from S Tier coming together to make some amazing stuff available to everybody. Give a shout out to the merch store one more time here. Yeah, I agree, Kiruku. Having an established company that ostensibly could just launch a product on their own, go through Kickstarter, always is a little odd. Like, the whole point is to provide funding for those who don't have the upfront capital, but it's done some really good things. So I'm quite happy with my interactions with Kickstarter overall. And one of the first things that I funded on Kickstarter was Pillars of Eternity, the game, and then later Divinity Original Sin, and both of those turned into very, very, very good games. And I've had a friend who's kickstarted a few different board games that I've ended up then playing with him. A couple of them I've liked. One of them I really, really disliked. I don't even remember the name of that one. But overall, they were pretty good. Yes, I was one of the original backers for Divinity Original Sin the First. And yes, it was a long time ago. I do runs on Ascensions other than 20 occasionally, Mono Espacial. We just did an Ascension 5 run with Ironclad to start the stream out, actually, as a sort of tutorial video. 210 for everything. That is, that's quite an ask, isn't it? So, Transform, Common Relic, Curse, or Boss Swap. That'd actually be pretty cool with a Transform Defend. Almost anything I get in exchange for Defend would be a good trade. Getting ahead on the relic count's not bad either. I think that this run should, A, go to an early shop to remove a Defend. I really like the early Act 1 shops with Watcher. And then let's grab the Burning Elite, since it's here at the end of Act 1. Should be a pretty easy act overall. Yeah, transform a Defend into a Carve Reality. Well, that's certainly an improvement. Adds a Smite to our hand and deals 6. I really, really like Carve in general for what it can do. And now it's time for everyone's favorite game. Is this lethal? With a miracle here, I've got 4 energy available to us. If I Eruption the Acid Slime, it goes down to 22 health. Carve Reality deals 12 and kills the Spike Slime. 24 to the Acid Slime. Yes, it's lethal. How about more smites? Do we add a Battle Hymn? How intriguing. Carve Reality Battle Hymn. Let's do it. Early Battle Hymn allows us to generate smites every single turn. Can be quite useful against certain elites in particular. And now we've got a Smite deck, enough Smite generation that it might be a good idea to pick up something that interacts with them, like Establishment or Master Reality even. Oh, especially if I add safeties, now we've got like a theme to the deck. How exciting. The theme deck. What is this? Eruption, deceive, safety. That's the way. Aha, aha. I like it. Blocking? What use is block when you are a god? Feels like we're past the point where Bowling Bash might be good. Why is Battle Hymn decent when Infinite Blades isn't? Because 12 is a bigger number than 4, really. Smites do way more damage than a Shiv does. Even though they cost energy, it's still more damage that you're getting. Also, usually with Watcher, it's not 12 that you're doing, it's 24 or 36. And that is a much bigger number than 4. Let's go with a third eye. Really like early Scry, actually. We're 100% removing a defend card. Especially since I've added some Neo blocks from Watcher. Do we want to cut through Fate? I don't think so. I think the whole point of taking the Battle Hymn was so that I could add fewer attacks to this deck. And just generate them mid-combat. Although I do kind of like an Empty Fist. As a way to leave Wrath. Okay, we'll take an Empty Fist. Why prioritize removing defends over strikes? On Watcher, your strikes can deal 12 damage, which makes them exceedingly valuable in many, many fights. In fact, if you remove all the defense from the Watcher starting deck and just have Eruption and 4 strikes, you'll find that you can kill most enemies before they can do anything to you. And that is the reason we remove the defense, generally, with this character. It's to go higher aggro, higher offense. All of my health for meat on the bone? Now there's a good trade. Nice. And we're going to upgrade Eruption first. Yeah, Watcher's stance-changing math changes a lot of the basic rules. It's a good description. Also, this Lagavulin is the perfect enemy for this weird-ass deck. Actually, hoping that Eruption's on the bottom here. Dang. Well, that'll do. It's smiting time. Uh, 24, 24, 30. 48, 88. Wow. Wow. Right, Watcher does a lot of damage. Or no, 78. Exactly. Watcher does a lot of damage. We're offered an early lesson learned. We can use this to upgrade every card in the deck. Although, we're really not going to add that many more cards here. Smeated. Don't necessarily even want the Battle Hymn upgraded, but it is pretty good. Let's pick one up. Especially with meat on the bone, it's pretty easy to stall for upgrades here. Pretty awkward turn 1 we've gotten. Lousy indeed, but meat on the bone means this isn't that big a deal, so I'm not going to bother trying to use a potion to resolve this. We'll just take the damage and heal. Strike you and you, I guess. The ones that do more damage. Can easily kill one with Lesson Learned. If we ever find it. Guaranteed next turn, no problem. Can't kill you with a smite. Interesting. And then bonk. Bonk. Lesson Learned upgraded itself first. I'm actually not even mad. So, our goal from here is mostly to skip cards. We don't really want to add too many more. We just want to take what we have, upgrade all of it, and then start removing cards, quite frankly. Hourglass is great. 3 damage per turn to every enemy. Always happy to have more damage. Yeah, Establishment Waiting Room. No kidding. With meat on the bone, I'll happily trade away some health for more money. We're going to be rich, Twitch chat. And this Gremlin, he's going to be dead. Yeah, that's 93? So you're saying there's a way. Suddenly pressure points? I don't think I want to pray here. Divinity could be a way we go. I don't think so. And we can keep upgrading. Let's upgrade the Empty Fist next. This is going to be a very upgraded deck very quickly. A small pressure points deck can actually do pretty well. It's maybe something to consider there. I think we need more card draw for that to be truly good. Rushdown or Talk to the Hand? Do like me a Rushdown. Draw 2 upon entering Wrath. A little bit awkward with the massive retain we have, but that's fine. And again we get Lagavulin. Can't play the Carve this time. Let's just go aggro here. Can't kill you. Let's see, we can do 48 plus 28. How much is that? 76. Leaving the enemy at 36 health. Okay, we won't be able to kill next turn either then. That's what that means. So we should just Empty Fist this turn. Keep these smites in hand for the future. And block like so. Discard 1 so that I guaranteed vigilance. Play vigilance safety next turn. Take 4. Actually, we want to go to 34 health, so I'd like to take 2. How do I do that? I guess I could short the vigilance here. That seems like a bad idea, though. We'll figure something out. Or maybe I'll just be at 36 health when we end the fight, which looks like what's going to happen here, because you're super dead. You sure are. And we're super rich. 500 bucks? How about a prostrate? Actually, maybe I should have grabbed that prey after all. Mantra is really good when you're damage or retains, because then we can play these smites for guaranteed triple damage. And the deck is already doing so well. Yeah, let's take a prostrate. Get to 10 mantra, and you are divine. Which is a very good thing to be. I suppose this is a reasonable fight for this power potion. Not that we necessarily need help, but we're more likely to lesson learned if I use the power potion. And I don't think Watcher power potions are all that good against too many other enemies. Let's grab the Foresight here, although Establishment might be tempting. We're not going to need the extra energy from the Establishment. Let's not draw that, but I will take the Eruption. The Rushdown, rather. General rule when scrying, you want to discard any strikes or defends you see. It's not an always rule, though, just a general rule. What is this? Carve Reality Safety, or do I play the Vigilance? No, Vigilance, Carve Reality. Miracle. Or even Mirror of Safety. It's for full block. Even better. Let's do that. We need plenty of smites in our deck here. We're not going to need help. No siree. One smite and leave. Let's reshuffle the deck already here. We can. Not completely sure if we get to go into Divinity or not here. Actually need to make some room in hand. We don't want to retain more than 5 cards. So I'm actually not going to play this card reality here. Because we don't want to clog excessively. Okay, we prostrate, then we third eye away these remaining cards, and then I reshuffle the deck by playing the Eruption. That means we can redraw back into the prostrate, and when we do, we'll be Divinity. Or we can just outright kill with the smites, too. Next turn. Or some combination of both. Perfect. GG, Hexaghost. There's the Master Reality. Alright, let's do it. Yes, there's a Vault. Yes, we take Vault all the time. This is a deck that creates a whole heckload of smites, and even some safeties. And we can actually take a Future Prey if we see one, too. Yes, over Vault, you heard me. Whenever a card is created during combat, we upgrade it. Sure, Vault is better, especially with the Battle Hymn, but this is an actually usable Master Reality, and heck, maybe it ends up doing a little more. Master Reality, when upgraded, is 0 cost, so we won't even regret having it that much. Pyramid Choker's Sozu? Pyramid Retain deck. I mean, we get to retain the Lesson Learned. That's kind of good. Sure. Runic Pyramid says, at the end of our turn, we no longer discard our hand. It's a little awkward because we're already retaining so many things, but adding retain to everything is going to be pretty broadly useful. I mean, Sozu's not that bad, actually. Sozu and Meat on the Bone do go well together, I think. But I also don't feel like I want that energy that much. Alright, I'm going to take the Pyramid, actually, unironically. I think this Pyramid will work out grand. I am going to add a Prey to the deck. I'm also going to go to 2 shops and continue to remove cards. Now we can start to remove strikes. Strikes are not smites. Oh, I can go 3 shops? Let's just spend all of our money on card removes. Trust me, it's good. Upgraded Smite. The Resmitening. Smite Plus is 32 damage in Anger mode. The Pressure Points is back. Crush Joints is pretty good when you're doing Divinity things. But let's just keep the deck small here. Oh my. My favorite boat thingy? Turn 2 boat thingy. It's also Souvenir for Artifact on turn 1. We definitely want to remove the only strike that has not yet been upgraded. Get out of here. Now it's on sale. The game really wanted me to take Pressure Points this run. Is Pressure Points ever good? Great question. Actually, wait, Discovery has synergy with the Master Reality. Let's do it. And I can still afford the next remove. We don't need the third one. Perfect. Discovery Master Reality. Let's go. Behold. Establishment plus. Hog. So this won't kill. Let's just empty fist here. Kill you next turn. So note that a good moment of observation for everybody who asks about the Runic Pyramid and Establishment interaction. The cards that we retained just with Runic Pyramid do not get discounted by Establishment. However, if a card has the retain keyword, it does still get discounted here. Kind of neat. Discovery Plus. This also technically benefits from Master Reality, Alpha, Beta, Omega. But if we're doing Divinity, we're not going to need Alpha, Beta, Omega. We'd rather take a Wallop here, which is going to be excellent block and damage at the same time. That's right, Pyramid is not actually retain. Technically. Technically. Perfect, get rid of that. Alright, you nerds. Who's ready to die? It's Romeo, that's who. And also Bear, I guess, technically. What do you got, Discovery? Blasphemy! Yeah, that works. Yes, Bear! Don't need two of these. Definitely don't need two of those. Alright, what do you got, Mr. Shop? Double boat thingy? Ooh, I do like double boat thingy with Pyramid here. And with Battle Hymn, yeah, with Battle Hymn Plus also. I really like turn 1 boat. Or Paintwood Accelerator upgrades. Enlightenment could be interesting with Pyramid too. Let's be a boat. We must become one with the boat. That leaves our removals at a reasonable price. These nerds. Hi. I'm considering Distilled Chaos here, just to make some stuff happen, you know? Actually, I have 5 energy this turn, so I could go Empty Fist, Carve Reality, Smite, Lesson Learned. How much damage is that? 18 plus 14 plus 13. 45. Not quite. So, Distilled Chaos it is. There's no cards that kill me in the draw pile. Good. Defend. Discovery made a Master Reality. Makes a Consecrate, actually. That gets us the kill. Perfect. You're dead, son. And I'm still a boat. Always have been, always will be. Yours, Boatly. How do I do this? Vigilance, Eruption, Strike. To block 18? I can't block 18. I can just full block this, though. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But then this is bad? And we have wounds coming up. We actually have to think through this a little bit here. Probably that means I want to do something like Eruption Wallop, kill the front guy. We'll take some damage here. Actually, I can go Vigilance Eruption Wallop. There we go. Take just a little bit. And that should allow for a kill or something similar this turn. 13, 13, 9 won't be enough. What about 9, 18, 13? That's enough. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We'll never use the Regal Pillow, but that's okay. How about a Halt Plus? I like it with Pyramid. I don't have enough Wrath entries yet, though. Did I play Ring of Pain? I did not. I have not played Ring of Pain. Good question, Phaley. Guess that's a good time to remind the nominations for the game vote in November are open. So every month we choose a game through the community to play on stream using a 2-round voting process. First, people nominate games to go on the poll. Those are then voted on in the Discord. Check out the community voting section of the Discord to see the current nominations. We'll have to get an update to the game vote command. And then after the first round of voting, there's a straw poll, or a Google form poll that we use. And that's the actual game vote each month. The winning game gets played live on stream, and then the runners-up move on to the game vote for the next month. Let's see. Do we take a rest site? Rest sites aren't even that good, considering we keep getting upgrades from the lesson learned. So it might be better to take events over a rest site here. Probably going this way, too. Yeah, let's take an event over a rest site. We have nothing to rest site for. We're offered the chance to take a curse with Pyramid. Really don't like Writhe Curse, but still nice to have that option. Next elite, Gremlin Leader, who's attacking us turn 1. Generally speaking, if you get attacked by a leader on turn 1, you're going to have a good fight. You're going to have a really good fight. Especially if you can block the hit. It just puts the leader so far behind. They don't summon minions or buff themselves. What do you got for me, Discovery? Remeditate. I love it. Meditate the eruption. Let's go. So let's get this in play, then carve. Smite you. Smite you. Smite plus you. Stay in Wrath. If we don't get attacked, we can just kind of go aggro here. Kabunkening. Beautiful. Hey, sellouts, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Foreign Influence Plus. Oh, that also works with Master Reality? Let's go. Create a upgraded card that costs 0 this turn. I love it. We are the master of all the reality. Kunai gives us dexterity. That's also quite good with our block mechanisms. Certainly we can play 3 attacks in 1 turn, often enough. I really like it. I really, really like it. Thanks, Boat Thingy. For the perfect block. I'm going to keep Empty Fist in my hand. Guess we just leave the Lantern Energy unused? That's okay. Could have maybe used the Swift Potion there. But I don't know that it would actually have helped that much. Alright, make an upgraded card at 0 cost. Upgraded second Prostrate. Ooh, yeah, let's do that. That way we can go Divine on the second draw through the deck. It seems important and powerful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need more space in hands. Let's play one of these smites. Well, no sign of prostrate. Running out of time here. We've goofed. Our hand's going to be clogged with these smites momentarily. This is the first fight where the pyramid's actually hurting me a bit. What do we do here? We need to maybe calculatedly take some damage, it looks like. Mostly I need to be able to draw some of these cards next turn. So we need to make room in hand. I guess rush down. And consider the Essence of Steel here to save a little bit of health. Let's use the Essence of Steel here. Okay, third eye is going to help me get to the cards I need. Can't end this turn in Wrath. Next turn's our turn to go, huh? We're not going to be able to go Divine in this fight. That's a really big problem. Really do need that foreign influence, though. Alright, what order are they in? Prostrate, Influence, and Vigilance, then. So I don't get Vigilance unless I draw 3. Okay. Play what? Defend and Strike? Defend and a Smite plus. Might as well be. Gonna have more smites than I need. Let's try this. I'm not entirely happy. This is the big attack turn, and then we have to win next turn. Have to win next turn. Clash. Actually, wait. Every card in my hand is an attack card. Yeah. Actually. Although I'd have to play Vigilance, actually. Or I can play it before Eruption. But Eruption will draw a skill, so I'll have to play the skill before I can play Clash. That's not quite what I want to do. So I think we Clash first. Is what we do. Now we Eruption? Yeah, we should be able to kill shortly here. So we like Smite, Empty Fist. Yeah, that'll be good enough. Take a bit more damage here. Always kill next turn. But that's what Meat on the Bone is for. Okay, Master Reality being free will help quite a bit. Halt's better with the Kunai, but I think still not good enough. Transform a card. Guess we'll transform the unupgraded Defend. Don't want to transform an upgraded starter card, because we'll turn it into an unupgraded card and reduce our upgrade density in so doing. Get a Sands of Time. That's not necessarily better. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll also take a free Deviform for this fight. It seems pretty powerful. Let's see. Looks a little tricky, though. Let's go Defend this turn. Try to kill them both next turn. Yeah, both if possible would be great. So with Third Eye, we can decide what we're drawing. What would we like to draw here? Carve Reality, maybe? Or Master Reality, too, would be also good. Let's see what's on top. Empty Fist. And Wallop. That also works. Wallop, Empty Fist. Block for 18. This is 31? Yeah. So Wallop alone won't be enough. What's Foreign Influence got? All for one. All for one Prostrate. Interesting. Or a free Sever Soul. Let's take all for one. Seems alright. Seems more than alright. So can we kill the Chosen this turn? That's my question. 40, 24, 24. Oh, yeah. Although, then I can't block this. Nah, seems easier to kill the cultist. Block the chosen somehow. Somehow. Guess I could vigilance at the end as well. Or yeah, just use the prostrate actually. That works too. No need to overcomplicate things. Problem is we get attacked again on this turn, and then again on the next turn. Good news is I have Deviform in play, so I don't think it matters much. In fact, I might even be able to kill this turn. Looks like I totally can. Good. More energy reduction in the rushdown. This could be a deck that wants a Tranquility to upgrade, just kind of as an energy generator. But I don't think so. Gambler's Brew seems better than a Swift Potion. Hand Clog's a real problem. We'll go with the Fear Potion to help us deal with whatever this enemy is. Looking good here. Alright, well, clearly we're not killing any of them turn 1 with his hand, but we can set up pretty well. Let's see what Discovery makes. What do you got? Devotion, unupgraded, or Conclude. We'll ping them all with a Conclude here. Seems pretty good. Vigilance, Miracle, Deceive? Incoming damage is 24. Or Defend, Deceive, Reality, Conclude. But I'd like to bank some energy. Let's do this. Maybe we could have mathed for meat on the bone there, instead of blocking fully. That might have been an idea. Oh well, looks like we got a great turn though. Cool. Get that nerd out of here. How much damage do I want to take? Half health for us is 37, so if we can take about 4, that'd be great. Uppercut for free. 4. Aha! The power. Hey, and there's a affirmation that our mantra plan was the correct plan. Damaru is going to give us mantra every turn. And that definitely makes me feel happy with the prostrate. Still waiting on our second mantra card, be it a pray or something similar. What do I call it when the watcher really wants to buy property? Crave Realty. Oof. I like it. Let's take one more event here. It's a fight. The Chumps. The Chumps. Chumps getting chumped. Probably wanted to actually third eye theirs to guarantee lesson learned, but we nail it anyway. No problem, no problem. Give me a perfected strike plus. Look at that. Kerblam. Norbert Noodle, thanks for 4 months of support. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And you better believe I'm buying Mental Fortress Plus. That's a end game card for this character. Here at the end of Act 2, almost every card in the deck is upgraded. It's pretty hard to do better than that. And look at all these beautiful powers. You'd love to see them. Bonk. just need to get... Oh. I was going to say, we just need to get Prostrate back into my hand, but how about we just go Divine right now with this warship that I found in the dirt. Seems good to me. Let's take the Dagger Spray, too. Bonk. Could use the Fear Potion to just, like, kill him outright there, I think. But where's the fun in that, you know? Now we can take the vault. Or, unironically, this Deviform actually seems pretty decent. I think we want the vault, though. How much stronger would I say Watcher is compared to the other characters? It's not as much as you might think, given how that she performs on runs. But Slay the Spire is very much a game of momentum. If you become stronger than the enemies, then you can easily harvest lots of rewards and get stronger. I'd say Watchers may be like 10 to 20% better. A comparison, the Defect starter deck in 2 turns can deal... I think it's 47 damage? Let me map that. 4 strikes, zap, dual cast. 6... 30, 16, no, it's 49. Defect can do 49 damage in 2 turns with the starting deck. Watcher can do 57. So it's about 15% more damage than Defect, but that 15% really counts for a lot. I think this is Black Star time. Definitely not taking Snecko Eye, Runic Pyramid. If only I had taken the Deviform and we had a gambling chip. And Silent can do negative 80, that's right. Yeah, I think Black Star over Tiny House here. Idiocracy says, Watcher's the only character I've never taken Snecko on. I think she's actually one of the better Snecko characters. Many high-cost cards on this character to use. Got a blue candle. Okay, let's do something weird. What's in the bag? A free wheel kick. Seems good. Bonk. Excuse you, Spiker. We also don't have to play the Battle Hymn, especially now that we're on 3 energy in Act 3. I think we're often going to want to not play the Battle Hymn to avoid getting our hand uncontrollably clogged with cards that we can't play. That would be undesirable. Take a second Foreign Influence? That seems unnecessary. Still considering Tranquility, even better now that we're on 3 base energy in Act 3. What makes Mental Fortress strong? It is a lot of blocking. 6 doesn't seem like that much, but you're able to activate the Mental Fortress multiple times per turn by swapping between stances, and so it can be easily 18, 24 block per turn, which is very strong. It's not doing all that much here in this deck, but it will be as we progress further into the run, for sure. I think this is a fight where we do play Battle Hymn. Definitely play Master Realty. What you got? Discovery. Free Indignation Plus. Or a Swivel. Let's do the Indignation. Put me in wrath. I want it. It's too much damage. Don't want it to die. I want to be able to lesson learned. For the Rampage, then. Wait, I don't have anything to lesson learn. What am I talking about? All right. We're still looking for ways to avoid hand clog here in Act 3 with Runic Pyramid. I think a Just Lucky Plus is pretty helpful. It's also going to be a zero-cost attack with our kunai that benefits from dexterity. There's the Prey. I've been waiting for you, Prey. It's time for you to join this deck. Give me Mantra and put an Insight Plus into the draw pile. I think Art of War could also be really, really a big deal here. Fasting with Panacea, curious. Prismatic Shard, curious. Although we've already got a very weird Watcher deck, I'd be pretty content just piloting this to a victory from here. Like, we just bought a Prey. How cool is that? Shard is obligatory. What could I do with Shard? I mean, there's actually some pretty cool stuff. All right, let's do it. I really dislike that we're not getting an Art of War here. I think that Art of War is very, very good. And I was wondering. All right. In that case, I'll take 999 gold. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, blue candle makes this easy. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. We also have a Gambler's Brew, which helps a lot here. I'm gonna keep this Vigilance unplayed for the moment. Now I'll play it. No Art of War. This would be a really good turn for Art of War. Would have played the Defend instead. Beep. No problem. What do you contain? Sucker Punch Plus to weaken this? Yeah, weaken that. Weaken it good. And actually, this is a good turn for the Fear Potion to make the wall a bit harder here. Let's do that. Then I can also gain a point of dexterity here. Perfect. Discovery next turn. We're almost there. Just need that Prey. Said, I just need that Prey. No, I don't need it, actually. Oh, Lesson Learned's also on the bottom? Alright. Defend, Sanctity, Go Divine, Funk. Satisfying. Love these relics. We get more card draw and more energy from the Nemesis. Reinforced Body is interesting, although we don't have a lot of energy to spend on it. Nah, we'll skip all that. It's either Rest or Recall. Oh yeah, because we have no unupgraded cards, so let's make it a Recall then. Ink Bottle can kill us with the Discoveries. Or with the Normalities, rather. How curious. You're not wrong, and yet you're also not right. Ink Bottle will surely be our friend. Smiley face. No, actually, let me draw you where I can see you. Get rid of you. More like Stink Bottle. Or like, I don't think it's very good bottle. Ooh, free fall. Well, in that case, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. just go ahead and bank some energy for next turn. Thanks. It is time. Time for you to die, sir. Prepare for bonking. Alright. Ice Cream allows us to conserve energy between turns. We can take another Just Lucky if we want. We're gonna go this way, now that I am rich as hell. Rather than, like, this way. I'm not gonna take that. Gotta take the Sapphire Key. Shuriken sure would be nice. But I've got other places to be. Transient, please don't ruin me. Please and thank you. Yeah, we have Ice Cream too. It's important to remember. Got that. Let's just go Miracle. Let's actually use this block this turn. Might as well, right? I did draw it, but we have one card play left. If Ink Bottle had been set one number lower, I would have talked about that. Always got Vault too. It's funny though. We could go Divine right now. Let's do it next turn. Love that we get to keep the extra energy from that. Bonus energy. You're vulnerable now. Another free vault, more free turns. I love it. We got 2 vaults. Perfect. Divinity next turn. Yes, to Prostrate and Just Lucky. Need the Prey, lastly. I don't think we can quite kill Transient here, but we can get awfully close. Oh, we can. GG, nerd. Get lesson learned on the Transients. Upgrading nothing. Good times. Good times. It's actually not the world's worst slice. Indignation. Another way to apply Vulnerable. Actually, we don't have a real Vulnerable applicating card, do we? No, we don't. I'll take that. Alright, time to get rid of these stinky normalities. And I think a Meditate's pretty good, too. Finesse with Kunai is not bad. Not great, but not bad. Letter Opener is also not great, but not bad. Actually, rather like the Letter Opener. Let's go Meditate, Letter Opener, Finesse. With 552 gold for the next shop. Did remove a card there, right? Yes, I did. Good. Can't ever really be sure, you know. Surge, you're late. So we actually do have cards we want to upgrade now. Let's try to remember that. 38 block. Not too bad. Still want that. Oh yeah, we could draw a Normality. I don't want to draw that. Still one of those in the draw pile. Seems pretty bad. Three random zero-cost skills. Chrysalis with Master Reality? Or upgraded Shivs with Kunai. Let's try Chrysalis Master Reality. That is a cool combo. Zero-cost cards, with Ice Cream too, go into the draw pile. Definitely be taking orange pellets to allow us to remove debuffs here. Gonna be removing the other Normality. No Normalities, no problem. And do I want anything else here? Not really. A warped reality tech. I like that. For me just not playing Chrysalis, it's happened before. I don't blame you for your doubts. But this time, things are going to be different. Those are good cards for next turn. I like those cards. Bonk. Alright, what do you got for me, Chrysalis? Blasphemy plus the power. I like it. Ambrosia, instant divinity. Fusion channels more plasma orb to go with our ice cream. That's actually kind of cool. That's a lot of energy. Give me that. It's even Fusion Plus. I mean, how could I say no, really? That's cool. And yes, I will upgrade Chrysalis. Alright, Woke Bloke, what do you got? This is definitely a fight where we don't play the Battle Hymn, at least not initially. Seems like a bad idea. There's Chrysalis and Vault and stuff. Seems interesting. $35. This is 34 currently. Take one. I do it like this. And strike one time? Strike one time. What's the plan for getting out of this multi-attack turn? Definitely want to vault so that we get more energy. We might be doing Eruption Wallop and then Vigilance at the end. That sounds pretty good. We could even do Eruption Indignation Wallop for 36 damage Blanc. We should definitely vault first, though, for extra energy. I guess I'm playing the Master Reality to make hand space. Surely this will work fine. Perfection. So Eruption here. Then Indignation, making them vulnerable. Wallop here. Vigilance back into Calm stance. It's a comfortable full block. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, there's our fusion. Get that in play. Start cranking out more energy here. Get him, Kunai. Okay, Praise Divinity. We're not ready for that yet, are we? Not yet. Next turn. Alright, I think this is the turn we play Chrysalis, too. What do you got for me? Ooh. Those are some spicy cards. I have to say, I kind of like those. What about you, Foreign Influence? You've got a Carnage Plus in my hand. What a great turn to go Divine. Casual 126 damage, you know? How could I say no? How could I? What about you, Discovery? You contain the secrets to Conjure Blade with ice cream. That seems pretty spicy, actually. Let me go ahead and learn some things from that. But first, I must Blanc. Alright, let's do it. Swivel. Conjure Blade for 10. Does 15 times 10. 30 times 10. The power. Next up, Time Eater. Bet you didn't even think this was a Conjure Blade deck, huh? Maybe wanted to play Miracle there. I don't think it matters much. We would have liked to do Power Attack and Skill this turn. Looks like we're just going to take a bunch of damage. That sure is a thing, huh? This would be a pretty good Gambler's Brew. Yeah, I think this is my Gambler's Brew. Let's use it here rather than in Act 4. Get rid of everything except Wallop. Hoping to draw a Power, Attack, and a Skill so I can remove these debuffs. Perfect. Let's go Mental Fortress. Do we have a Rushdown in play? No. No, we don't. Cool, and then we just play Meditate. That'll be the skill that removes all the debuffs. We could also do Vigilance instead. But I want to get back the Wallop and, unironically, this Chrysalis. I do want it. Free Vault and 2 free Empty Mines are both pretty cool. Alright, once again we're staring down an awful lot of damage. Nothing I can't solve, though. Once again we can purge the debuffs to remove this stinky vulnerable. No problemo whatsoever. Keep drawing here. This makes me Divine. Is that time? No, next turn, surely. Next turn. That empty body. Alright, let's go. I even have 2 vaults here. You play Vault as the 12th card against the Time Eater, then you do get another turn. Fun fact. Time Eater will not take a turn. Unfortunately, I can't play it as the 12th card. Yes, I can. Perfect. What else we got here? We upgraded every card, right? Yeah, okay, so I don't need to lesson learn or anything. Flechettes? That's kind of hype. Some good cards for next turn. One more vault. Where Time Eater still doesn't know that it's not his turn. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. To be felt out the room is this, the twisted and corrupt heart of the Spire, the source of all these created, upgraded cards. Gotta sleep for 2 health. That's the law. And our final shop offers a medical kit to get rid of status cards, ornamental fan rewarding us for playing multiple attacks, pen nib to double the damage of an attack, card remove plus potion looks pretty reasonable too. I mean, medical kit's okay. It's nice with the ink bottle. Wouldn't mind removing a strike though, you know? Strike remove, go flex potion with the orange pellets. Panic button's also very good with orange pellets, actually. Let's do panic button and flex potion. Actually, unironically, study. Let's do it. Study Master Reality seems hilarious. I don't know if it's actually going to be any good, but let's do it. Let's do it, Twitch chat. Oh. Lucion. Take 1. It's fine. I'll take 1. I guess I'm vaulting? Sure seems like it. Although maybe I indignation first. Yes. And then Chrysalis? And then vault. 3 pressure points. The power. Alright, what's on top of the deck? Strike, lesson learned, pressure points. How about literally none of this, actually? Not even the lesson learned. Is that card that I bought? Panic button and steady. Okay. Those are good upgrades, though. Take this. We did play Master Reality already, so let's play Discovery here. Swivel Plus or another alpha? I don't need 2 free alphas. That's ridiculous. That is not helpful. It's not even a little bit helpful. So no thank you. We just want to block for 40 here, and looks like safety has us covered. Let's just play the Meditate, get back. Indignation? No, we've got Crescendo for that, actually. Just get back. Unironically, Discovery. And Fusion is an energy generator. Let's get back Fusion. What do you got, Discovery? Free fasting or free signature move with less learn? No, I'll take the free fasting with the orange pellets. Seems pretty okay. Yes, yes. All of it, honestly. That's great. Got no complaints. None whatsoever. We need to kill the shield this turn. That doesn't seem like it's out of reach, right? And Glass Knife Plus deals 30 damage twice. No, that doesn't seem too out of reach at all. Got him. You are Omega screwed, sir. GG. Wait. Hey. Want a refund. Doodle. Stone Calendar, and a Shrug It Off Plus, actually. Really good. Need to have +5 strength for the heart fight, since I didn't use it during the Elites fight. I'll keep Master Reality Just Lucky and Meditate for next turn, so we can always go Power Attack Skill to remove the debuffs here. Let's get some stuff out of my hand with the opening. Alright, that'll do. So on this turn, we use the Flex Potion. Heck, this would be a good turn for the Ambrosia, actually. Definitely use this. Let's start with Power Attack. Get rid of that. Draw. All the debuffs are gone. Let's look at the top here. Interruption Prey. Perfect. Okay, so we'll use Indignation next turn to make the heart vulnerable. That does mean it's a pretty good turn to use the Ambrosia. We get some energy. I get a point of Dexterity here. We'll take a little bit of damage, but yeah, it's pretty good otherwise. And then I get to Meditate. I guess I could Indignation Meditate if I want a little bit more block this turn. Or wait. No, yeah, that works. Okay, and then Shrug, and then Meditate. Perfect. Get back the Indignation and the Third Eye to let us keep scrying through the draw pile. I think this will be a perfect hard fight. Okay. What's on top of the deck? Good stuff. Really good stuff. Is what? And I want to draw it with the vaults, mostly. I might have needed that for the panic button. No, we still got Rush Down. Just gonna get this out of my hands. Okay, we have Divinity now. So we go Defend, Eruption, Indignation, Shenanigans. You are now vulnerable. Ooh. Actually, maybe Discovery makes a power? Makes a wallop. That'll do. Bonk. Need 81 block, please. Note that we got 6 block at the start of the turn here. That was Mental Fortress since we left Divinity stance. You both enter Divinity and get block, and then at the beginning of the next turn, exiting Divinity automatically happens and counts as a stance transition. Once again, we get a free vault off that Chrysalis. That's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Energy is a problem, though. Or block is a problem, rather. Guess I have to wallop here. Yeah. That's good block, though. 2 more for Kunai. There's Rushdown. We'll use the Rushdown with the panic button next turn. Next multi-attack? Just next turn. Bank some energy here. Go. Panic button, power, plane attack. Panic button debuff is removed, and we can gain block normally again. Also, look at all these upgraded insights. That's a lot of card draw. That's the power of Deceive Reality, or Master Reality. Grand Finale! Yeah. Well, of course that happens. Why wouldn't it? I mean, really, why wouldn't it? Good lord. This deck got broken. Can't imagine how that happens. Whoops. Let's see if we can do that again. I bet we can. Gotta make sure I don't kill it too early. I see you, Stone Calendar. I see you. I know you want in on this. See it. Pretty hard to finale here. Yeah, I think we got too many damage cards in hand. But I can learn a lesson, and that I'll do. GG. GG. What a silly run. GG. Everybody, GG. Not too bad. This was good. A little bit off the beaten path. Look at that. 3,600 points, no less. A little bit off the beaten path for our Watcher runs here. Lots of retaining stuff. Lots of created cards. And a power you don't often see. Master Reality. Did we actually take anything from the Prismatic Shard? Let me check. I don't think we actually took any off-color cards, did we? Oh yeah, we took the Fusion. That's right. And the Shrug. So we did take a couple. That's right. Beautiful, beautiful run history. And I think Chrysalis was from a card award? Yeah, we took Chrysalis from a card award. And that was actually kind of cool. A lot of copies of Free Vault from this card. It's pretty telling. Ghibli Ascended, thanks for 6 months. And the Prime sub. Great to have you. Well, it's been some wonderful, wonderful runs of Spire. I think I'm going to stop there at 2 wins for our year-long challenge today. And the tutorial video done. Our next Slay the Spire run will be Ironclad. We'll be doing that tomorrow. But for the rest of stream today, I want to relax with some Brotato. I hear there's a new patch, and I'd like to check it out on stream. If you're headed out as we switch games, no worries. Appreciate it if you would come back, drop me a follow, and join me for some more Spire or other games in the future. And for those who are hanging out, I'm going to have a short break here between games, but then it's going to be potato time. Delicious, delicious potato time. Yeah, the new patch looks pretty exciting. I want to try the crossbow weapon. It looks pretty exciting. All right, let me update my category. Famas, thanks for the Prime sub and 28 months of support. I also heard you get, like, more money overall or something. Should be interesting to see. I'm still going to play random, though. So, it's going to be up to the dice to give me the new characters. Oh, they replaced the inflation danger level. I kind of felt like they would have to do that eventually. It just, because it's... it quadratically scales off of itself, the inflation. To modify that is irrevocably putting people behind the power curve. So what is the... I guess let's boot up Brotato, see what the new difficulty mods are. But yeah, I'm really glad to see that actually get tweaked. Oh, my head is too small. Aha. with more enemies. But that gives you more money. Oh my. There we go. All right. And as usual, we're going to put the face cam over here for Brotato. This music has been in Brotato since the beginning, but I don't remember it being on the title screen. So, Brotato's got some new stuff. We'll check it out momentarily, but before I get into this lovely, lovely roguelike bullet heaven, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. Last break of the day. Don't go nowhere, folks. I'll be right back. All right, your patience shall be rewarded with Spuds. Welcome back, everybody. It's Brotato with a new patch. There's 2 new characters here. The Hunter and I think the Artificer. We'll have to unlock them, respectively, by getting 300 range and killing 15 enemies with a single explosion. But currently I'm just going to run random character, random starting weapon. Ranger with a crossbow, please. Ranger with a pistol. All right, let's do it. Looks like Ranger got tweaked again. Ranger has now 50 range. Ranged damage modifications are 50% increased. No melee weapons. Max health down 25%. Okay, not bad, not bad. So they gave him some of his damage back. Looks like he lost the crit chance he used to have. In Brotato, the goal is to survive endless hordes of enemies. Each wave lasts for about 30 seconds, with later waves lasting a bit longer, during which you kill enemies. They drop green materials that will give us money and experience points. Experience points cause level ups, where we get to choose a stat up perk, and between waves at the store, we can choose to buy more items using our limited money here. I think a very early Ghost Scepter is really good on the Ranger. Ghost Scepter gives you max health for every 20 enemies killed with it during a wave. And I'll pick up one more pistol, too. Do we take a shotgun or keep rolling? An elite will appear on wave 11. Interesting. So they added, like, elite and horde waves. There's a crossbow. Crossbow scales with it's a precise medieval weapon. Pierces on crit. Has a 30% crit chance base. Let's give it a try, the crossbow. It's a medieval weapon, armor and dodge for the medieval keyword. Wow, that's a good keyword. Cool. Sorry, and by endless I meant the enemies are endless, not the waves. There are 20 waves total, with a boss at the very end. But yes, there are not unlimited waves. Just unlimited enemies within each wave, although it's not actually unlimited because, of course, the wave ends after a little bit. Let's see, we go early harvesting? Sure, harvesting. Harvesting is a stat that gives us money and experience, equal to our harvesting stat at the end of the wave. Shredder 2 is a pretty good gun. Let's grab a Shredder 2 here. We're playing on Danger 5, Fire Draw, and trying out the new patch, still on the hardest difficulty. For added challenge, I'm doing random character, random starting weapon, so we get all sorts of weird starts and just kind of have to try to make it work. See how far we can get. Any materials we don't pick up get put into that bag icon below my money. That's bonus money dropped during the next wave. So it's like money that we've earned but that we haven't lost. A little bit of regen and a little bit of crit chance sounds good. Or maybe a first speed up. First speed up's really important, actually. Let's grab speed. Ooh, fertilizer for more harvesting. I like where we're headed. Ranger with slingshots, kind of curious. All sorts of weird guns right now. Reroll or buy the slingshot? Let's buy the slingshot. Slingshots bounce, and bouncing is good. Second crossbow. I guess we'll upgrade the one that we have. Bounce pierces up to 2 times on a crit and has a higher crit chance now. Still haven't found any rage damage up, so our range damage is still kind of at base for the moment. We should definitely look to to tweak that. Another change that got made, these guys with the green bags on them will always drop a crate if you kill them. So you definitely want to go for those little treasure goblin guys. Take the speed up. I don't like losing luck that much. In fact, I'll probably counteract it with the luck up here. No, let's get our... Actually, yeah, let's get the luck up. Oh, and 2 more slingshots. Here we go. I really like slingshots on this character. So what am I doing? Tossing this pistol. Buying 2 slingshots. That's right. Or I can go to a purple slingshot, actually. Let's do that. Take a coupon. Purple slingshot will bounce 3 times. That's right, 3 times. So it hits 3 enemies. Got a pretty good array of weapons for so early on. Still on wave 5 here. You don't actually have to pick up the crate before the wave ends. Auto-collect it. Kind of like a time pod into the breach or something. So we get Energy Bracelet. Crit chance, but minus range damage? No way. And another coupon. Sure. Take a perk as is or reroll. I'll take 2 HP regen. And I'll take 15 more range, too. I'll definitely take a metal detector. Chance to double materials that we pick up. Sure. I'll take a plant, taking us to 6 HP regen. And what am I doing here? They nerfed the hell out of Snail. Now it's -5, -3. Still unique. Seems so weak now. Upgrade the Ghost Scepter. And the pistol. And then I can bind to the purple pistol. 1 more reroll, 1 more reroll. Another crossbow. Perfect. I want multiple crossbows. Please and thank you. Still sitting at 0 range damage. We gotta fix that soon. Maybe we'll roll for that at level 10. Harvesting's doing okay, but I'd like a bit more as well. We don't have very much health, do we? Elemental damage. I don't think so. I will take a luck up. I will take another luck up. And we're looking for range damage still. How about a rocket launcher? Explosives. Sure. Have to get rid of the shredder for that. Can't combine any of the weapons we have currently, but I definitely want that. And we'll take some pickup radius too. Pickup radius lets us pick up the materials from further away, which will help us get more during each wave. Also works on the health pickups too, and that can save our life. Potentially. What's our move speed? 10, okay. Wave 8's usually the first difficult wave. Oh my, that's a new enemy. Hello. Got like a dagger type attack. It's spooky. And a lot of health. There we go. Insist that you not kill me. Please and thank you. Terrifying. Gotta kill the eggs to prevent them. Okay. So you have a chance to stop those guys from appearing. That makes sense. Let's grab some armor since our max health is still pretty low. I want to continue to invest in luck, which I think is a very good stat. Ooh, Ghost Scepter 3. Hello. Drop the crossbow for that? Looks like that's what I'll do. Weapon combining has been awkward this run so far. But we're doing okay here. I think we want some more attack speed soon. There's attack speed, 15 of it. This is level 10, so I could also roll for range damage here, but I'll take the 15 attack speed. And I'll take 3 more armor, too. Glasses seem good. Lost Duck seems good. Currently at 6 dodge. I like Little Frog, but not enough here. Man, where's the range damage at, though? Bummer. Okay, definitely feeling like the attack speed helped a lot here. Rocket Launcher going to be putting in work on this wave, too. This is always kind of a horde wave. Wave 9. Your build is ahead on damage. This wave will give you tons of money. And if it's not, it'll just kill you. Good dodge, good dodge. Get him attack speed. Ah! Alright, we lived. I'll take a free Alien Eyes for sure. It's just passive free damage and a free piggy bank, giving us 20% money between waves. Heck yes. Again with the unable to combine the weapons problem. How awkward. I'm just gonna lose the pistol entirely or lose the crossbow entirely? Go double rocket launcher. I'll also take a dangerous bunny here. Lose the old rocket launcher. I'm gonna go double rocket launcher. Not gonna go blood donation. I guess I'll buy the snail here. Hedgehog is the first range damage up we've seen. Screw it. There we go. Explosion size up. And a better rocket launcher. Here we go. Here we go. Let's upgrade the rocket launcher first. We can combine those to make a red launcher. Lock in the plastic explosive. Let's go. Let the rocketing begin. A little overwhelmed here. It's a little terrifying. Oof. Free laser turret, sure. That'll help out with some passive damage. And we've got enough luck. Baby Element is 20% chance to do 7 damage to a random enemy when we pick up a material. Sure. Finally, our range damage up. It's only +2, but that's +3 for this character. Definitely take the plastic explosive. Buy another fertilizer as well. And propeller hat. Ooh, wheat. 2 more range damage and some harvesting. Yeah, let's take wheat. That is an elite. And it is laying eggs, and I don't like it. Oh dear. Well, that was terrifying. So our first glimpse of the elite, with only 6 move speed and 22 max health. It's no surprise we got absolutely murdered there. This run got offered a lot of luck, but not much else. Let's do a new run. GG. Mutant, starting with a taser. Oh boy. Mutant levels up way more, but can buy fewer items. I gotta say, taser's not an ideal weapon here, but we'll see what we get. Good luck to us. Can't kill the trees. Don't even try. Alright, that's a pretty sad wave 1. I guess we'll invest in elemental damage and a little bit of luck. And I'll buy a wand, mostly out of necessity. Okay, lock those in. Double taser, double wand. I think that's the start of something. No idea if elemental build's the right way to go, but that's what we started with, so let's kind of lean into it. I should have bought that hand, shouldn't I? Nice, free it up. Free beanie for some speed up, and some more speed up. And let's get started on harvesting. Perfect. Can't buy all of this. We'll buy the fertilizer first. Keep the lock in place. Oh, nice quality of life. If you lock something, it now stays locked. That's good. Normally, before you had to lock in between each wave, if you were going to lock something across multiple waves, and that was annoying, to say the least. Should have bought another weapon before this wave, though. My income. We've got the harvesting stat. There we go. Alright, let's get some more elemental damage and some, actually more range, so we can attack from a bit further away. There we go, 4 weapons. 22 harvesting. Actually decent elemental damage. Well, I don't think wands are particularly good. Definitely doing better with 4 weapons. Generally speaking, you want to go up to 6 weapons pretty much as quickly as you can. To maximize your damage output and to take advantage of the keyword system in the game. Since many items give you stats if you got a bunch of them. Okay. 3 more elemental damage. Here we go. And 30 more range. Let's toast everybody. Plank. An explosive elemental weapon. Swing in melee and has a chance to explode on hit. It scales with 25% melee damage, 25% elemental damage, 25% of your engineering. How interesting. Very odd. Let's try it. Never used a plank. But it does give us 5 elemental items, so our elemental damage stat is now 11, meaning we're actually doing pretty good damage. And we can start killing the waves kind of more cleanly, while still having 29 harvesting. I think this is going to go well. Get exploded on, nerds. That's right. We are... Yes! Great. Duct tape. Sure, I like armor. And I certainly like luck. And I certainly like... more armor, actually. Yeah, we got lots of level ups, eh? Let's get more attacking speed. And we could add another wand. Charcoal seems good. 1 more elemental damage, 2 melee damage. Actually, if it was 2 in 1, I'd do it. Wand upgrade doesn't seem that important. Well, we'll do it anyway. It's a very early Tyler. Peaceful Bee's great. Dodge and harvesting. Those are both stats we want. It's the higher tier plank. It's got better scaling. Sure, I'll combine 2 tasers and go double plank. We're planking to a shed. Yeah, talking about the Slay the Spire board game in Twitch chat. That's being done by Contention Games, I think their name is. No affiliation with the Slay the Spire devs. However, similar to the Slay the Spire devs, they're avid playtesters. There's a lot of playtesting work done on the Slay the Spire board game, so I've got pretty good faith that it's going to be a good game. If you're into cooperative board games, mind you, which is what the Slay the Spire board game is. Okay, it's a little sketchy. We need a bit more survivability. 3 level ups, though. Do we take HP regen, or is this a lifesteal run? We're already in the negatives on HP regen. Let's grab luck instead. Hey, yeah, lifesteal. And I'm going to reroll this for some more lifesteal. Ghost Flint. Bonus attack speed for enemies we kill with that. That's a high tier Ghost Flint this early on. That's actually pretty spicy. Might be difficult to kill enemies with it, but the gradual attack speed scaling will be really nice. Let's do it. Okay, so knowing now that those eggs are something you usually want to get. These guys are so mean. Why are they so big? Okay, looks like we got an attack speed up. Yikes. Woo! Good wave, though. A free little frog? I don't like the minus dodge this has, but I do like the harvesting and pickup radius, so I'll take it. And if we're going lifesteal, it might as well be all in. Let's take more. And do I need any melee damage stat for this Ghost Flint? Not really, but it'd be nice. Let's take max health instead here. Ooh, power generators damage based on our move speed. Also like the Kendall here. Lots of elemental damage. Causes less enemies, which could be a problem, but not that much of a problem. Yeah, let's take a power generator. For 4 elemental damage, I'll take that Kendall. Less enemies is only less money if you can actually kill all the enemies you're facing. I think it'll be more survivability, mostly. Make it easier for us to stay ahead of the enemies as they spawn, too. So that's probably a pretty good item, then, the candle. We'll see. Oh, dear. plankton. Pick a coupon. Actually, no, we have not actually gotten a attack speed up, as far as I can tell. Thought we did, but I was wrong. Nuclear launcher. Scales with our elemental damage. Yeah. Keep that locked in. I want to buy it. Real big like. Yes, please, and thank you. Achieved. Oh dear. Get him, lifesteal. Okay, that was a little close multiple times, but we lived. Get the Wandering Bot to slow down nearby enemies, and I'm thinking more luck. And way more max health. 12 max HP, yes. 3 elemental damage, yes. Combine the tasers, and buy the nuclear launcher. Yes. Taking more XP gain? No, let's roll again. And as much as I don't like losing elemental damage, speed and range is so good on the wings. I'm gonna pick that up. I will take a bat, bringing us to 10% lifesteal. Lifesteal is percent chance to gain 1 life when you hit an enemy with any attack. Doesn't matter how much damage we do for lifesteal. It's all about the number of attacks. Hey, and I got 1 in attack speed off that dagger. Good job, dagger. Dagger has been worse than I expected, but that's okay. It's nuclear launcher's time to shine now. Hey, there we go. Cool, we unlocked the explosion-based character. Hope we get to play him soon. More elemental damage, sign me up. Percentage additional damage, sign me up more. And I think we want to start scaling our attack speed more to make this nuclear launcher really kick off. Alright, this guy again. Or I think this is different than the previous one. Oh boy. Definitely want to have a lot of move speed to get out of the way of those knife attacks. Glad we have it. Oh god, they're crazy. Cornered. Man, we haven't gotten past wave 11 yet. But we unlocked Artificer. More explosion size. More explosion size for every elemental damage you have. But minus 100% normal damage, so only explosions deal damage by default. And less armor. Interesting. Bummer to lose there. Definitely a nasty taste of that elite, though. GG. Turn off the flashing lights of the big explosions. No, the explosions are invisible if you have that option off. I strongly prefer having it on. Engineer. We've already won you on difficulty 5. Let's play Ranger again. With the SMG to start. I'm eager to give the Ranger another try. Can't believe we got no range damage last time. Blah. Yeah, I guarantee those elites are going to get nerfed. Just pro tip. It's an early access game. They always add things that are too strong and then tweak them down. It's like the way to do it. So yeah, I would expect the elites to be much less ridiculous with a little bit of time added. Early scar on this character? No, I think we should be rolling for weapons here. Mediocre. Grab a little early armor. Hey, crossbows back? Spec into crossbows a little bit. Slingshots and crossbows, that's what I want. Bounce and pierce. Max health for minus 15 range. The melee damage is irrelevant, but 5 max health is a lot of max health. I'll take that. And we'll take another point of armor early. Give me the luck. Give me some crit chance. Crit chance, great. Probably should have rolled for a final weapon there, but I really like the items we got offered. Insanity in particular seems really good on this character. 6 free crit chance. Well, not free, but trading crit chance for damage is going to be a net gain, usually. Especially at a 2-to-1 ratio, like this item offers. Especially when the crits have secondary effects, like piercing through with a crossbow. Well done. Keep investing in armor? Do we take some range? Take some armor. And an early fertilizer is very good here. SMG 2, not too bad. This will be a nice damage supplement for us. There's another insanity. I'm going to lock that in, and I want double crossbows. So let's combine the slingshots. Crossbows are both the medieval and the precise keywords. So we have 1 armor and 3 crit chance for 2 of those equipped. Current range damage stat, 3. Played Nova Drift. I've played some Nova Drift. I think Nova Drift is pretty cool. That game's been in early access for a very, very, very long time. It's gotta be pretty close to complete at this point, though. More luck. I'll take it. And either reroll or take 6 max. Let's just take the max health. And the percent damage or yet more armor? Let's just keep stacking the armor. Seems to be doing well for me. And multiple copies of Insanity, too. Our crit chance now at 21. That's pretty hype. That is pretty hype. Not gonna buy that gun, the pistol. Okay, so next wave the egg boys appear. These guys are mean. Ooh, a tonic. Attack speed, crit chance, and range. All things we super want. And do I take 3 crit chance? No, let's reroll this and take 8% damage. Since our percent damage is a bit low. Might as well stack the trees. Lifesteal seems like the good way to go for healing here. More insanity. Oh my god. Quadruple insanity. That's really good. And I'll take an Ugly Tooth, too, so that we can nerf enemy speed. Big guy, show me what you got. That's right, I thought so. Keep the blip flap. That's not so bad. Wow, quickly becomes really difficult to actually like track down the eggs, though. They're not very visually distinct from the other enemies. The eggs. That's okay though. Let's take another percent damage up here. Get our percent damage back to default. More luck. Do we do the Ghost Scepter thing again? Let's try not doing Ghost Scepters. Gonna lose the basic pistol. Pick up another slingshot here. And we have enough armor. I'm gonna pick up a wheelbarrow. That's a lot of free harvesting. This early on, especially. Flamethrower is intriguing. I don't think we want a flamethrower. Crit chance 35. Very hype. He's supposed to die to that. We're all supposed to die to that. Oh no. Tough wave 8, but we're there. Let's get some more range damage since we get a big modifier on that. Let's go double blue SMGs. Let's definitely take a ritual. Ritual is more lifesteal, which is big deal here. All right, take the free rerolls. Yeah, it's gonna be worth it. I'm gonna lock in the tree. Okay, that's fine. Wave 9 should be pretty gluttonous for us. Especially with 45 harvesting, too. And a lot of bonus materials from the last wave. Look at it all go. We're rich. We're rich, I tell you. Excuse you. Want some more move speed shortly. Oh god. Okay. Shmoop. Cost us a range damage, but 6 max health and 2 regen seems probably worth it. Definitely want more lifesteal. Heck yeah. And there's the move speed. We're at -3 move speed. We gotta fix that promptly. How about dodge? No. More lifesteal. Actually, more crit chance. More crit chance. Double barrel shotgun? Actually looks pretty good. Let's combine the crossbows. Pick that up. Blindfold is crit chance. We'll take a worm, too. Ghost Scepter 3. Okay, that's probably worth picking up. Every 16 enemies we kill with this gives us 1 max HP. So we'll probably gain 2 or 3 max HP per wave. And as long as we keep our damage up, this would be a good thing. Absolutely flapping here. And there's 1 max health already. Good start, good start. Okay, wave 11 is the nasty one. Next wave. The one where we keep dying. So gotta prepare for that. Luck, 10 attack speed. I'll take 15 luck here. And 4 armor. That'll help us out for this next wave. With 9 armor, we take pretty substantially reduced damage. It's 38% less. That's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. More move speed would be pretty nice. Alas. Wandering Bot's kind of like move speed. Ooh, and a better shotgun. Yeah. Let's go. A horde appears on this wave, apparently. Rather than an elite this time. Let's see what a horde looks like. Oh my. Man, mummies on wave 11 is terrifying, as usual. That is a lot of enemies. Yeah, horde indeed. This is not nearly enough area damage, apparently. At least we're kind of surviving, though. The bot is helping a lot, actually, I think. In terms of not getting overwhelmed. Terrifying. Alright, I'll take the metal detector, but I don't like that it's a little bit of minus damage. Not going to take minus speed. Baby with a beard. 1 bullet dealing 7 damage is fired from an enemy corpse when they die. Oh yeah, Baby with a beard on this character is where it's at, let me tell you. Oh, and a minigun. Already got so many weird weapons, though. Oh well. Now, each kill shoots a bullet, and those can chain react, although they don't do a whole lot of damage. They are cumulatively pretty powerful. I wonder if we're allowed to lifesteal off those. Good question. Alright. Wave 12 feeling a lot better than Wave 11 did. The super waves are nasty, man. More speed, yes please. More damage? More damage. And more range damage. Double Baby with a beard. I didn't even know that was allowed. 2 bullets, dealing 12, are fired from an enemy corpse when they die. Let's do it, Twitch chat. And I guess I'm going to lose the crossbow to get the minigun 3. Oh my, the power. 3 babies and 2 bandanas. That's too many children to take care of, you know? Well, these are new. Like tentacle creatures, and they seem to have a lot of health, and I don't like them. Whoa, terrifying. Wow, we're very short range. The Horde. Another Ghost Scepter 3 to make a Ghost Scepter 4, which only needs 12 kills. Definitely. Max HP and lifesteal, but lose a lot of our crit. I think Octopus is actually still really good. Just that's so much lifesteal for a build that attacks so much. And more lifesteal would help a lot for this elite coming up next wave. Massacre. Oh boy. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, it's all good. Sure. And let's keep stacking the range damage stat. Currently at 13 range damage. Laser Gun 3 does 132 base damage. Well, let's upgrade the shotguns. Actually, I can pick up that laser gun too if I want. I don't want. I want a banner and a blindfold. Let's go. Hello, Mr. Elite. See, your friend is here too. Hey, I got him. Oh, he dropped something special, too. Cool. Oh, I'm excited. What do we get? Oh, it's a guaranteed rare item. Night Goggles. 15 crit chance, 50 range. Let's do it, Twitch chat. This is the item unlocked by this character. It's their special item. They don't even have the crit chance anymore. Doesn't matter. Good stuff. And more percent damages, although I'd prefer a higher tier one. 5 range damage. My big arms. That's a lot of range damage. I can't quite afford wings and big arm. Oh, alloy's great too. 3 range damage, 3 crit chance. Actually, all of these items are great. I want all of these items. So let's take 2 to start. Let's go alloy and wings, locking and ritual and big arms. And use our free reroll to look at our rocket launcher. So we're currently at 50 max health, 12% damage up, 18 range damage. These babies deal 21 damage twice per kill, causing some nasty chain reactions like that. Holy moly. It just melted. It's like the more enemies there are, the faster they all die. Beautiful. So fun. Just wait till I get big arms, man. More trees. And don't take my dodge, please. Do add to the range damage. Do add more to the range damage. -5 speed is a little spooky, but for 5 range damage, I'm willing to risk it. That brings us up to 30 total, which is, in fact, ridiculous. And I'll invest in a leather vest. Invest in the vest. Investiture. One more wave before the next elite. We should be pretty fine, I think. Wait, how much is this minigun doing? 19, good lord. That's when it doesn't crit. Crit chance is 64%. Good lord, what have I done? It's actually not even clear to me if the baby with the beard can crit. There's so many numbers that appear. Looks like it can. Critting for 74? Yeah, 74 is the baby with the beard crits. Seems to me. More explosion size? I don't think we're doing that, but I'll take it anyway. And let's get some max health to be tankier. And armor to be tankier. Sad tomato. Don't think so. One more reroll, one more reroll. Another banner will do. We lose a little bit of life steal, but the range and attack speed is great. Not looking for a potato thrower here. Nor another metal detector. Alright, let's fight the elite. The Charger. Charge at me, bro. I'm sorry, you're not charging hard enough, kid. Oh god. Oh, he's charging so well. Dodge just saved my life. Alright, we're in it. Good job, Dodge. Mammoth. This is not a good item. We don't use melee damage, but recycling for 80 materials, that seems great. No to minus lifesteal. Yes to plus lifesteal. And yes to another alloy. More range damage, more crit chance. More banner. More range damage. Shuriken, unfortunately, scales off melee damage, so it's not very good here, although it does bounce for 25 times 4. Definitely take a pumpkin. And let's save the rest of this cash for the final wave. Looking pretty good here. We have absolutely absurd damage output. And pretty good survivability, too, with 9 armor, 9 dodge, 12% move speed. We could definitely do better on move speed. But my hope is that we might actually be able to kill the bosses with this absurd damage output. This wave is going to be the best one for Baby with a Beard ever. Just so much mayhem. So much chaos. So much power. Too late for Black Belt to be any good. Minus 3% attack speed for every weapon we have, but a 30% damage up. Percent damage is going to make the Baby with the Beard crucially do way more damage. I'm going to take this. Especially since we're at 13% damage, 50% attack speed. Trading 1-to-1 is a good trade, and this is better than 1-to-1. Heck the knockback, and give me more move speed here. And a power generator for another 18% damage, 56% plus damage now. Seems really good. We're offered an SMG-4. Let's be great with combining the shotguns. SMG does 56 damage, 10 times per second. And a scope. Let's go. Let's go. All right, final boss. Time to get absolutely hecked. Look at that health bar go away. It's beautiful. I'll go this way. There we go. Man down. The other one's running. Flippity flappity. GG. Bosses murdered. That was pretty decisive. That's cool. I do think the red items, guaranteed drops from the elites, really help. And it feels like you can get more items in a run now too with the lower danger modifiers. I'm curious to see whether this patch ends up being ultimately easier than before. But GG, let's do another one. Got a little bit more time. Let's random one more time. Crazy has bonus range with precise weapons. No dodge, no engineering, not much range on this character. And we're starting with the classic knife. Let's go. Crazy's a really good character to use. Actually, crossbows work on this guy, right? Although he's got minus range damage. We'll have to look at that. Let's grab some early harvesting. First wave harvesting is usually pretty good. And I definitely want shurikens. Shurikens and lifesteal on this character. Early bat's probably not the best idea. Screwdriver is also technically a precise weapon. Kind of interesting. Crazy's another character that can output absolutely enormous damage when built properly. Guess we'll go some melee damage here. A little bit of melee damage to start. Don't want a peaceful bee. Now we have minus dodge too. Let's just go 3 shurikens and 3 knives, apparently. Seems pretty good. That's 6 precise weapons, so we already have a 15% crit chance. Yeah, 25 attack speed's good too. Not bad. Gentle Alien will give us more enemies. I'm a little afraid of this, but let's do it. And probably reroll this. Yeah, 2 armor's good. 2 armor, 10 attack speed. And grab some more lifesteal. Blue knives have a higher crit chance, and critical damage actually goes from 35 to 45 crit chance. Critical goes from 2.5 to 3 times multiplier. So knives do even more damage with higher tiers when they crit. Don't think there's any benefit to having more than 100% crit chance. Not much you can do with that. He's just thrashing them. I think we should keep getting some speed here. Speed's a pretty important stat. Chance for burning. Don't think so. Ooh, a Thief Dagger 3. 42% chance to gain a material when killing an enemy with a crit. Sure. Lock that in, too. So that'll give us some bonus money. When it gets a kill, there'll be a little, a knife icon. It actually looks like the weapon. It's got a little green-tipped blade is the icon for the bonus money. Tried to point it out a couple times. It's pretty subtle. There we go, yeah. 34 with plus three money on that one swing. Good work. So yeah, that's already got me maybe a dozen materials. 3 armor sure is nice. 3 armor sure is nice. It's tempting to go harvesting there, but not tempting enough. Ooh, one more time. 4 HP regen. Or stack the lifesteal more. Stack the lifesteal more. Coupon first. Buy the knife. Obliterator? Really? On this character? Interesting. It's funny to have that show up so early. That is not a precise weapon. Crossbow is, though. Let's get the crossbow in here. Actually, crossbow only does 5 damage, right? Because it scales with 50% of our range damage, which is currently minus 10. Maybe I don't want a crossbow. I think you could use the crossbow in spite of that on this character. But you're going to need some help. One more reroll then. Lightning Shiv. Precise and Elemental. Bounce this a couple of times. I'm going to buy the Cyclops Worm for 12% damage up. I'm not completely happy with how we spent our money that way, but can't really do much about it now. How's it going, Slasher? It's a good day to be live on Twitch. It's a good day to be a potato, too. So those floating, like, elephant-headed guys seem to attack with a ranged projectile whenever you hit them. The more times you hit them, the more projectiles they shoot at you. Kind of annoying. Another alien. We'll go number 2, but we probably don't want to take more than that. And let's up the melee damage some more. Like a lot more. A lot more. Take another knife. Sure, I'll combine 2 shurikens. Grab 1 more knife. Goat Skull is minus crit chance. I don't like that much. So is Compass. Can make a red dagger? Not yet. I don't think I want another thief dagger. Well, maybe I do, actually. Heck it. Let's do it. So red dagger has a ×4 crit multiplier with a 65% base crit chance currently. Pretty good. That'll be a weapon to kill elites with, that's for sure. Although we need to be tankier if we want to do that. Alright, no eggs, no problem. There's a big boy. Oh dear. All's well. Shanks. Fools. Alright, let's grab some more speed because we're in desperate need for speed. And probably for more armor too. I'd like our survivability to go up big time. Currently, it doesn't feel like that is happening. Yeah, I thought so. Ooh, melee damage and crit chance. That's what I want. And a better shuriken. 2 more melee damage. Let's take this charcoal. So melee damage now 11. Dagger does 34 × 4 on a crit. Several more waves before our first elite. Looks like we got 3 elites this run. No horde waves. Look at that guy get shanked. Poor guy. Murdered. Just destroyed. Dying. You know the law. Good. Great wave. Get some more attack speed. Wisdom? 5% damage every 5 seconds till the end of a wave. I think we want to kill things really fast, actually. Sad tomato. Start waves at half health, but have huge regen? Sure. Go lifesteal and regen, then. Definitely want insanity. Take some early luck, too. Piggy bank? I'm not a piggy bank believer here. Alright, sad tomato, do your work. Good. Let the harvesting begin. Really, really good wave. We want to get some... Actually, wouldn't mind a little bit of range. Range does affect our melee weapons. And I will take 12% speed. Holy moly. Yes, please. White flag to turn the enemies down a little bit, in addition to getting some harvesting. Nah. Let's roll through. Pick up. None of this. Take another shuriken, and definitely take another bat here. Bowler hat. Minus attack speed and crit chance, but yes, luck and harvesting. I do like luck and harvesting. All right. We've got one more wave before the elite. I'll fall for it. I'll fall for it. Bandana. Projectiles pierce. With shurikens, that is pretty absurd. I'll take a worm, too. And that should be everything. Take a tree. All right, piercing shurikens. Very exciting. Those are going to be bouncing everywhere now. The murder sound. Wow, there's so many of them. Please don't kill me. More speed? Yes, please. More armor? Also, yes, please. Purple knife becomes red knife. Double red knife for our first elite. I think is going to get stabbed to death. Gonna be really honest. Oh my goodness, and another purple knife. And an alloy. Melee damage and crit chance. This is perfect for this character, since we've already got negative dodge. But let's lock in the metal here. Combine our shurikens. Buy the purple knife. Let's go. Alright, buddy. Oh, jeez. Oh, good. Please die. No, not me. Not me, die. Couldn't quite finish him. GG. God, changing to that really rapid attack pattern at low health really threw me for a loop there. I didn't know what to do. GG. GG. This one had a lot of hope to it. I really would have liked to see where this would go with the bandana shurikens. All right, last run. It's going to be a sick run. More max health, more lifesteal, but we take 1 damage per second. And we're starting with a fist. Good luck to us. Sick with fist seems like a pretty bad character, gonna be really honest. Okay, the HP regen stat is useless on this character. Get some move speed. Oh man, I need different weapons than this. Please not fist. Guess I'll take one more, maybe? I'd really rather just take any other weapon. Spear, that can hit a lot of enemies. Double spear, let's go. This run's gonna be sick. That's correct. Ooh, SMG is good. Okay, that's gonna be rapid fire lifesteal proccing. Let's pick up the spear and the SMG. Kind of a bit of a hybrid going on here, but I like it. Rapid attacking weapons definitely better on sick because of the character's high normal lifesteal. Okay, not bad, not bad. 4 melee damage? Sure, let's do it. And 30 range. Make those spears really swing. Take an early alien? No way. What about a crossbow? Sure. Spears are primitive, not medieval. Got it. No downside on the broken mouth? Sure. Luck for free. Well, not completely free, but still. And let's keep taking the range stat, actually. I'm hoping we'll get more crossbow stuff. Yeah, luck in second crossbow here. Weird Ghost kills this character, right? That's right. Okay. Don't know if I care about fists anymore. Could upgrade the fist and a spear, but... yeah, heck, sure. Hedgehog's actually really good. And buying out the store gives us a free reroll, essentially. Cody, thanks for about 4 months of the Prime sub. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Yeah, I think spear is more accurate to be primitive than medieval for sure. Spears are very much a primitive weapon, way before the advent even of iron, right? Stone spear is the thing. More free luck, sure. A little bit late for the first harvesting. Let's go percent damage? No, let's grab more range, actually. Really liking the range. Definitely want attack speed. Baby with a beard on this character. Interesting. Don't think so, but there's a thought there. Upgrade the SMG. I'm figuring we'll probably just replace it soon. Let's just roll past it. Plank is back. The crossbow, perfect. 2 spears, go 3 crossbows. Let's lose the fist. Give it the broken mouth. But shuriken. Shuriken's fun. It's armor and dodge for having medieval weapons. Forcing the... I really would just want to use the crossbows, because they're a new weapon. I haven't had a lot of experience with them yet. Hey, big guy. How you doing? Alright, doing decent damage if we can kill them. Beautiful. Since we heal when we attack, 15% attack speed is also 15% more healing. Blindfold will give us dodge and crit. You love it. Butterfly's great. Upgrade the shuriken. Upgrade the shuriken. And we're just looking for more shurikens and crossbows, I think. Is that an elite? No. No, those are just a new enemy that appear on Wave 7 now. There are eggs that, if you don't stop them from hatching, will turn into those horrifying creatures. Denizens of the Abyss. They're nasty, like, dagger-type attacks. Oh boy. Absolutely destroy those nerds. Alright, probably want either armor or percent damage. I'm thinking let's grab more damage. And there's another crossbow for us. Let's start upgrading these. Range damage and attack speed. Sure. Obliterator 4. What? I want it? I don't know why it's here in the shop on Wave 9, but I certainly want it. It does 400 damage every 2.38 seconds, piercing through any number of enemies. I'll do that. Just kind of takes out a line of enemies, essentially. It's enough damage to even kill the chunkier enemies in the game, so it really just truly clears a space for you. Oh, this is the perfect wave, too. This gives me so much money that I can use to buy it. Excellent wave. That's a sick item in the shop, right? Oh, God. Ah! We're too slow. Oh, dear. Our move speed is not high enough right now. Our damage is good, though. Oh, it's not quite enough to afford it. Bummer. The armor and the attack speed still. Keep it locked. I will take more lifesteal and more luck. And we should be able to afford that next wave. Right before the elite shows up. Is it going to be worth it? I don't know. But it's pretty hype. Oof. Get him, spears. Alright, the Obliterator's gonna have to pull its weight. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. I'll take a baby gecko. And we definitely needed move speed. We definitely need move speed. Alright, give it to me. Combine these two crossbows. Give me the Obliterator 4. 395 damage, scales with our range damage times 15. Seems pretty good. Lock in that blindfold? Nah. Let's just reroll. Yeah, no refunds on the Obliterator. They gave it a new animation, too, by the way. It used to be just a generic shot, but now it's got this special, like, plasma. Oh, my. Oh, I don't like you at all. Oh, dear. Got way too much health to kill. Just give me all this stuff instead. The elites really do have a ton of health. Woo! Oh no. Not again. Ah, man. Bummer. I got pinned up against the wall there. Couldn't get the Obliterator to aim at the right enemies. I didn't think it would actually be very good. But it wasn't. GG, Twitch chat. Alright, folks. That is all the time I have. Glad we were able to get 1d5 win with the Ranger at least. Definitely finding a lot of challenges in the elites. That elite is IMO the hardest has been said about literally all 3 elites. You can use manual aim, but I assure you it's really bad. No, manual aim is a huge damage down. See you later, Pipson TV, Twitch Tarek, Sakoti, Enrique K, Leofa, Superman, Donkey Schlong, Cheesy Bob, Soup to Go, Trail Quill, That's Your Blood, Hills Razor, and everybody else. We'll be back at it tomorrow with more Spire, of course, and more who knows what else. See you later, Soup to Go. Thanks for the Prime sub. And everybody else, have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you so, so much for watching. And I'll see y'all next time. Till then, toodaloo, my friends. Bye-bye.